woman, I would say he must have welcomed the invasion of the night for serenity, invited the winds to keep him in gentle procession. I would like to think that all the ideas for sculpting her danced as he commanded them, and the angels, with reckless abandon, were happily jealous of the amount of care he expended on her. And as the ultimate AI, with just the right prompts, he commanded her to come forth, subjecting every strand, contour, curves, and urges to align with just the right shades of mwah, excelente, such that when the project was finished, he professed her woman, Adam, and the atmosphere was still. Little wonder why every time we appear, men wonder, who is that miracle passing by? Oh, did I forget to tell you that my name is Miracle Phillip, a voiceover actress, spoken word poet, and also a radio presenter? But it is my honor to be right here standing before powerful, walking, living miracles, all seated in this beautiful edifice. So a round of applause for yourselves. Now here's the gist. It's been over 2,000 years since our pioneer walking wonders were created, and life has not ceased to manufacture new formations, well-positioned midfielders, forwards, and defenders of hitches with no expiry dates to demean our very existence. It has not ceased to offload heavy weights of standards, nurturing and building up diminishing returns on our uniqueness. I have often wondered how we have fallen out of shape, pollinated by the very pollen grains of society's expectations. Like our time will never come until we are ripe for marriage. Like we can never build businesses out of nothing, harbor our babies and still hit the ground running, actively be great wives and still lead our nation, but have to choose between chasing our dreams, craving children, or enjoying the arms of a man that makes our heart tingle. Oh no! How sad that it took the Creator the 7th day to rest from making her last, but society takes several seconds to tear her apart with no remorse. I constantly hear it in the cries of girls praying to be free, stolen as weapons of war from schools they defy society to learn from. The surrender to rape and early marriages that tie their lips bound for a lifetime, because how do you explain being abducted and still crave the warmth of your abductor in the name of, I still love him? I see women craving for equal opportunities in the roads less taken, and still determined to be classy and hell yes sexy. This society has not ceased to bring us to our knees. All the beauty standards that make us criminals in our bodies, our skin, making us competitors when we should be the courts that never break. Stamping on our fear because we were made for more. But this same society hasn't changed. Yet the very same shackles that have bound us are the very same we have molded into crowns, unashamed to trample fear with our grace because we were made for more. Every achievement you and I have made, no matter how little, have all become part of the building blocks for our daughters and great-granddaughters to stand on. Every strength we wield in defying the odds, whether at 15, 25, 45 or 65, have been our way to say, freedom is coming tomorrow. Come on, everybody, it's time for freedom. Freedom is coming tomorrow. Come on, everybody, it's time for freedom. Freedom is coming tomorrow. But the much awaited tomorrow is here and now for her. We are her. We are here for her. We, bundles of amazement. We who wear strength as a garment on every month's bleed. We who bend our waist to feed nations from our breasts, nurture kings and queens. How dare it be said that we are incapable, that we are lesser. We, ever-evolving bundles of surprises for our world to experience. And so whether in the boardroom or in the kitchen, in the theater of politics, sports, fashion, tech, name it, we must continuously weave the narratives that extol the confidence that we possess, of legends that cannot be broken. The voices of our uniqueness won't stutter, stammer again to the ever-consuming voices of the pressures from the outside, or the quiet whispers of self-doubt on the inside. Welcome to a dispensation where a woman does not fall flat on her face at the command of "you can't," where we mold no's into passports to reach beyond ourselves, chanting to our world that our bloom stays here, not for one-time speculations or withering phases later, but for high jumps into new heights. Hakuna Matata. It's time to move every feminine mangaliso. Emitikula and Panga. Amani and Dani. Nwanyi. Obiri. Mata in this hall. Forward. Let's do this. All the women and also the men who love us. Let's chant it out loud and with no fear. We'll do this together. When I say at her network, we are, you scream it out loud with no fear, the theme of this event. Moving her forward. Can we do this? Can we do this? All right. At her network, we are moving her forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, when I said that was the most, or that will be the most electrifying spoken word performance you have ever met or listened to, I meant every word of it. Please give Miracle Philip another round of applause. What a fantastic way to kickstart this summit. Good morning, Queens. Okay, we'll do that with a warm smile. Good morning, Queens. Now that's more like it. There are only two things that fascinate me in this world. The first, watching airplanes take off and land. The second, listening to people like Miracle Philip deliver an excellent poem right from their head with all the intonations, drama, and everything that comes with it. I'm really inspired by you, Miracle Philip. Very well done. Thank you for setting the tone for today. Now, it's such an honor to be here and serve as your compere for Her Summit 2023. It's been months and weeks of planning, and we are finally here. It's such a delight to see everyone. Against all odds, it rained heavily this morning, but you chose to be here regardless of the situation, regardless of the flood, traffic, and you have made the best investment for yourself this Saturday morning. So welcome. My name is Mojibade Shosoya. I'm a professional compere. I'm a television presenter. I'm an actor. I'm a marketing communication consultant. I'm a co-founder of Trigger and an all-round phenomenal woman. It's okay. Give it up for me. Thank you. Now, let me explain why I did that introduction. Gone are the days where women were afraid to toot their horns. We are in a dispensation where women must speak up. Blow your own trumpet, because if you don't, who will? So as we continue to move her forward, let me ask everyone in the room to turn to your neighbor and do a powerful introduction of yourself, because we're moving her forward. Do not be afraid to introduce yourself to your neighbor. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. For everyone who is joining us virtually, I promise you are not left out of this. You're joining via YouTube, so please use the chat feature of YouTube and drop a very powerful introduction of yourself. Do not be shy. Don't feel like, oh, they'll think I'm too much. No, darling, you are not too much. You are just enough. So drop a very powerful introduction using the chat feature of YouTube, and let's meet you virtually. We're happy that you're connecting with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, whilst you're at it, please remember to take a selfie. Bring out your phones. Please take a selfie. Be kind enough to tag us on social media at Her Network Online and use the hashtags, Hello Queens. This power is a lot. I love it. Such a powerful introduction, but I love the energy. Great. Great. Take a selfie, make a video with your new friend, with the queen sitting next to you. Introduce yourself and post on social media. Use our hashtags, Her Summit 2023 and Moving Her Forward. Thank you. I'm loving the energy. Thank you. For everyone joining virtually, we hope you have dropped a very powerful introduction of yourself, because there are other people who would see that and learn more about you. Now, I'm an advocate for all things women empowerment. So this conference is very special to me. But what is even more special to me is the theme of this year's conference, Moving Her Forward. It is so dear to my heart, because today we'll be having conversations that are centered around how we as women can pay it forward by going the extra mile to make sure that we all win together. Now, there's a famous quote by Michelle Obama, and it says, "There is no limit to what we as women can achieve." Serena Williams goes further to say, "The success of every woman should be the inspiration to another. We should raise each other up." So today we're raising each other up, and we're all moving forward together, because you can't imagine what a powerful group of women can achieve if they actually work together. We're coming to take over. I'm looking forward to a truly beautiful conference where we learn, get inspired, and forge ahead to indeed move forward together, and also make the most beautiful connections. I know some people have not recovered from last year's conference. There's good news for you. You're not even going to recover from today's conference, because we have a powerful lineup. I mean, the topics of the different panel conversations have been loaded and carefully curated to attend to different segments of all the challenges and issues that women would ordinarily go through. Have you heard of our keynote speaker? Just hold on. I'll come back to tell you about her. We have an amazing lineup for you. And I say all of this to let you know that you are in for a fantastic ride. So, fasten your seatbelt, get ready, because we are moving her forward. Now, a few housekeeping rules before we officially take the welcome address. Please remember to use our hashtags when you're posting on social media. Her Summit 2023, Moving Her Forward, those two hashtags. Please be your own CSO, your Chief Security Officer. Watch over your belongings, your personal items, so that we do not have to tell any stories today. Oriental Hotel hasn't informed us of any fire drill. So if you hear the alarm, please carry your bags and use the exit. Our hostesses, beautifully dressed in black, will lead you out of the auditorium using the exit at the back. Now, bonus point. Don't snooze, because, like we say over here, if you snooze, no one is losing here, in Jesus' name. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Once again, my name is Mojibadi, and it is such an honor to be in a room filled with beautiful, lovely, powerful women who are moving forward. Ladies and a few gentlemen who are here, thank you for joining us. Now, to officially welcome us to Her Summit 2023, it is my pleasure to invite an actual angel. When you see her, you can tell that I'm calling her an actual angel, not just because she's physically dressed like an angel, but she is also an angel, the hair herself. Yes, pun intended. She's passionate about connecting, inspiring, and amplifying women's voices and stories. She's a professional public relation and marketing consultant par excellence. Please, let us make welcome, with a lusty round of applause, the convener of her summit and the founder of her network, Nkem Onwudi. I thought you would make this applause louder. This is a free summit. Come on, make some noise for our convener, the amazing, delectable, energetic, lovely Nkem Onwudi.
Hi, Queens! The rain is not going to dull our shine. Wow. Wow, okay. Catching my breath. That was a powerful introduction. Thank you so much, Moji Bade. I feel so blessed to be standing before each and every one of you. It's a beautiful day. I had said, prior to this day, and I always say, it's a beautiful day to know my worth. It's a beautiful day to be in Kem Delima Udiwe. It's a beautiful day to be a black woman. A round of applause for yourselves. I stand before change makers, trailblazers, phenomenal, outstanding women of impact after months and years of doing this impactful work with her network. So her network, for those of you that do not know or are new to our brand, we are 7 years in creating sustainable change and societal progress for the long term for women globally. It's not been an easy journey. I'm literally very, as excited as I am, I'm very nervous, and rightly so because of the magical women in this room. This room is filled with so many women from different walks of life, and in as much I feel so blessed to be here, I want you guys to know that you should feel very blessed to be here as well. You're seated next to the next president. You're seated next to the next prime minister. You're seated next to someone who can help you take your lives to the next level. So our theme, Moving Her Forward, is a sequel to our first summit. This is our second annual summit. The first one we held talked about the power of community. I like to say that no woman is an island, and nobody can celebrate alone. When you pop your champagne, do you do it alone? No. So you need your community to thrive, however small. Our theme, Moving Her Forward, symbolizes our commitment at her network to continue inspiring, uplifting, and encouraging women to help one another grow through the different ways that we provide our digital assets as well as our impact experiences to ensure that these resources that we share give women the necessary tools that they need to create a better future for themselves and for those around them, ensuring that really no woman is left behind. Now you can see how beautiful the four walls of this venue is, right? But it's beyond the beautiful clothes that we're wearing, the angelic look. Her summit is beyond one day and it's beyond 1 year. It's literally about sustainable change, like I said earlier, and each and every one of us seated here has a role to play. What are you doing right now that is impacting the life of the next woman? Because once you empower one woman through your actions, your words, your mannerisms, you're empowering her family. Once you empower her family, you're empowering her community. Once you empower her community, you're empowering nations. And by empowering nations, what happens? We are creating a sustainable, prosperous future for one of us. So it's really in our hands, Queens, to shape the future and the world that we want to see moving forward. So I'm going to keep it short because we have a long day of very inspiring and impactful sessions. Knowing and saying everything I've said now, we have intentionally curated our panel sessions and invited phenomenal, outstanding women of impact to share their impact stories, lessons, learnings, and of course, resources for growth. So Queens, As you're seated here, please recognize that you have your own unique story, right? Every one of us here have fought battles. You went through the rain to get here. That's the battle fought. And that's the triumph that we're celebrating right now. So with great pleasure, I want to say thank you very much for being here, both to everyone in this room and to everyone watching us. I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors, without whom we will not be able to show up in the manner in which we have shown up today. I want to say a big thank you to our speakers who have been nice and kind and, what's the word? I can't explain it. But interactions between women is very important because how you interact today creates whatever interaction happens to the next generation. We're here today and whatever we do transcends here. So let's take in every word that we hear. God might have a word for you and you need your notepads to take notes. If you don't have a notepad, please record this. I am very excited for the sessions that we have curated, and I'm sure that each and every one of you here, both watching us online and watching me right now standing here in all white, you're going to leave here with something valuable. You're not walking out this door the same. You're not walking out this door the same person. I promise you, regardless of what you thought about when you were coming here, regardless of the triumphs that you have celebrated and the obstacles that you have surmounted, regardless of what you think is waiting for you out there, will I get my stuff? Will I get my things done? Next week, what is it going to be like? What am I going to do? You are moving forward, whether you like it or not. So get ready. Put your mind in that position. It's going to happen, whether you like it or not, because I said so. I feel very, very blessed because I know that we have worked so hard to make this happen. And I'm so excited to say, guys, welcome to Her Summit 2023. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be great. Your life is going to change. And please remember us when it does, because it will. Welcome to Her Summit.
Can we please give another round of applause to the very passionate, elegant, dedicated, and committed Nkem Dilim Onwudiwe, our convener for today. Thank you so much, Nkem, for speaking so passionately from your heart. Indeed, you are not leaving here the same person you came. And I'm excited not just to be the compere, but because I'll also be benefiting from our lineup of amazing speakers. Now, without further ado, I'll be inviting our keynote speaker, the latest bride in town, who by my calendar should be on honeymoon, but has graciously honored us today with her presence. You know, like we often say in this part of the world, I mean, especially when you're introducing a very accomplished personality, you say, oh, this person needs no introduction. But I dare say that I will introduce her, because more often than not, when we introduce people of her status, it's not just to tick the boxes. It's also to keep us inspired that we can achieve anything we put our minds to achieving. Now, our keynote speaker is a media personality, an award-winning media personality, a publisher, a host, a speaker, a global speaker, an author, an entrepreneur, and philanthropist. She's the editor-in-chief and founder of Genevieve Magazine, a leading fashion lifestyle magazine. Auntie Betty, as we often call her, has paved ways for many other female publishers. Young ladies look up to her and believe that if she can do it, then someday they can do it as well. In 2011, she was honored by the Association of Professional Women Bankers as the most accomplished female publisher. And now that's not all. She has influenced and partnered with multiple global brands. She has been celebrated and featured on national and global platforms such as the New York Times, BBC, CNBC, LSA, Forbes Women. I thought the applause would be coming by now. Forbes Women, The Guardian Woman, This Day, and many more. Just because of time, I'll keep the introduction short. Ladies, queens of the Heart Network, please let's give a standing ovation to the fantastic, the beautiful, the ageless, who doesn't look a day over 25. I mean, look at her now, come on. She has over 35 years of experience in media and communications, and she has graciously honored us today as our keynote speaker. We're truly delighted to have you, ma'am.
Hi, ladies. Hi, achievers. My name is Betty Ravo, as you've been told. So I'm going to ask for your name. The name that I hear the loudest gets a copy of my book. Thank you very much for having me here. I really feel privileged to be standing before you. When I was asked to come and speak as a keynote speaker, I wasn't really sure what I would be saying to very young ladies, very outspoken, very self-assured, courageous, confident women who are widely read, who are widely traveled, coming from the background that people like us came. I was speaking with Tewa. Tewa is the founder of EM Magazine. Earlier, when the MC introduced herself, we were like, wow, in those days we dare not. We just, because we felt, how dare you be that great? How dare you be such an achiever? So she told me that there was a time when her magazine was turning 5 and she wanted to be on the cover. She felt everybody would say, what have you achieved? Why are you on the cover of your magazine? That's the background we're coming from. So eventually she was on the cover, but she was with someone else. So that's the background we're coming from, where we are like, you know, let's be humble. Let's be quiet. Let's not do too much. But you have given yourselves the permission to be more. And you know what? You have realized that you don't need anybody's permission to be more, because we were created to be more. And I like the fact that you, without any apologies, you embrace that, to be more. And in being more, to also hold another woman's hands and say, we are moving forward together. I am the publisher of Genevieve Magazine, and I always sometimes say to people that Genevieve left me broke and broken because of so many of the trials and tribulations I went through. But looking back, Genevieve became my story. It is through Genevieve that I found courage, I found strength to be my vulnerable self, to be my authentic self. I think one of the things that is really missing in our stories is our ability to be strong in our vulnerability, to be strong and authentic. We always sometimes feel like we have to come out as a strong black woman. That's okay too. But even every strong black woman has her breaking point, has her stories behind the story. And I have stories to share with you for days, but I've got only 20 minutes. So I'm just going to tell you about the darkest days of my life and how I found answers and how I found lessons which have become the stories that I share. I remember a few years ago, Genevieve was ebbing away, and I had no idea how to save it. I had gone through depression. I had come out on the other side. The magazine was stagnant. It was the same. Every day I wanted to quit. But even the shame of admitting that I had failed at something that I started, and I told everybody in my editorial, we don't quit, we're strong, do it afraid, and all that. And I felt, goodness, how do I begin to let everybody who has trusted me, who has believed in me, who had dared because I dared, how am I going to now face everybody and say, you know what, I'm quitting? And it was one of those guilts that made me hang on. But I remember someone saying to me, Auntie Betty, you never failed. What you didn't do was to sell the magazine at the right time, reinvent the magazine, or have different branches, different businesses attached to Genevieve. So I remember sitting in my office one day and thinking, I want to position myself as a keynote speaker. No, I wanted to position myself as a speaker. But how do I go about it? Nobody knew me as a speaker, I hadn't branded myself. I hadn't reinvented myself. I was just the publisher of Genevieve long after Genevieve was not what I wanted it to be. So one day I'm sitting in my office, and there was this PR consultant. I called him. I said, please come to my office. There's something that I need clarity on. Can you just go out there and do a bit of research on what people know about me and how I can key into the speaking community? I just wanted to have a feedback. Sometimes we're so full of our own hype. We believe our own hype that we do not understand that sometimes we need to go out there and like, you know Jesus when he said, who do the people say that I am? So I said to this guy, just go out there and then come back and tell me what people know me for. So on this day, he came. He was breathing. Does this work? Hello? So he came. Oh, I wanted to move around and demonstrate. Sorry. So he said to me, Miss Betty, people know you as this celebrity woman. I was like, okay. They love you on the red carpet. They love your red carpet moments. Yes. Yes. So he came. He was panting. You know, he was in distress. It's like, Miss Betty, people know you. They know you as this celebrity. They love to see you on the red carpet, you know, and they say you're beautiful, you're humble. And I was waiting, like, And he repeated, and he said, oh, they love you, the way you dress, you know, you're humble when they see you. And I was like, There was no It got me thinking. I have failed in rebranding myself if people don't know that I hosted a ping ball creating breast cancer awareness, and we donated a mammogram machine worth almost 10 million naira to Lassuth for early detection of lumps in breast. That we had empowered women across generations through storytelling, through our features. Culturally, we have helped businesses to grow, the fashion business, the beauty business, and everything that we had done. And I felt, goodness, all my work at Genevieve, all the stories, all the sacrifices, the burnout, all I'm known for is that I'm that celebrity. I felt really crushed. And I wanted, about that particular time, there was a big speaking engagement coming up. And I offered to speak for free. And they're like, does Auntie Betty speak? Oh, where has she spoken before? I hadn't spoken anywhere. I hadn't branded myself as a keynote, as a speaker or a moderator. So there was the love to invite me. But it's not about loving someone, it's about what's her history. Has she done this before? I hadn't done that. In the meantime, Genevieve was failing me. I was failing Genevieve. I was done. But I had nowhere else to go. I had nothing. Because for almost 14 years then, Genevieve is 20 years now, almost 14 years then, I'd done nothing else but sit behind a magazine that was going nowhere. Sales had dropped because the world had moved on to the digital. I started at 46, so my mind was analog. So there were so many things, and we didn't even have the kind of funds we needed to even rebrand, reinvent, and do so many things. My life was miserable. But I thought, you know what? This is me, I'm Betty Rabo. I have my name. I have built a brand. I am going to start from ground zero and build my way up. So I started offering to speak for free at events. I wouldn't even get that. Like, okay, you can just come, Auntie Betty, you know. So I learned to be humble. So I started, first thing I did, because my CV, my resume, didn't even sell me. It was publisher of Genevieve magazine. So when I heard her introducing, I was like, okay, I learned to do that. So when my resume was being written, I was like, yes, I did this. Oh, I did that. Because the lady who was talking to me was extracting everything I'd done from me. Auntie Betty, you did this. Okay, which conferences have you attended? I would be like, okay, I was at Essence Festival. Yes, you were at Essence Festival. Yes, okay. She will put that in. Then I now realized that really, I had achieved so much, but I wasn't selling myself the way I should. That was how gradually. And then I had written my book where I chronicled my battle with depression. So I had my book, Author of Dust to Dew. And then I will forget that I had a book before then, and someone will say, but Auntie Betty, you're not the author of only one book, 2 books. So include that. So by the time my profile was presented to me, I was like, wow, now let's go. So I started sending to places, and I started getting speaking engagements. As at the last count, is it Guinness? Is it Citibank? Is it First Bank? Is it Standard Chartered? Is it Standard IBTC? Is it on the sidewalk? Is it at the Ford Foundation in New York? And also, I said, you know what? Let's draft a rate card. So I get phone calls, and I'm like, oh, yes, Osaz, my able assistant, Osaz is there. So we drafted a rate card. And Osaz will say, you're speaking on Monday, and you're speaking on Wednesday, and we're being paid. So positioning myself now and saying I'm a keynote speaker, I've earned it. Positioning myself as a corporate wellness advocate and selling same to organizations and being paid. Like I go in on a day and like, wellness day, Betty's here, and I have a panel who are in well-being, and I'm sitting down there and people are listening. And people sometimes are teary, and I'm like, Betty, you did that. You did that. Never give up on yourself. Small beginnings end eventually in mid beginnings and higher beginnings. But the thing is, don't rest thinking that you are all that, because you may not be all that. I felt I am Betty Rabot, publisher of Genevieve. I did this, I did that, I did this. But it's like winking in the dark. Nobody sees you. You need to go out there. You build your confidence, and then you have a laser sharp vision of where you want to be. I'm not even now just an ordinary keynote speaker. I am so many things. Because you know what? I am the most intentional person that I know. And I've come from a place of selling myself short to stepping out in grace and taking the front role and saying, I am this person. So at every stage of your life, you're going to be building you. You're going to be helping to build other people as well. Because when you extend grace to yourself, you also have to extend grace to other people. So moving her forward can only be done when you also have moved yourself. You have to start with you. It all starts and begins with you. Move yourself. You are not stagnant. You are not in concrete. So every time, reinvent yourself. No matter where you are, create opportunities. People say, I haven't found opportunities. Nobody has given me a chance. Nobody gives anybody a chance because everybody is looking out for themselves. Create opportunities. There is always a vacuum. Fill that vacuum. So for me, I used to dwell so much in what hit me and the victim mentality of why me? Why not me? But the person I am now is the person I've always wanted to be. And I'm loving this season of my life. Everything that life threw at me, I have turned into life lessons. The stories, the things that happened to me that were supposed to drown me are the stories that I share, are the stories for which I get invitations to come and speak. So no matter what life has thrust at you, you can still get up. But Sometimes we're waiting for people to pull us up. People have different issues. People are battling so much, even though people are afraid to speak up. So first, you try and pull yourself up so that you can also give other people a helping hand. So for every woman here, I have a message, and that will be with the message that I'm going to conclude. So here's my message. Dear ladies, on your various journeys to riches, on your various journeys to building empires, building industries, building fame, fighting for the C-suites, celebrating your future as one of the most powerful, most phenomenal women on the cover of some of the world's most power magazines like Forbes, Genevieve, Time Magazine, and broadcast media like CNN, CNBC, BBC, adorning rare diamonds from Bulgaria, to elevate, to avoid toxicity. On the journey, protect your mental well-being, protect your mental health. Find your inner peace. Forgive. Do not self-deprecate. Do not self-sabotage. Do not wait for someone to complete you. Avoid self-comparison. Nurture your friendships and relationships, especially the non-performative friendships. Extend grace to yourself. As you strive to be the winner that you have always wanted to be, remember to build wealth and not just riches. Remember to build and develop your character. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to do this again because someone said to me as I was sitting down there, I'm so angry. I actually paid my therapist to listen to everything Auntie Betty has just said. Lovely gift. Thank you, Auntie Betty, for being a gift that keeps on giving. Auntie Betty, I have to show my children this picture, so let me pose. Wow. Wow. Please let's give her another round of applause. I think we could not have asked for a better keynote speaker today, and this was such a powerful way to start the summit, because more often than not, you know, all you see are the beautiful pictures and you do not hear people's actual stories. You think that you're the only person failing. Every person is dealing with their own challenges, and you never know except they share. Thank you very much, Auntie Betty, for sharing passionately from your heart and for impacting us. One more time, another round of applause for her. Thank you. If there's anything at all I have picked from Auntie Betty's speech, it is never give up on yourself. Never give up on yourself. Now, just say this to yourself: I will not give up on myself. Perfect. Thank you so much. Again, we'd love to warmly welcome you to her Summit 2023 with the theme, Moving Her Forward. I can categorically and just say that I have moved forward, you know, just in my mental state this morning, just by listening to Mrs. Betty Irabo deliver an excellent keynote address. I'd like to especially thank all our sponsors who made today possible. It's a free conference, free summit, but it was not technically free because some people paid for it. So when I call our sponsors, please give them a round of applause. Elect Her, a round of applause, thank you so much. IE University, thank you. Airs General, thank you. Flutter Wave, thank you. Nestle Pure Life, thank you very much for giving of your resources to ensure that everyone here enjoys and benefits from this free summit. That said, it is a free summit. Everything has been paid for: the seats, the AC, the lights, the chandelier, the pictures you take, all free. But one thing is not free: the lunch. You can just walk around, ask the hostesses to direct you to any of the restaurants. You can have anything you want to eat, but you have to pay for it. That's the only thing that is not free today. But otherwise, the knowledge, the connection, everything is free. Are you happy about that? Yeah, it's okay. I know you're happy. All right, we're going to move on very quickly to our first panel conversation today. Now, one of our sponsors has a booth outside, Nestle Pure Life. You can get a bottle of water in case you are thirsty. And if you are joining us virtually, just walk to your kitchen, walk to your fridge, get a bottle of water, and enjoy as you digest the knowledge that will be shared today. It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for our first panel conversation today. She'll be upstage to do the honors of bringing up members of her distinguished panel. Our moderator is Adesola Ade Unuigbe. A warm round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. She has a wealth of experience in content strategy across diverse fields, including media, technology, impact-driven organizations, and women-led initiatives. Adesola stands as a true industry leader. She currently serves as TikTok's entertainment content partnership lead for Sub-Saharan Africa, where she continues to shape narratives and execute strategies aimed at elevating content quality and driving substantial growth. A warm round of applause for our moderator for the first panel conversation today, which will speak to navigating her career with a focus on action-based insights and strategies for building a successful career. Ladies and gentlemen, her.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. My name is Adesola Ade Unuigbe. And I'm very excited to be starting the first panel because following Auntie Betty's really amazing words on how she has navigated her career, it seems fitting to then start the first panel, which is on navigating her career. So I have some really amazing women that I'm going to be talking to and asking some tough questions as they share their life journey with us. I'm going to introduce them. I want you to welcome them with your hands, your voice. First, I have Dr. Tinuade Sanda. She is the Managing Director, CEO of Eco Electric Distribution Company. I've also got Deri Adefulu, the Executive Head of Governance in Old Mutual, Nigeria. I've also got Iria Yomide Oladujoye, Managing Director and CEO of Endeavor in Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Are you guys excited to start the panel? So I want us to do like a bit of introduction for everyone that's here. I know I've said the titles, the roles, but I don't think it really captures the decades of experience you've had in navigating your career. So if you could say in 1 minute, just let people know your journey that has led you here. I'll start with you. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So it's good to be here. My journey, I'll talk about my role, and that speaks to my journey. So I'm the executive head of governance in a leading insurance company, and my role is multifaceted because this role sits as a group company secretary for the 3 companies in Nigeria, which means I have 3 stakeholders in terms of my chairpersons. And then I'm also the general counsel, head of legal, and I'm the chief compliance officer. I think what I would highlight about this role is the fact that no 2 days are the same. I have multiple stakeholders I deal with, and you know, the business, different business functions, boards of directors, and even regulators. And I have seasons depending on whether it's board meeting cycle, and then I have my company secretary hat on, or whether, you know, we have a legal risk that I'm managing. So that's really an intro into the role that I play. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tinade.
Okay, thank you. So my journey, I studied accounting from university, and I'm a chartered accountant. I'm a fellow of ICANN, and I worked in the banking sector for about 10 years before I moved to the oil industry, and subsequently the power industry. So I've been in the power space for the last 10 years. I was part of the privatization exercise and handing over to the new owners. And I would say that I've grown through the ranks. I started from the treasurer, and from there I moved to become the first female DMD for EcoDisco, and subsequently the MD. Thank you.
Love it. And
Over to me. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to be here and honored to actually be here. So currently I sit as the Managing Director of Endeavor Nigeria, and I like to say that if you look at my history, I'm a servant leader. So I support anything that's impact driven, and I get joy from seeing people succeed in what they do. So in my current role, I'm serving the people I work with to actualize what our business does, which is supporting high impact entrepreneurs to scale, to also give them opportunity to pay it forward and give them access to capital. And when we say entrepreneurs, I mean those are the people that are making the big changes in our economy today and our society. So yeah.
Thank you for that. I think, so I want to let everybody know we're going to have time for questions at the end. So if you do have a question, start to write it down, start to take those notes, and we'll leave some time for you. But my first question is going to go to you, Darren. As a woman who you've been able to navigate your way and find your voice in such a male-dominated career, how have you reached this point where you're able to find your voice, own your space in that male-dominated industry?
Thank you. So I would say that I wouldn't even say it's male-dominated. I'm in the legal field, but I do understand the context about the question. So the first point is there's a misconception that women need to maybe lose their femininity in terms of being heard. I actually would disagree with that. I bring my authentic self to any space I am in. However, I think that it's also important for women to be self-aware, and that self-awareness then leads to a positive perception of yourself. And so maybe from a high-level strategic view, I would always advise that even before the concept of discussing whether you have a voice or, you know, you are being heard in a meeting, how do you project? Because the truth is, how you are seen is how you are heard. So it's in the little things. Today, visibility is a soft skill. How visible are you in the company that you work with or in? And how do you project yourself to the people that you work with? And then even work on your confidence and, just everything around, even attending the Her Summit. So you find that over time, by the time you are in those spaces and you are speaking, be it at a board meeting or at an executive retreat, there has been some work that has been put into you that helps you to speak properly. And then there's also analysis paralysis. Some people maybe wait to have the perfect answer. Sometimes all it's about is having a conversation or even having questions at these spaces. So my own point is just be self-aware, and that self-awareness helps you to project yourself positively in, so-called male-dominated environment.
Visibility is a soft skill now. It's so important as women to be able to make sure that you are seen and heard. And I think this same question for you, Tinuade, is how are you also able to navigate as the managing director of EKPC? I don't think it's a small, it's not small play,
So it's not a small play. I actually work in an industry that is largely dominated by male. And on my board, for instance, I'm the only female out of 7 board members. And also in my company, it's largely dominated by male. So it's a daily, I won't say it's a challenge, but it's a daily experience that we all have to work with. And what I always say to my other female colleagues at work is that you must bring yourself to the table. You must ensure that you have the necessary capacity and training to ensure that you're also equally qualified. So my organization, we ensure that there's gender inclusivity. We encourage either you're a male or female, as long as you have the right credentials and you have the right skills, to have an opportunity for that role. Today we have female lines worker that climb poles. If you have the passion for it and you are qualified, we don't discriminate. But however, what I've also seen with some junior female colleagues is that there's this imposter syndrome that they feel that they are not as qualified as their male counterparts. And we all know also that there's a general stereotype that if you're not the strong-willed female person, you could easily be pushed aside. So you must speak up, you must be...
That's like super impactful. And I think that one of the things that stood out for me in what as you're learning, as you're growing, as you're humble, you are also making impact. So nobody can deny the fact that you're definitely making impact in that space. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me now? Okay. Anyways, and my next question is for Iriayomide. Speaking about impact, I know that for you, your passion is in entrepreneurship. What does impact mean for you? And not just for you, how do you define impact for entrepreneurs in Nigeria? What would you say is impact for those entrepreneurs as well?
Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, and I like that you know me for impact, because that makes me feel happy. So with impact, well, if you look at what entrepreneurship is solving, like you're trying to solve a problem, and you're using either innovation, risk management, whatever it is, but ultimately you're solving problems, a problem or problems that people need solutions to, and maybe you're just the person that is able to come up with the idea, have enough grit to want to actually solve that problem. But I'll say, in terms of impact, are you solving a problem that people want a solution to first? That if you're solving a problem that people want a solution to, you started with your impact, because Darren had a problem that she wasn't able to solve. She's frustrated, but Uriah was able to sit down with that problem and get a solution so I can sell it to you. Now, one of our portfolio companies, for instance, Flutterwave, recently posted that they had a graduate training program, and the graduate training program employed 85% of their students. Now, the beauty of that for me and the impact of that for me is Flutterwave started with a problem that they wanted to solve. They solved the Can you hear me? Yeah. They solved the problem to the point that they became a unicorn. Unicorn meaning that they have enough customers to be that billion-dollar company. And they're then giving it back, they're giving back. So they've solved the problem, which is impactful, but a ripple effect of this problem they've solved is they've looked at there's another problem in the society or in their market, which is training. Graduates need training, they need experience. They need, you come out of university and you want a job, but you're not experienced enough. But I need a job to get the experience, what do I do? Okay, let me go on extracurriculum work, but I can't afford it. So Flutterwave have then done that, but then 85% of the people that have gone to this graduate training have then got a job. So if you look at it, it's like continuously, it's like a ripple effect. So now they're creating jobs in a country where we have very, very high unemployment rates. So that is what impact is for me. I wanted to, I'm creating, an individual, a company, a person has solved a problem that is not, it might be helping everybody in my streets, but then the next street is thinking, oh wow, I need to adopt this. And I think it was our moderator that mentioned it, that when you're impacted, no, actually it was our convener that said this, that when you come here, you're going to be impacted. Talk to your neighbor, but when you leave here, it's going to transcend just being here. That is what impact is to me.
Thank you. And my next question, still for you, has to do with where you see the future of Nigeria and Africa as a whole in terms of the utilization of tech, right? Because you've spoken about problem solving, making impact. So how is tech playing into our future? How can we utilize AI and all these new things that we're starting to learn? How can we use them to make impact and to grow the continent?
That's a huge, and that's a whole panel session on its own. But I mean, if you think about how I look at technology is if you don't move with it, you're left behind. And it was so good that Auntie Betty gave an example where she was really big with Genevieve, but there came a point where it was dying down, and when she looked at it, the market had evolved. So everyone's digital, and she's still got the physical magazine. So adopting technology is a must. In Africa, if you're not in Africa already, you need to be. You look at, I would even go as far as Africa. Nigeria can be the next China, for instance. So if you don't embed technology in whatever you're doing, you are lost already. An example of that would be when we had COVID. So you'd see when the pandemic took place, those that already were using, Zoom and, were online, it was easier for them to adapt really quickly. Whereas those that didn't then had probably a lot of people had losses, but the people that were already technically inclined were. Now, when you think about our continent as Africa, it's technology inclusion. So we can say we have a population of over 200 million people, but how many of them have access to technology? So you then want to start there. You might even have a solution, and you're adopting a solution you've seen in the developed country, and you think you're going to just bring it here. You see a lot of things you have to change a lot of things, like Uber, for instance, abroad. They're not doing pay as you go. But when you adopt that here, you're now adapting to what our situation is. Whereas if everybody was technically inclined or financially included, that might not be necessary. But every business, every person needs to be thinking about how technology can be adapted into their lives. And then with AI is just artificial intelligence. So it's helping you be more, more efficient. So instead of making those mistakes. But if a person or a business is not even using their phone, how are you going to be able to get data to better your business? So it's necessary, and I think it starts with education before adoption. And there's a big gap for us in Africa. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Thank you. No, you did answer it. It's very important for us as women that we're navigating our careers to remember that new technologies that are coming out are also things that we have to constantly learn, constantly build ourselves up so that we're also not left behind and we're moving forward. And speaking of the future, Tinadi, I have a question for you. How would you say the future of Africa looks in terms of energy? I know the African Development Bank says 640 million people out of 1.4 billion on the continent don't have electricity. So what does the future look like? Especially now that we're having women like you in that space, making impact, what does the future of energy look like for our continent?
Okay. I'll start from Nigeria. From Nigeria and Africa, the sector is quite challenging. Today, we barely generate 4,000 megawatts in Nigeria today for the 200 million plus people. Nigeria is a country that has gas in abundance. However, we've not been able to get it right as it relates to power. And likewise, so many African countries. So what are the prevailing issues why this has not happened? One, I'll start from policies, government policies. The required financing that is required to do the infrastructure is not available. And so I would say for Africa and Nigeria, I would say we should be optimistic, largely optimistic that we'll have power one day. And with the right energy policies, we should. So take this morning, for instance, it rained heavily, and we had another system collapse. And as I was here, I was monitoring what is happening in the country just to see what we are battling with. So with the required financing, I know that AFDB, they have quite a lot of financing opportunities to enable us address the power issues. Africa also has a lot of renewable resources that we can use to generate power. And with the right financing structure, we should be able to get this done. And with people that has passion, that we have the right passion, and we are willing to follow through the process. So power is not something you can do within one day and expect a miracle. It takes a process, it takes years to build the right infrastructure as it relates to quality. And if you don't compromise on the quality that is required and the technical capability that we require to set the sector straight, we will have power.
I think it's, I still have a question for you. I think it's very important for, as we learn about these things, for more people to get into this industry, to be able to also assist in effecting the change that we all want to see and that we all want to benefit from. So what advice would you have for any young woman who wants to come into this industry, the energy industry? How would you guide them? What would you say to them?
Okay, so for the power industry, there's a lot of opportunity. And there are different sets of the industry. So I will break it down. So Nigeria is prevalently 80% gas in our generation. There are gas companies where any female person can work from. There are generating companies, you have the transmission company, and you also have the distribution company. So depending on what aspect of the power industry you have interest in, and also depending on the kind of skills that you have. And what I always say and tell people is that you need to get the right skills, you need to get the right training, and that will shape what parts of the power industry you want to play in. Either it is renewable, either it is solar or hydropower, or either engineering or maybe construction engineering, the different phase of power industry one can work with. What I also say to any young lady or anybody trying to get into the power space is that you also need to build a network. You need to look for people that are in that space, learn from their experience, look for a mentor that can also handhold you, let them share their experience, their own mistakes, so you don't repeat such again, and they can guide you in the right path to go. And don't be afraid for any challenge that comes on. So challenges are part of, and that's why we are there, to create solution. So if you are the type that loves solving problem, please, you are all welcome, because we need to solve the power issue for Nigerians. Thank you.
You're all welcome into the power industry. Please, we need to make change in that industry. Darian, I have a two-part question for you. The first is, what is one of the toughest challenges that you faced in your legal career? And also, what advice would you give to somebody who is looking to enter into that industry? I think the journey into being who you are is tough, like going through the educational system, building up your career and all of those things. So what would you say for someone who is trying to enter into your industry and make changes positively?
Okay, thank you. I think I'll start with the second part of the question. So I think one mistake people make in terms of charting their career trajectories is that they allow their jobs to manage them. I'm always going on. I heard someone explain this and it stayed with me. It's very important to know the difference between your job and your career. What that does is it helps you plan and it helps you have a view of where you're going to and even manage the process of where you're going to. Your job is your day-to-day 9 to 5 where you work, but your career is actually what you control. So be it you're a lawyer or you're a banker or you're, someone in, any other sector, the point is if you have a 9 to 5 and you're not managing your career, you find people who say, I've been in this job for 10 years and I've never been promoted. But for someone who was intentional about managing their career, you may have a 3-yearly plan about where you should be, be it whether you're going in-house or you're transiting from a law firm into a in-house role, or even if you have plans to move to a multinational or a regional role. So what then happens is when you hit your 3-year mark and your current role is not working, it's a reminder that, okay, I need to make changes or do what I need to do. Be it find a job or even get some other skills that would position you for where you see yourself going. So I think that it's very important, and that's what I have tried to use to manage those issues, to manage your career, and then that actually positions you perfectly in your job and where you are going. And then the first part of the question was, you stated, well, I would say my toughest challenge, it wasn't so much about, being in the legal profession, so to speak. It was more transiting from a role to being a more senior leader where I work. And what I found as a challenge was sometimes, no matter how brilliant or technically sound you are, there are other skills that are required to execute a role. And when you are transiting, you may take it for granted. You may even have a sense of entitlement about transiting into the role. And I can use myself as an example. Before I was confirmed as company secretary, I work in a multinational, and I had to go through a process of actually writing a test and being, even though I was still in the company, getting good appraisals. And initially, it wasn't as smooth as I thought it would be. But what I did was I actually made the mischief work for me, because there was a delay in transiting into being an executive. And then I started working on myself, putting myself out there, working on my soft skills, my visibility. And the irony is that then seemed to make everyone know that she's ready for this role. It's weird. I mean, I'm shortening this process, but the point is, be self-aware. And I keep saying self-awareness, be self-aware and just work on what you think can help you project what you want to be. And the rest, as they say, is history.
Thank you so much. Irayo, I think same question for you. It's like, what's been the toughest challenge for you, and what advice would you have for a young woman trying to navigate as an entrepreneur?
Thank you so much for that. So a lot of challenges, I'll say. Like, I don't even know where to start. But I think Auntie Betty, touched on it. And it's something that I actually, like you said, you went to study. So I'm usually very, very comfortable being at the back and just being the fixer and making sure everything works. And I think I made mention that I see myself as a servant leader, where whatever you need to tick, I will make it happen to make it tick. So when you're then given the opportunity to be the leader, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And then you have self-doubt, and you need to actually deal with that. So I'll say the first leadership role I got, where I was managing a team. And in all my roles, I was managing teams, but I was like the COO. You're not the face. You're the chief of staff. You're doing the work, but nobody knows you're the one, like nobody sees you as the one doing the work. First thing I done was I actually went and I signed up for a women's leadership course at Oxford. And that was so enlightening, because it told you all the obstacles we put in ourselves, but we probably got them from how you were brought up, where you think you're a woman, I'm not supposed to do that, or you need 10 things and you have 9.5 and you think, no, I'm not going to go for that. But a guy has 4, not even half of what is needed, and he goes there boldly. And not saying that you need to be bold, but it's like being comfortable in yourself and your ability is one of the things. And if when you're talking about people coming into, you know, being an entrepreneur or being in leadership, in a leadership role, an entrepreneur, I would say, becoming an entrepreneur is not easy. It's not for the weak. So be sure that that's what you want to do, and be sure that you're actually solving a problem that people want solved. Because if the problem is there, nobody's going to pay to solve the problem. You have no clients, you don't have no market value, you know, like you don't have a product market fit. So there's actually no point in you doing it. But I would say you always have to work on yourself. Once you know yourself and you position yourself, all things work together for good. So despite me saying, oh, I'm not sure if I can do the job, not even in this role, my previous show, I did it, then you get elevated. And every time you feel comfortable, I feel uncomfortable, it's because you're going the right way. Once you're in a room where you don't feel uncomfortable, throw yourself out because you need to grow. So every challenge that comes your way, everything that looks like an obstacle is an opportunity for you to actually improve yourself and be comfortable where you are so that you can then progress to the next level. That's what I'll give them. Thank you.
Thank you. Very solid advice. I think that as we sort of wrap up and prepare to take questions, one final question that I do have for you is, what would be your most candid tip to securing the bag? Yes, how do you have those conversations when you know that I feel like I should be paid more, have more value? How do you have those conversations? As a young girl building your career, how do you have those tough conversations with your managers, your leaders? And
So ironically, I had a conversation with somebody yesterday about this. So once you're providing value, you need to know your worth and then add some tax. Because when you're looking at your paycheck, they're collecting tax from you. So, and some of the tax they're paying, you're like, what am I paying for? So when you know your value, again, going back to knowing yourself, you start the conversation. Somebody told me yesterday that she was rooting for somebody that she knew her value. It was 3 months maternity leave you're allowed to take, but she wouldn't show up for, I wouldn't advise people to do it, but she knew her value so well that she wouldn't show up until it was 6 months. And that became the norm in the company they worked for, because she was also, you know, fighting for the females. So once you know your value, you can come to the table and speak up. But if you're not speaking up, say for instance, I think the doctor spoke to, when you're invited on the table, make sure you contribute. Even if you don't know, go and research, make sure you're talking, because they didn't open the door or didn't give you a seat at the table not to speak. Now, when you can comfortably and confidently speak, the same applies. You might be shaking. You know, when you see the dock on the water, it looks like it's gliding the swan, but under it you'll go through it. But if you don't start the conversation, you never secure the bag. But money follows value. So if they know your value and I'm like, look, I need a pay rise times 100, and you're not going to give it to me, somebody else will pay for it. So it's always knowing what you're worth and then being able to actually be confident enough to speak up for what you're worth.
Thank you. Very valuable tip. Money follows value. So you do have to also position yourself as someone who is valuable and let people see that value. I do have a question for you, a final question around, you did mention that on your board you're 1 female to 7 male. I want you to share the importance of also holding other women up as you grow in your career, because the space at the top, it choke. You know, nobody wants to really give too much room. So can you share some of the importance of holding other women up as you navigate your career?
That's for me, right? Yeah. Okay. So it's quite lonely at the top, and unfortunately, you see very few female executives at that top level. And what I've tried to do is also ensure that I have a mentor. So when I was first appointed, so I'm already used to my board members. I've been working with them, though as a chief accounting officer then, and DMD. But it was a different ball game when I became a board member. And I had to ensure that one of the first things I did was to improve on my soft skills. Being smart is not enough sometimes. Being intelligent is not enough, unfortunately. You also have to have high emotional intelligence. So I had to quickly build on that. And immediately I realized that being the only female is not quite interesting. Reason why? When you have all male room, I get the only female. I'm quite a confident person, so I can speak to anyone politely, and I'm also humble. Sometimes you just want to look back and see you have another female in your room supporting your ideas. So let me share one quick experience. There was a time, so there's this thing that I practice in my office, in my workplace. We introduced the town hall virtual meeting where I and my executive team, we go online and we take questions from all employees. So we try to do that at least once a quarter, just to hear from everybody. And we make sure that you can remain private without people knowing who you are, and you can ask any questions, no bad. So one of the questions that was prevailing at the time was they wanted flexi work time. Remember, I work in a utility company that's meant to provide service 24/7, and we are meant to be at duty 24 hours of the day, no public holiday, no holidays. And here, most of my young workforce were clamoring for flexi work time. They want to work from home. And I had to do the hard job of going to the board to request for an approval. It was a tough meeting. And at that moment, I realized that it would be good to also use the opportunity to bring other women up. So one of the things that also led me, so currently I launched a mentorship program on my birthday for female. It's called Imagine. I realized that we need to start building young female, those that have passion in career, and older, and also encourage and create opportunity. So when I see training opportunities for any of my female colleagues, junior colleagues now, we're once on the same level, I nudge them in that direction that you need to go for this training. Especially if it's going to be funded, if it's within my limits, I get it done. If it's not within my limits, I make sure I get the board approval for it. Reason why? Because I'm also trying to build potentials in them, for them to have the right skills to be able to also navigate, and also opportunity. But what I've also seen in some industries that most female, we keep saying that as females we want to help each other, but truly, I was telling someone yesterday night, do we really help each other? We all do, not everybody, but I'll say some do a lot of lip service about it. But in actual fact, if we are really helping each other to grow, when we see opportunity, when we see training opportunities, when we see vacancies, or opportunity that will make someone else grow, we should be able to nudge any other person that's, can you go for it, try it out, and give pointers of how that person can also develop herself. So in my current executive team, I will tell you that at the chief level, I have more female than male. So today we're about, plus myself, I think we're about 6 female and 4 male. So what I also do is that part of my day-to-day activity, I create, even if it's 30 minutes, for counseling session. One of the things I also introduced was to ensure that at our clinic, we got a psychologist to also help counsel people, guide them, nudge them on speak up when they're having challenges. So one of the things we also did was to ensure that we had a sexual harassment policy, and we made sure that we adhere to the rules, and just to make sure that the environment is conducive for anybody to express themselves. So that we've done, and that I will continue to do. And outside of work, it's one of my passions to see young female in any career grow. And one thing I also did in the office was to get my office to include, as part of their CSR, to introduce energy clubs at the secondary school level, where we see young girls, not just young girls, but we just feel that the sector needs, we need new ideas, innovative ideas. We've been doing the old things the same way, and we expect new results. we're not getting those results. So we need to get people interested in engineering. And so we've started at the secondary school level to introduce STEM clubs to get people interested. And those are things and ways we feel that as a company, we can add impacts and be impactful to encourage people. So,
yeah, I love that. Thank you so much for sharing like all those wonderful, wonderful tips. And my final question, Darren, is as you navigate your career, and sometimes it's such a tough, long, tasking journey, what is the importance of like a support system? What does a support system look like for like the average corporate babe? What does a support system look like? I know family, you know, but like outside of that, what does also a professional support system look like?
That's an interesting one. Well, what I would say is it's important to, as I said earlier, the visibility rule or, you know, skill. But in terms of support system, once you go out there and you liaise with people in your field, in your sector, you then have a sort of view or people you can fall back on in terms of what you require. So I sit, for example, on the in-country exco team, and that actually is my support system. I find that people don't realize that they spend over, I believe, 70% of your time at work. So you might as well ensure that the people you work with, you get along with them, and they are also accountability partners. So for me, I just have this strategic view in the way I look at the work I do, and I ensure that it works for me. So I also am intentional about giving my best in whatever I do. So some people give everything to work and then become a little bitter in terms of maybe, you know, the home front is lacking. So just find a balance, as they say, maybe not a work-life, maybe integration. And, you know, I will say there isn't no clear path of how I ensure that happens, but I'm intentional about staying sane, staying, you know, authentically me. And I have these accountability partners that, you know, remind you when you are, you know, getting the balance right or wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope that everybody has learned 1 or 2 things, 3 things, 4 things, 5 things. Thank you so much for sharing like your tips, your journey with us as you've navigated your career. And we're going to open the floor to the audience for 1 or 2 questions. Okay, we already have a question. How do I get it? Wow. Okay, the question is for Darren. Let me read it out. You occupy 3 roles. How do you protect yourself to people? Which of the roles do you put on your LinkedIn or CV? And then the person also shares their personal experience. I do several things in my current organization, and I'm struggling with how to position myself without losing opportunities. I like to manage operations, provide strategies, and supervise people to execute. I have started small and moved quickly to the management level in my current organization and past. Currently, I am trying to transition and move to a structured organization. So how do I position myself?
Thank you. That's such a great question. And it's interesting because there was actually a challenge I had in that issue. So my actual job title is governance executive or executive head governance. But the truth is that is within the company I work with. If you ask people who is a governance executive, they might think someone in charge of ethics. So what I just do is I read the room and I ensure that depending on the space I am in, it is clear what I do. So if I'm in a compliance forum, then I wear my chief compliance officer hat on. If you go to my LinkedIn page, for example, my headline has nothing to do with governance. I put company secretary, general counsel, chief compliance officer. I'm intentional about that simply because not everyone would understand that that governance entails those 3 hats. So I'll just say read the room and project what you need to project where you are. There's nothing, maybe some might say I'm being dodgy, but no, I am the chief compliance officer. I'm the head of legal, I'm the group company secretary. And then that way you can ensure that you are seen for what you do. And frankly, you are remunerated for what you do. Thank you.
Very true, very true. Thank you. I hope that answered your question, whoever sent the question. Do we have any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Madam Derin spoke about being intentional about your career, like rather than being intentional about your job, knowing that this is where you want to be. So my first question, sorry, I have like 4 questions. My first question is, seeing that you are here, did you always know that this is where you wanted to be? Like or you stepped up when the opportunity presented itself? So did you have an idea that, oh, I was going to be a company treasurer for 3 companies? Did you have an idea that you're going to be the MD of Eco Electricity and all that? So that's the first question. The second question is, navigating your career to this point, was there a time you were stuck? And what are the actual steps you took? And I'm not just saying like, oh, put yourself out there, be visible. Like, did you have to take a master's? Did you have to take an MBA? What particular skills did you have to take to be where you are now? And then I would ask also, I mean, I like the fact that you said you were not an engineer, but right now you are the head of Eco Electricity. So I'm an architect, yeah, and I want to be in a space where I don't have to be boxed into a place. What exactly do I need to do? What are the skills? I don't know if I want, like, what are the skills? What do I need to do to be a company treasurer? What do I need to do to be an MD? Because like you said, it's not about being smart. It's not about the course you took and all that. Then lastly, I'll say 10 years ago, what advice would you give yourself? Maybe knowing what you know now, what advice will you give yourself to say that, to make the journey smoother or to be on a higher pedestal than where you are right now?
It's quite lengthy, but those are valid questions. So the first question was, did I ever knew I would be an MD? No, that's the honest answer. I remember way back when I was in Access Bank Training School many years ago. One of the things we were made to write then was to write our 5 years goal, 10 years goal, 15 years goal, where you wanted to be. And I remembered writing that by the time I've done 10 years in career, I would like to be an entrepreneur and have my own business, do my own thing. I've tried that, even while still at paid employment, but it didn't work out as I planned. And one thing about having goals and aspiration is that as you move along, there's nothing wrong in going back to the drawing table to reset those goals and check to see which ones have you attained and check with where you want to be. So I was quite also intentional about my education. When I got married, I had not done my master's then, but I made sure that I tried to do that because I have projected and I had dreams of what I would like to be in future. Not just because I wanted to be MD. So I never even thought of being MD, to be honest with you. I was, as the other lady said earlier, I was always good at working at the back of the scene and just providing the trainings. Either the company was willing to pay for it or I was going to pay for my pocket. I looked for opportunities to train myself. I looked for free opportunities like this to come to this kind of seminars when I was growing up in my career ladder to just learn. And anytime I see anything free online also, I do a lot of e-learning and also encourage my colleagues at work to also do that. So I made use of opportunity that I had then. And I got into the power space. And when we came in, there were a lot of opportunity because we're just doing privatization. And you know when there's acquisition, any acquisition that happens, more often than not, the investor would come in with their own team and change the management team. So I was fortunate to have gotten a role then. And when I realized the huge space, I decided to show interest, even in department and functions that was not necessarily mine. Not because I wanted to be MD, but because I just had passion. And I also wanted to be someone that when I'm asked any question, I'm able to address the question or able to at least make a conversation. So if today you ask me that, why is there no lights? I'll be able to speak to it. I don't have to wait for my engineer to speak to that. So I was quite intentional, and when there were difficult projects to do, I volunteered myself. Even when it was tough and navigating through unions and working with the men, when my other colleagues were running away, I was always at the forefront. And I think my board members noticed that easily, that any tough job, Tini will get it done. And that spoke for itself. So when they were going to look for a new MD, they sought to look inwards without going outside to shop for one. And that was how I got appointed. So I would say that as an architect and any organization where you're working, show interest to understand what happens in customer service, what happens in HR, be an all-rounder. Any opportunity you have to learn, to know about your organization or your industry, please make use of it. Please write me the questions.
Yeah, I think that was about it, to be honest. And you guys, don't worry, you still have opportunities to connect with our amazing speakers. I know you have tons and tons of questions for them. We have run out of time. I do wish we had longer time, but thank you all so much. I know we had one more question. Do you want to ask it? Or you're good? Okay. So you can connect with them afterwards. Please feel free to use this opportunity to learn from them and ask them questions that you'd want to use. Thank you so much, ladies. It was so amazing to learn from you. Please, a round of applause for these amazing women.
Thank you so much. If you thoroughly enjoyed that session, please give him another round of applause. Thank you. And on behalf of Estee Lauder, we have these beautiful gift bags for you. Thank you. Thank you, Estee Lauder, for supporting. Thank you very much, DJ. That was our first panel, ladies. I hope you have learned. Please applaud the panelists and, of course, our able moderator as they exit the stage. Thank you. I hope you picked some insights on how to navigate challenges through your career and how to build a successful career also. Thank you so much. We'll be moving on very quickly to the next panel conversation today, and that will focus on her digital transformation era. And this will give us insights into how to leverage digital technologies to transform businesses, their operations, and processes. To moderate this panel conversation, we have a multifaceted lawyer and results-driven generalist with a diverse background encompassing 8 years of experience in beauty and hospitality. Throughout her career, she has consistently achieved top and bottom line goals and delivered impactful projects, as well as showcased exceptional expertise in corporate communications, relationship management, critical thinking, and problem solving. She is well versed in creative thinking, research, and stakeholder engagement. Please let's make welcome the one and the only Mercy Familusi to moderate this conversation. She'll be off stage to bring up other members of her panel. Over to you, Mercy.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Good morning, ladies.
Oh, afternoon already. Good afternoon, ladies. Hello. How are you all today? Okay, so I'll just move on quickly to introducing my panelists. We have Mayokun Olabi. Mayokun is a distinguished professional with over 11 years of experience in the digital payments industry. She holds a bachelor's degree in information technology management from the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, and an MBA from Edinburgh Business School, Scotland. Mayokun has also honed her expertise through programs from renowned institutions like Lagos Business School, Nigeria, and Harvard Business School. Mayokun's impressive credentials include certifications as a business data analyst, project management professional, and SAP MM consultant, just to mention a few. Currently serving as the regional lead for partnerships and payments enablement West Africa at Flutterwave, Mayokun spearheads the enablement of payment channels across Flutterwave's largest markets through strategic partnerships. Her impactful contributions extend to her previous role at NIPS, where she played a pivotal role in industry initiatives that have revolutionized payments landscape in Nigeria. With a wealth of knowledge and experience, Mayokun brings a deep understanding of digital payments, partnerships, and industry information. Please welcome Mayokun. Okay, so moving on to Omotunde Ibironke. Omotunde is a media and communication strategist. Over the course of 8 years, Omotunde has established herself as a project manager, business strategist, and communication specialist. In addition to her wealth of experience as the head of partnerships and projects at Bella Nigeria, Omotunde holds a bachelor's degree in computer science. She has been able to provide leadership expertise and strategic thinking to build a rewarding and secure future for Bella Nigeria. She's also a digital content creator with expertise in building brand saliency within diverse markets across Africa. Please welcome Omotunde Ibironke. So, moving swiftly to my final panelist, Alvina Ode. Alvina is a highly skilled brand and marketing communications expert. With expertise in digital technologies and brand creation, Alvina possesses a unique blend of creative vision and strategic thinking. With a passion for building and enhancing brands from the ground up, Alvina has successfully developed and implemented comprehensive marketing strategies that drive brand awareness, customer engagement, and business growth. Some of these strategies include leveraging digital technologies such as artificial intelligence to boost overall company performance. Alvina currently sits as a senior manager in Fiber One, where she heads the brand and marketing communications department. Throughout her career, Alvina has demonstrated a deep understanding of the power of cohesive branding and its impact on shaping consumer perception. She excels at conducting market research, analyzing industry trends, and translating insights into compelling brand position and messaging strategies. By leveraging her digital technology skills, Alvina has effectively created visually stunning and user-friendly digital experiences that align with brand objectives to drive conversions and grow businesses. She's a strategic thinker with a keen eye for detail, enabling her to oversee brand guidelines and maintain brand integrity across all touchpoints. Additionally, her strong project management skills have allowed her to successfully lead teams and meet deadlines in fast-paced environments. Overall, Alvina brings a comprehensive skill set that combines brand management, marketing communications, artificial intelligence, and the ability to create brands from ground up. With a results-oriented mindset and a passion for innovation, she's dedicated to delivering impactful brand strategies and driving business success. Please welcome Alvina.
Yes, y'all is the one and only. Get up.
So thank you all very much. We'll just move on and welcome. You all look gorgeous. Okay, so moving on, I have one question that I think is pertinent and will open up the conversation for all three ladies. And in recent years, we have seen that, there are more and more conversations that are being started around the importance of, leveraging digital and personal branding for your growth. At the very least, in the past 5 to 6 years, it has been more and more evident. But I would like you, ladies, to briefly tell us one personal defining moment for you when you experienced the impact of digital in your personal or professional lives. I'd like to start with you, Mayoku.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I'd just like to say a big thank you to Nkem and the entire Her Network team for organizing this summit. And thank you for giving Flutterwave the opportunity to be part of the sponsors of this event. To answer your question, Mercy, the defining moment, that was what you said, right?
Yes, for you. In your experience, what has been one defining moment that essentially served as a testament to the importance of, leveraging digital and personal branding?
Okay, so to answer your question, I'll say that it was when I was transitioning into middle management. The thing is that when you're in entry level, you may not really think it's very important to be very present in terms of visibility within your company, whether it's online or. But when you're in middle management, you're transitioning and you're looking forward to going into that senior level, you need to ensure that you are present, you are there, more visible. And so at that point, I wasn't so active on ensuring that you're now in the forefront so that people can see who you are and see your...
of our operations are digital. And when I joined 4 years ago, interestingly, I realized a different type of customer care setting. So before joining, I mean, the customer care structure I knew was, one-on-one. I'm seeing your facial expression. I can tell how you're feeling. But I joined Bella, and I realized that everything that we did via email. So I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know how you're looking. But the rule was that you have to. I know then they would say before you start to type, smile. So when you're smiling, it kind of reflects in what you're typing. So I think that was one digital setting that I experienced when at the entry level. Fast forward to now that I handle partnerships, that's another one. I just had to mention that to build up to what I said. Still being that platform where we don't get to see people all the time. Even with partnerships, I know that when you hear partnerships, you're looking at going to someone's office, putting up a presentation. At Bella Nigeria, it is not so. So my job is to ensure that over the phone, via emails, I am getting the job done. So the digital part of it is, as the head of partnerships, I leverage more on LinkedIn as a platform. I am confident enough to go on LinkedIn and send you a message. What's the worst that will happen? You won't reply me. But I will send you a message, and I will make sure that my speech, my introduction speech is catchy enough for you to know that it's not that I'm jobless, so I need you, you need me. Let's do business. So yeah, that's what I do. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for that question. I've been thinking about it, and I would like to highlight my digital transformation moment. It would be when I got my job. I had built my career by myself. I didn't start off my career joining a business. I had to build my business myself. So going for interviews 10 years, 15 years ago, they're always like, where have you worked? I'm like, well, I have not worked anywhere, but I have a list of clients. Oh, no. So after getting a lot of no's, I said, I have to design my life, make my choices, and follow a path that I will curate for myself. And that was what I did. I ended up getting my master's in web design. I was already designing websites. But I just got that master's as a proof of concept for me. So at the time I was now joining Fiber One, they were like, this lady's too young to be in senior management. How will she communicate with the board? She's too young. But what made me differentiate myself was that they told me, immediately after my interview, I sent what I would call my after-sales sheet. I don't know how to explain it. I'll have to share it if you'd want to see it. I highlighted things that would not necessarily be on my CV, but like a breakdown of all the times I have made impacts in businesses, in strategies, with links to show that I have done this. And in as much as I was the youngest, because of the way I presented myself, I was the most qualified. So thank you. So at the core of digital connecting digitally, it is making sure that you communicate with the people that you're trying to obviously communicate with, but make sure that they comprehend who you are. So you have to get to that point where you actually have a holistic understanding about who you are, and then design it in such a way that communication can be comprehended by anybody that is interacting with you.
Okay, thank you, Alvina. I actually do have a follow-up question to what you've just said, and I think it's important for everyone in the room to really listen and to understand how evidently important it is for you to take charge of, leveraging digital and growing your personal brand and maybe your business as well, and how we can work for you in just being a differentiating factor for you. But moving on to my follow-up question, you clearly do have experience in building brands from ground up, be it your personal business or those of your clients. I'd like you to share with everyone in the room, for the benefit of those looking to leverage digital and personal brand or corporate brand for their careers, those that are trying to grow their businesses as well, and those that are just, passionate about the organizations they work for and are trying to see how they can leverage digital for their organizations. What are key tips that you think that are important to take cognizance of?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm just going to stick with branding because that is how I would be able to explain this. There are a lot of touch points. A lot of times, because of the way businesses are structured, everybody has their department. There is this tendency to feel like what is happening in human resource does not concern what is happening in marketing. It's not my business, and everybody works in silos. For a prosperous and cohesive brand, everyone has to work together. So it's now left for the organization to implement policies and opportunities for everyone to work together to create the ideal brand that everyone will be happy with. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Okay.
So, but then to answer the question of building a brand up, that is for organizations. As a business, we have to agree that the world is changing. It's not how it used to be before. Because of social media, we now have the opportunities to curate our dream. We might not have even gotten there, but we are projecting like we are. So what I would say is make sure that you project the best version of your business, the best version of yourself. Do not compromise. If you have a business and you need to create content or whatever, make sure that the background, the environment, just take note of little things that might look that might reduce the value that you're trying to project. So it's very important that you are paying attention to those key details. That's actually what will separate you from the rest.
Okay, thank you very much, Alvina. So let's move on to Mayokun. If you were not already taking notes, I would advise that you bring out your phone, your notepads, and your pens and take notes because gems are being dropped here. Mayokun, you heard partnerships and payment enablement at Flutterwave. You've already told us about how you had to now start projecting yourself in your personal life for your career growth. But let's deep dive a little. Let's take a little deep dive into your career and just your experience, your day-to-day experience on the job. How have you seen that people or businesses or organizations that you're trying to partner with, and this is specifically on partnerships in this instance, have you seen that either Flutterwave or the client or the other party or parties, have you seen that leveraging digital and branding has helped in making decisions and just enabling smoother partnerships?
Okay, thank you, Mercy. Before this, before we were approached to be part of the summit, I was the regional lead for payments and partnerships for West Africa at Flutterwave. However, my role has now been expanded, and I'm now the VP of Global Expansions and Payment Partnerships for Anglophone Africa. So that's the English-speaking part of Africa, West, East, and Southern Africa. So in a nutshell, what my team and I do is we enable different payment channels by partnerships, basically, across all the said regions. So when you want to make a payment, or you want to make a payment, or I make a payment, we are the ones that make it as seamless as possible so that you can pay anyone, anywhere in the world. I'm sure you will agree with me that digitization in terms of finance in Africa has taken a total turn. It's a game changer, and it has affected everyone. It has impacted everyone, whether businesses or individuals. So in terms of partnerships, so you know that one of the missions at Flutterwave is to make payments really simple. So we've simplified the cross-border transactions, things that used to be such a hassle before. We've made it so easy. So if you want to purchase something from someone in Nigeria and you live all the way in Australia, you're able to do so through our platform. If you want to buy something and you're in America and you want to buy something from someone in Egypt, we've made it easy and simple. So cross-border transactions is no more headache. We've made it simple. Secondly, I will also say we've also integrated ourselves into everyday problems. So the needs of everyone. So you're not just creating products. Gone are the days when people used to create generic products. Now we're creating products for your specific needs. We're meeting you at the point of your need. I'll give an example of our product, Tuition, where we have created the pathway for parents, guardians, students to be able to make payments, make school fees payments anywhere in the world. So if you want to, you're going abroad, you're going to University of Lincoln, you can pay with Naira instead of having to source FX. That's the way that we're meeting needs through partnerships. On the other hand, still talking on FX, sourcing FX, we recently launched a product called Swap, where you can get dollars on demand for maybe paying your subscriptions, paying an exam fee, for even PTA. And that's what we've really done to make sure that it's easy and simple. Then finally, I'll also say artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is definitely going to change the way we all think, the way we all do things. Everything is going to change. There's going to be robo-advisors, there's going to be maybe investments, automated budgeting, automated everything. Maybe even automated brain resetting. Maybe when you go to a website and you decide that you want to buy a bag of $10,000, but your account is actually maybe the equivalent of $1,000. And then maybe a robot will just be like, Madam, please close that website. Your account, you cannot afford it based on your account balance, please. Yeah, but that's just a joke. But yeah, we're going to get to that point. And I'm sure all the things that we've seen in the movies over the years, they are now coming to pass. Like, these are actually coming reality. Who knew that the Apple Watch, we could speak into a watch when they were doing it like years ago? So yeah, so that's what we've really done with partnerships, because the truth is that you can't really do it alone. If you want to do it alone, you won't really go far. You have to have that partnership and collaboration, and we've embraced that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll come back to you. Let's park that. There's a follow-up question, but I'll come back to that. Omotunde, I really want us to talk about building sustainably on digital. And also because I think it's important that, as much as there are conversations around, your personal brand, using digital and all, beyond the now, beyond the building from ground up, how do you ensure that there's sustainability? I mean, it's interesting you've worked at Bella Nigeria for a while, and Bella Nigeria has grown sustainably. So through the lens of your experience at Bella Nigeria or the Bella Nigeria story, please talk to us about, how each and every one of us can truly grow our brands and leverage digital in such a sustainable way that would reap continuously.
Okay. Thank you very much. I love that I'm using Bella Nigeria as a case study here. This year, Bella Nigeria clocked 17 years. And I think I would give a huge shout out to Uche Pedro, my boss, and an amazing woman. Please, if you can give her a round of applause, I think she deserves it, really. So, this platform started as a blog for people that do not know. And I feel even now we have people that say, is it not that blog? It is not that blog. Bella Nigeria has evolved into a digital advocacy platform. We're very big on community development. We're very big on digital entrepreneurship. Like, we do a lot of things. In the course of 17 years, it has grown from being a blog to having four amazing arms. We have the Bella Nigeria, the corporate page, we have the weddings, we have style, and we have our community development platforms and projects to sell the market. But then, to answer your question, and I think I would say this through the eyes of Uche as well, because I've been there for 4 years, so I definitely understand the few things she must have put in place before having that brand and where it is now. The first thing I would say is, for anyone who wants to start a brand, a business, and you want to sustain it, the first thing you need to do is have a very, very clear identity for your business or your brand. What is your vision? What is the mission you have for this brand? Who are you as a brand? What do you want to project to the world? You need to first of all understand that. After this is understood, the second thing you want to do is you want to have quality and have a very good standard for your business. Bella Nigeria, again, I am sure people will know, agencies, PR companies will know, we have a standard that we have built. So you can't send us any content. We don't build on negativity, we don't build on controversy, and it is something that people know, so they don't even send it to us to even work on. And I think that's because a standard has been built, and because people have known what it is, they already align with your goals, they know what you represent. So once you've built the quality that you want for your business, and then you also have, the high standard that you want to maintain. The third thing you want to do is you want to have an amazing relationship with the people that patronize you. I always tell people, as head of partnerships, and interestingly, I started as a business development associate at Bella Nigeria. A year after, I was promoted to the business development lead, and now I'm head of partnerships. So I have tasted 3 different departments in that organization, and I understand the essence of relationship. As much as we do buy and sell, we don't buy and sell. It is your goal for your business and your brand to understand the needs of the people that will patronize you. What do they want? What is that thing that if you give to them, it will give them value? Value is very important. So you need to have that relationship with your consumers or your customers. After that, digitally now, you have to have efficient tools for analytical reports. For every promotion that you put out, for every service that you offer, for every product that you sell to people, you have to give them reports. They have to see how well it has done, how less it has done, so they can also use that to know what to do better. So you have to give them statistics to show that you offered them value, or else you've really done nothing. And then the last thing, and in line with what Mayoko said, there's AI now. The digital space is evolving. You have to have continuous learning and adaptability, sorry, permit me to say. Things are changing, things are evolving. You can't just sit down and say you have a brand. Well, things are changing around me and so what? No, you need to sit down and ask yourself, what are the things you can do as a brand to ensure that you are in vogue, let me use that word. You are aligned with what has changed, So I really think with these 5 things, you are able to sustain your brand. That's what I believe one of the few things that Uche has done to ensure that Bella Naija is what it is now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Speaking about building your brand sustainably, and this question I will direct specifically as a follow-up question to you, Omotunde, and then move on to Alvina, because aside leading digital at Fiber One, Alvina also runs my branding academy, which I don't think I touched on earlier. So there are several platforms that keep popping up on a daily basis, for lack of a better. Tomorrow you wake up, there is Threads, it has evolved into something else. There is TikTok, shout out to Adesola, that is doing such a great job in country. There is Instagram, which, there's Facebook and several other platforms. In trying to grow your brand and leverage digital with focus on social media in this instance, what do you think is the best strategy for businesses and private individuals? Do you have to hop on several platforms, or do you have to focus on one platform? Do you have to always, adopt when there's a new platform? What do you really think, in your experience at Bella Naija and Alvina, in your experience with my branding academy?
So I would, to answer your question, I want to say that for anyone who is going into branding, or you're starting, you are offering a service, or have a product you want to put out, one major reason why you are doing this is for customer engagement and awareness. I mean, I feel that's the key thing. You want people to know your business, and you also want people to not just know your business or know about your business, but to engage with you. So it is okay if you are relevant on every platform because you want to create awareness. However, I would say that you need to prioritize. You need to know, first of all, what does my brand represent? Who am I as a brand? Once you have that answer, the next thing that you're thinking about is, okay, who are the people I'm selling this service to? Who are the people I want? You have to understand that, their psychological and geographical factor around it. Who are the people that I want to buy my product? If you're in the sports industry, or you're selling sneakers or sports gear, you have to understand the platform that has the community that resonates with what you do. Like I said, it's okay to be everywhere. Create that awareness, but prioritize. Are you focusing on Twitter because the people on Twitter will engage the way you want? Are you focusing on Instagram because it is more visually aligned and you want people to see more of what you do than hear? So prioritize and know exactly what you stand for. To wrap it up, I would say again, as much as we're saying, the digital space is evolving, platforms are coming up, you also want to be very discerning. Is every platform for you? You need to be careful, because you don't want to jump on a platform because, hey, it's what's popping. Yes, it's what's popping, but does it serve the purpose that you want it to serve? Like Thread came out recently, and I know that a lot of platforms came on board late. And people say, this platform is not here yet. They are not stupid. But before you jump on, if for a brand that has sustained itself, before you jump on any new application, you need to sit down and ask yourself all the business questions that you can. Does it serve us? Is it what we want to do? Does it have the community we want to have as our consumers? So ask those questions, but being on everything, yes, it's okay, but prioritize.
Okay, just before Alvina answers the question, we'll soon get to the phase where we'll take questions. So please, if you have any question for our panelists, kindly write it down and just be ready to ask your questions. We'll take a few questions. Okay, Alvina.
Okay, so my answer to this question will be that you should build your own platform. What do I mean by that? Don't build TikTok, don't build Instagram, that's not what I'm saying. build your own platform by collecting the data of those that are engaging with you. Brings me to the concept of brand data unification. I've seen ads before on Instagram or wherever, and I've bought maybe a bag or whatever, and then I can't find the page again. The customer is looking for you, you are looking for sales. So I would say that most of the issues that that is happening right now in the digital space, you shouldn't be moved by it. You shouldn't jump on trends. You should actually focus on building your data. You see her network now. If Instagram, YouTube, WhatsApp, and everything shuts down, and her network wants to talk to all of us, they will talk to all of us.
Absolutely.
They will. So businesses should also have that concept at the back of their mind that beyond the service I'm giving to my customers, I should be able to mine data so that I'm in control of how I communicate with the people that want to communicate with me.
Thank you very much, Alvina. So I have one last question. The question I said we packed earlier for Mayokun. But please, if you have any question, just reach out to the resource person closest to you. We will take about 2 to 3 questions maximum so that you are at alert when it's time. So Mayokun, it's interesting how many services and the amazing work Flutterwave is doing in Nigeria and across Africa. But I would like to know, in leveraging digital, and I mean internally now as people that are selling services, or as a company that has several services that needs people to patronize, how have you seen behind the scenes that, marketing and leveraging digital has really impacted the uptake and the adoption of the services that Flutterwave offers?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think I'll say we don't do copycats. We don't imitate. We run our own race. We create our own pathways. We say that we want to be in this country, we will be in that country, and we'll come in differently. I'll give an example of our POS, the Flutterwave POS. We recently just got into the POS business, and when we got into the market, we wanted to come in with something different that won't be the same as every other POS out there, because there's so many POS terminals out there. And so we said, okay, what can we do differently? We added a couple of several value-added services, one of which is the pay with transfer on the POS. So you can transfer directly to the POS and you get an instant receipt. So that amongst several others was a game changer for us. So that's what I would say, is that we don't do copycats. We run our own pace. In fact, we set the pace for others to follow. Thank you.
Okay, that was a very strong one. Thank you very much. Any questions, please? Okay. People, please. You can always engage with our panelists after the sessions. Okay, thank you. The first person.
Hello, everyone. My name is Muji. My question is for Alvina. She just talked about, before I go ahead, I've really learned from this session. Big shout out to all the panelists. But
Thank you.
My question is directed to Alvina. I thought she said something very profound about brand data unification, because I think that everyone here, one way or the other, or we have a lot of entrepreneurs in the house. So Alvina, what would you say is the starting point to brand data unification, and how, you mentioned how it helps business, but how can one start?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. For brand data unification, the key starting point is by collating the data. What do I mean? When a customer sends you a message on Instagram, I want to buy this top, you would definitely need to take their phone number and their email address. Sometimes they might give you, sometimes they might not. But the starting point would be to take their phone number and their email address. Now, you should have a repository where you are keeping these items. You put in the customer's name, their email, and their phone number. It could be a Google Doc. It could be an Excel sheet, right? Now, the next level to that should be having a website. Because when you have a website, at the back end of your website, you should be able to see details of all the customers that have made purchases from you. We spend money on things that are not necessary at that point in our business. I've seen businesses engaging with influencers when they don't even have a website yet. So the basics, it should be to even start with a website, so that at the end of the day, when that influencer does that post or whatever, and the traffic comes to your brand, there should be a place where you can collect all the traffic as they are coming and categorize them in buckets. Another thing that you should also pay attention to is that when you have unified your data, it is also easy for you to know who to talk to. Let's say, for example, that you sell glasses, eyeglasses, and you've noticed that there's a particular customer that normally buys the cat eye design. Immediately, you are restocking that design. You would now reach out to them and say, guess what? So you would now reach out to them and say, guess what? This your favorite set of design is coming in next week. Buy right now, because once it comes in, you already know that they love it because you have the data. The data has informed you that this is actually their preference. The likelihood of you getting a repeat purchase from an existing customer will always be higher than a new one. So when people spend so much money and time running ads without actually trying to unify their data in such a way that that data informs the decision of the business, they would actually be wasting money in the long run. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alvina. Okay, one more. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda. I work as a product manager with First Bank. So my question is directed to Mayor Kun. Okay, so the first one is, what advice do you have?
Please, sorry, can we just take your most important question for now and then you can engage Mayor Kun later?
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah. What advice do you have for females who are caught up in between starting up their own tech firms and working for an already established tech firm? Because from your story, you said your digital transformation started from your mid-management era, your mid-management level. And there's this buzz, like every woman wants to be a co-founder, every woman wants to somehow transform their business into something tech. So as someone who is working in an already established tech firm, what advice do you have for any woman that is caught up in between starting up her own or just working for a tech firm? Yeah.
Okay, your name again?
Linda.
Okay, Linda, thank you. That was a great question. The truth is that not everyone will be an entrepreneur. That's just the truth. Some people will be intrapreneurs, meaning that you are in the company to develop products, bring innovation within a company. So I, for one, I always have 1,000,000,001 ideas. So, in fact, my husband and my mom and my sister, they're always tired of me. I'm like, oh, I have this new idea. But I'm not a co-founder or I'm not a founder. But I work for a great company where I'm able to deliver ideas that I have. So what I would say is that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. What works for me might not work for you. For you, you have to know, is your idea worth running for? Is your idea worth leaving what you're doing and start? Of course, any idea can be great, and any idea might not be, it might not look so big when you want to start, but then you know it will get big. But what I would say is that you should always learn from people first so that it's easier when you go out there on your own. Because it's actually not easy. I'm sure there are a lot of entrepreneurs here and they know that it's a daily battle, but once you have learned the ropes internally from the places that you've worked, and also the leaders that you work with, because every one of us are a product of some sort of leadership that we've received over the years, whether good or bad. It's up to you which part you take. So take all the good things and then launch when you're ready. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Mayakun. Do we have one last question? I saw one hand. Okay, the lady with the orange. Also, my apologies. There's this lady whose hand has been up consistently. The one with the orange outfit. Yes, please. Very briefly, in 1 minute, please, my apologies. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so my question is this. As a business owner, I have this challenge of people ordering on my website. And these same people order from Zara, they order from Jumia, Fashion Nova, and the rest. But when you tell them to order on the website, they're like, why? It's a challenge for me, honestly, because I want to have this data. I don't want it scattered. So I have a website, although some people order on the website too, but how do I make sure that anyone coming to buy something goes to the website? They don't come to the DM and start doing back and forth every single time.
Okay, thank you. She wasn't directing to anyone, but I do suspect that your question will require who?
Alvina.
Alvina. Yes, I do suspect that your question will require a very in-depth response. Am I right? Okay. You can give her a brief one.
Okay, so that is actually the challenge that most small businesses face in Nigeria. But there are two things you can do. Now, a customer can actually say that they're not going to order from your website. And when they send you that DM and you have that interaction, they will still order, right? The point is that they would eventually order. You would eventually get their phone number and you will eventually get their email address. When you get that data from Instagram, find time to transfer it back to your backend. So it's a lot of work at that point, but it is necessary work. Because you should also understand that if you don't communicate back, because what happens is that data is lost. If there is no one pulling out that information from any channel that is available, you would actually lose that data and you would also lose future opportunities. So don't see it as a lot of stress because they are not ordering at the moment. Your brand will get to a point where you would say no. If you don't order for the website, I'm not going to take that order. But when you're starting out, when you're trying to grow it, you have to, make these compromises. You can have maybe friends or family or whoever that you're comfortable with assisting you for those tasks, but the task must be done. You must unify your data. You must have that repository to make it easier for you to communicate with them eventually. Don't see that data transfer process as a stressful one. See it as an opportunity to remarket to those people so that you would know who your customers are and eventually you would speak their language and they would love you and they would do what you want them to do. Thank you.
So, what she has said. Another thing is that I would just say in less than 1 minute is the fact that if you have a business, you can't dwell solely on one platform. You have to have the redirection power, meaning that there has to be a link between either your Instagram, Twitter, or wherever social platform you're heavy on to your website. Use the power of CTAs. CTAs are called call to actions. Have something captivating that makes people go to are they winning a prize? Is there a discount involved? Something has to go from your social platform that captivates them enough to want to buy on your website to enjoy something from you. So make it fun and exciting for them.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, she just actually made me to remember something. So you will notice that the brands that you use as an example, Fashion Nova and the rest, you will notice that there are some discounts. They call it in-app purchase. If you download this app, you can only get this discount within the app. You can also apply that same principle to your business and say, this bag is 10,000 online on Instagram, but if you go to my website, you can get it for 8,500. That way, the person will ask themselves, let me get that discount.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. Please give them a round of applause if you've thoroughly enjoyed the session.
lovely gift bags for our panelists and our moderator. Please hold on.
Check two. Check.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause as they exit the stage after a powerful conversation on her digital transformation era. So very quickly before we move on, okay, let me allow us settle in. Let me feel your pulse. Are you having a good time? I think only the guys on my left-hand side are having a good time. Are you having a great time, Queens? Has this been well worth your Saturday? The O and Bears, your bed, enjoying a cozy movie, Netflix, and chilling? Is this worth it? All right, great. If you're having a good time, please put your hands together for her network online. Thank you. There's a QR code that I expect on the screen right now. Great, great. This is a Flutterwave deal. So bring out your phones very quickly. You can access deals on the Flutterwave store if you scan this QR code now. See, this is a CTA. I've learned from this panel conversation. Call to action. We have deals for you. You get discounted rates if you scan this QR code now. Flutterwave is one of our sponsors. They have made this event free for every one of us. So please scan this QR code. It will come up occasionally, but right now you can access it. At some other points during the summit, you would be able to access it again. But if you can right now, bring out your phones, scan the QR code, and access sumptuous deals on Flutterwave store. Thank you very much. And then, without wasting any further time, we'll move on to our next panel conversation. I particularly love that this conversation was included in this year's summit because it focuses on reclaiming her power. And what does this do? You know, there's, I think it was Fela Durotoye who said once that do not let your background keep your back on the ground. And this will focus on conversations around raising awareness, breaking down stigma, navigating grief and loss, social stressors, therapy, and how women can reclaim their power. And I also love that, you know, Auntie Betty did justice to analyzing the fact that it's not always rosy. People go through challenges, but what is most important is bouncing back from these challenges. To do the honors of moderating this conversation, I'd like to bring up our moderator, who would come up stage to bring up other members of. Our moderator is a certified therapist and clinical hypnotherapist with the School of Rapid Transformational Therapy, United Kingdom. She is also a certified member of the International Association of Counselors and Therapists, USA, as well as an associate member of the Network of Family Systems Engineering Practitioners, Nigeria. She's a life giver, kingmaker, and love being. She is air. She gives people reason to live, love, and breathe. She is light, and she brings clarity and understanding. Queens, who better to moderate this conversation on reclaiming her power than the one and only Adiola Kingsley James. A round of applause for her as she comes up stage to receive members of this conversation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So before we go into this segment, I want everybody to stand up. Because one of the ways to reclaim your power is to change your state. You know, I've been sitting down all day. I'm tired. I'm sure you two are, unless you're going to lie about it. So we're going to do something. We're going to play some music, and we're all going to dance. But then we're also going to go to the next line and hug somebody that you do not know and get your happy hormones going today. Yes? Are we going to do that? DJ, please one song for us because the girls are ready and I'm ready too. Thank you. So please go around and hug somebody. One person. If you want to hug two. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Say hi, Queen. You are beautiful. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, say hello to someone you don't know. Say hello to someone you know. I mean, hey, give a big hug to somebody. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for honoring me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We can settle down again. Now our energies are back up. Thank you. So, Nkem, thank you very much for this. I like to always tell her, and I said it to her privately yesterday, but I'm going to say it openly. She's one sister of mine that I always call, and she picks my call. And there's nothing I've asked her for that she's turned me down to, hence even being here today. So, Nkem, thank you for being that spirit of sisterhood. Thank you for that. Also, I have 4 sisters joining me, and I call them sisters because if we understand that we're all one spirit in different bodies, we will treat each other better. Yes? So I have 4 sisters, and I'm going to be bringing them on stage today. The first one is Queen Muriel. Please come on stage. She's the CEO and founder of Raising the Standard International. And please keep clapping for her, because she's my sister, guys. That's how we treat family members here. Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you. The next lady I have here is Tewa Onosanya, founder of Exquisite Magazine. Please join us on stage. Please keep clapping, guys. The next guest I have and sister that I have is Chinonso Arubai. Is Chinonso here? Please join us. Thank you. And Chinonso is a TV host and filmmaker. She's the CEO of Film City Studio Limited and founder of Look Art Me Beauty. Thank you for joining us today. Please sit down. And my last sister, but not the least, because everybody here is my sister, is Yolanda Okereke. She's the renowned costume designer in television and film, and she has done films like Blood Sister, King of Boys, and the list goes on. So thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us. Please, do we have, okay. All right. So, let's get to it. I think my first question would be to Queen. What does it mean to reclaim your power?
Hello, everybody. I'm very, very happy to be here. So the first thing I'll say, sorry, but you are indeed a therapist. Thank you for changing their states, because I was literally coming up here to do that. Reclaiming your power starts by understanding where did you lose it in the first place. A lot of times we like to talk about symptom issues and not root issues. So if we're saying that the issue is, hey, we need to reclaim our power, we need to then find where did we lose it in the first place, because and we'll get into this as we talk, but one of the hardest things for anyone in here to do, and if this is not hard for you, hallelujah, but one of the things that is very hard to do is to remain yourself, to walk in your authenticity no matter what level of life that you are on. That is actually something that is quite difficult to navigate. So what the first things I'll say is, you want to really understand, where did I lose my power? Did I lose it because my father told me I talk too much? Did I lose it because my mother did not support me? Did I lose it because somewhere in school somebody bullied me? Did I lose it because the love of my life cheated on me and walk out? You know, so you want to find out, where did I lose my power? And if you never ever lost it, you want to also understand, hey, how do I always keep it as well?
So okay, I'm going to ask you another question, Queen. What is mental wellness, and why must every woman strive to find themselves in that place of well-being at all times?
Okay, this is my own definition, so do not, fully quote me on it, but mental wellness for me at least, especially in my field and how I work, I believe that mental wellness is the foundation of your life, right? If you are not mentally capable of functioning, having conversations, being able to work, being able to live out your passions, what can you actually do? Do you understand? So mental wellness is the ability to be able to function optimally within yourself before you just come into an environment, right? But the reason that you need this, and mental wellness is so broad as well, but the reason that you need this is you want to be at peace with yourself. You want to be able to walk into a room like this and not start thinking, what does this person think of me? Am I okay? Am I all right? Am I going to say the right thing? You want to be fully so authentic with yourself that you are at peace with who you are. And a lot of people are more at peace with somebody's opinion about them than at peace with themselves. Do you understand? So they're living out the trauma of the lens of their mother. Somebody could be sitting here and then they're thinking, oh, my mother said I wasn't smart enough. So although they're giving me all of this business advice, I can't go ahead and start a business. Do you understand? So you want to make sure that you are at peace, you know, with yourself. And that's the reason you should want mental wellness. You should want mental stability. You should want to come to therapy, you know, and really talk through different, and everybody needs one, like really talk to different things that you've been through, because you don't know or how what you've been through is affecting you.
So Tewa, what is the place, and I don't know about any other woman here, but I've gone through a stage of shame, guilt, and blame. Is there any woman here who hasn't? Raised up your hands. Okay, so we're all one. All right. So what do you do as a woman, Tewa, with handling shame in your field? And what have you done to yourself? And what are you able to do to other women who come and say to you, I'm not enough. I can't do this. Like Queen said, you know, I'm not intelligent enough. How do you speak to people who come to you who are full of shame and blame and guilt?
Right. Thank you so much for that. And well done, everybody, for making it here. Yeah, a round of applause for you all. Hello? Okay, right. Okay, so to your question, shame, that's a big thing. And sometimes the shame might not be public, that people know about. It might be an internal thing that you're dealing with by yourself. And I would say that really and truly, we have to find a way to let it go. Because we are all in this world, we are not perfect, we are imperfect beings trying our best to be the best version of ourselves. So if there's any form of shame that something you've done, something you've gone through, once you realize that it's holding you back, then it's high time you let it go. Because holding on to that shame, holding on to that hurt, holding on to whatever it is that put you there in the first place is only going to drag you back. And for our mental wellness, for our mental well-being, we need to let go of luggages or baggages that are holding us back and keeping us on the ground. And for people who remind you of that shame, of anything that you've done that you weren't too proud of, that's their problem. Now you've realized what you've done, then you move on and find better for yourself. That's what I would say. I mean, that's how I have dealt with anything, basically.
I'm going to do a follow-up question, Tewa. Where does self-love and mindfulness play in letting go of shame, blame, and guilt?
It plays a massive role.
Share with us,
Massive,
please.
massive role. Number one thing I always say to people is that we all say that we love ourselves, but it actually doesn't show in the action. And when I say it doesn't show in the action, you're saying you love yourself, but you're piling on thoughts of things that are not in line with what you want. You're piling on thoughts of things that make you feel sad. That is not showing your self-love. But loving yourself is realizing that whatever's happened, happened. God did say we will have challenges, but did he say they will kill us? No. So whatever's happened, happened. Love yourself enough to move away from whatever it is that is not serving your higher purpose. Even if they are your friends, move away from it. Move away from anybody that makes you get that anger out of you. Because self-love is key. And when you love yourself, then you put yourself in a position where you're showing people how to deal with you, how to love you as well. Highly important. Did I answer that question?
Please, a round of applause for her. So let me tell you one tip that I use to clear shame. Remove the word should from your dictionary and swap should with could. So if you say, I should have called him and now he's dead, that feels condemning. But when you say, I could have called him, which then means I still can. So you still have the opportunity to do it. That's one tip that I will share with you immediately, okay? And I'll share a couple as I go on because I'm a transformative teacher, yeah? So now, my darling, Chinonso, you don't know me, but you're still my darling. Okay. So you went through a life-changing situation for you. And your husband left us, I will say. How did you go through that period? And everybody has lost something. Some people is weight, that they're angry that they've lost. Some people is a spouse. Some people it's a job. How did you deal with the grief that you felt? Is it totally gone? How are you still dealing with it?
Thank you for that question. Hello, everyone. How did I deal with it? It's more like, how am I dealing with it? Because grief is, it's a lifelong journey. It doesn't end in one day. You can't put a time stamp to it and say, okay, you're going to grieve for 2 hours or 2 years or 5 years or 6 years. You know, I have people walk up to me and say, why are you still single? Haven't you grieved enough? You know, you can't put a time stamp to these things. And so I learned to allow myself live. I decided to be intentional about living. You know, when you're dealing with grief or loss of any type. So, you know, a lot of people will be here and be like, God forbid, it cannot be me. So, you know, you can still relate to what I'm saying because we deal with losses in different forms. You know, it could be a loss of a boyfriend, spouse, a relationship that you hoped would work. It could be loss of a job, employment, you know, your source of income, loved ones, not necessarily like a husband. So you can definitely relate to what I'm saying. I gave myself permission to live because I actually felt like, what am I still doing here? Why am I still alive? Why do I have to deal with these feelings? I started feeling really empty. I gave myself permission to live. There was the could have, the should have. There's the shame that, you know, comes with grieving. There's the fact that, oh, you need to bury your head and literally not be seen or heard. There's the fact that, okay, you are grieving, so why are you out there? Why are you on social media? And being the media person that I am, I'm still posting, I'm wearing makeup because you're gonna do a TV show, you're gonna apply makeup, and a lot of people frown on that. But I decided I was gonna be okay with leaving because there was nothing that I could do to right that wrong. Whatever mistakes I made, you know, there was a feeling, oh, maybe I should have been there, I should have known, I could have stopped it, and you have people tell you, oh, you didn't pray. You were not spiritually, you know, attuned. You were not in the spirit, you are too carnal. So you have all of that, you know, in your head. Because the truth is, before someone else tells you, there's self-judgment. You're judging yourself. You're dealing with that, and you have people vocalize that. It was tough. But I dealt with it through God's grace. I'm still going through it. And I exposed myself. I went for therapy. I exposed myself to the right people. I decided how I wanted to be. I have a mentor. I don't necessarily have to mention her name. So you guys won't steal my mentor from me. Hallelujah. And she, bless her heart, she's also gone through grief or, you know, the loss of a spouse. And unfortunately, we didn't go through, or people weren't vocal about grief. People weren't vocal about loss or widowhood. So I literally walked in not knowing what to do. So I knew that I was already, there was nothing I did that was going to be right. I didn't know how, like, culturally, if you're going to mourn for 10 days, I was clueless, and I didn't have a guide. So rubbing minds and speaking with her and exposing myself to her helped me see widows in a different line. She is successful, she's brilliant, she's beautiful. You would never guess that she was a widow. You wouldn't look at her and see, oh, this is the picture of widowhood. And so interacting with her, and when we talk about mentors, sometimes you feel like, oh, it's someone that you're going to sit with, have a pen and paper, and the person will tell you what to do and how to do, and you have classes. No, it might just be one, you meet once a year because life happens, everybody's busy. So being with her, I saw a picture of the kind of person that I wanted to be when I decided to live again. I also had moments where I saw other widows, and I'm not condemning anybody, who looked like what I didn't want to be. I remember seeing 5 of them walk up to my car. I went to pick up my son from school, and they walked up to me and they're like, oh, we're widows, and help us, we need money. And I was like, I don't want to be this person that always has to call people for money. So the way I was working so hard, you'd be like, did this girl just have to do? I was like, I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want to have to walk on the street and ask people for money. So I was working like, there's no long story to it. You have the decision. You don't need anybody's permission. You don't need to make any excuses. Just be you. Be the light that God has called you to be, because grief can be such a dark place to be.
Yeah.
You just have to decide to be a light, to permit yourself to shine, and other people will see God's glory.
Thank you. Yolanda, I'm going to ask you the same question, because you also went through this period, and I haven't seen you in a long time, and it's so good to see you. Yes?
Good to see you too.
So please tell the audience how you also dealt with the grief and how you have been able to go through the period, because I'm sure you're still going through your periods and your moments.
Yes, I am. Hello, everybody. So good to be here. This is the first time I'm actually talking about grief publicly. I think I write about it on my page, or I write about it sweetly, because that, like Chinonso said, it's a decision that you make. So upon his passing, I remember I was the only person in the room when he passed. And the first thing that came to my mind, and I said to myself, first of all, there was peace. There was a peace I cannot explain to anybody, so I knew I was going to be fine. But then I made a decision, and the things I said... So I made a decision, and one of the things I said to myself was, number one, I did not want anybody to look at me and pity me. Then secondly, I didn't want to depend on anybody for anything. When I mean anything, not even a pin. I was not going to call no mommy, no daddy, no sister, no brother, no in-law to say, I need a grain of rice. My background, I'm a very hardworking person, so like you did, I think I kind of buried my pain. But that doesn't cover so much. So when I said not being pitied, it's a visual thing, because how you look is how people are going to address you. So I made a decision like, okay, this is my situation, this is my life, this is my journey. How do I want to define it? So I first started by putting barriers of who was going to come to me. Because Nigerians, I would say people, we're funny people. We feel like we are living, you live my life for me. You don't live my life for me. You don't know my pain. You can only think you know the pain. So people had an idea of how they thought I should grieve. You don't tell me how I should grieve or how long I should mourn. So first of all, I made sure I protected myself and my peace with who was going to come into my space. My space is my sanctuary. You don't come in except you're worthy to come into that space. So that was the first thing. So I barricaded myself from everybody, from all the online therapies that were in my DMs telling me, oh, you can talk to me, lean on my shoulder, da 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 da. I'm just like, oh, you guys don't understand the journey I've been on. Cancer is
Please help us with our microphone. Cancer is a sickness that takes everything from you. It strips you of all your emotions. It strips you of everything you know psychologically to protect yourself. Every money you have is going to go. Your social life is going to go. Every single thing you have will go. So it's a conscious decision to now ask yourself, like, okay, this is my reality. How am I going to navigate this journey? So everything you're going to do has to be what you can carry, not what someone is telling you you can do or you can carry. So I made a lot of decisions like, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Part where I had to work a lot, but in working, that doesn't also help you cover the pain, because at the end of the day, I work in a movie set, they will tell you it's a wrap for the day, you're going to go home, you're going to go back to that bed that two people used to sleep on the bed, now it's just only you, so you're dealing with that. Then let's not talk about when you have to pack the person's things, so it's a lot of unpacking to do. So it's a self-decision to just say, okay, this is how I want to navigate this journey. This is how I want to write it chapter by chapter, and I'm going to go one step after the other. It's just about, how many years is it now? I think this is the second year. It's still fresh because
no matter how much you pack those things, like this morning I was coming for this conference, as I opened my wardrobe, the first thing I saw was the slippers, it's right there. So you're going to confront it. So what I did the necessary steps I went through every single step from identifying the body in the morgue, choosing where he was going to put in the ground. I didn't want to miss anything that at the end of the day I would say, oh, I'm grieving, I'm crying, I'm this and that. Maybe naturally I'm strong. Not everybody has the strength that I have, but it was something that I witnessed, and I would say I was blessed because I got to spend time. Most people don't get to spend time. Most people, it's almost like the person goes out to work, a trailer hits him, he dies, and that's it. So you don't even have closure. So I was blessed to have a bit of closure. It's not the greatest closure, is it? Because you're newlywed, 1 year into your marriage, and then this person dies. No, sorry, 3 years into the marriage, 1 year into the marriage, the sickness comes, then you take 2 years of your marriage to navigate through the sickness, and then there's death. It scars you, it takes everything from you. Like you look at yourself in the mirror and you're just like, God, how did I get here? Because I didn't marry in my 20s, I took my time. I was that person that would say, oh, he's stingy, no. He's this, no. I had an idea of my perfect guy, and I did get my perfect guy, but I will tell you that the 4.5 years I had was amazing. So the Yolanda you're seeing today is also the work that he did, the things that he taught me. So sometimes I feel like he knew it was going to happen, because the last 2 years was quite intense. I used to say, are you a professor or what's going on? It's like, no, I'm just preparing you for the world. So I would say to a large extent, he did prepare me spiritually, and he prepared me mentally for the next phase, which was 2022 and 2023. So I ask that anybody that's going through any form of loss or grief, you define that process for yourself. You define how much, we all know the amount of strength that we have. And the days you can't carry yourself, find yourself a tribe that you can fall on to just say, today I'm tired, I need to cry on your shoulder, or I need to talk to you. Me, I don't know how to cry. So I think that was a problem for some people, like, oh, she's not crying. I'm like, I don't know how to cry. I deal with my pain in a different way. And I didn't wear black. The only time I wear black is to work. So I didn't do all those things. And then, I think the weirdest thing for me was a meeting I had with someone, and then she now introduces me, oh, that's my friend Yolanda, the youngest widow I know. I said, please do not call me a widow. I said, don't call me a widow, don't put a label on me. I will put whatever label I want on myself. My name is Yolanda. So that's what I mean by people can be very insensitive as to how they talk to you in that time. So you now have to define those parameters, because that is the only way you can protect yourself and your peace.
Thank you. So Queen, you know, I've come across a couple of people who you'd say, you need help, you need to see a counselor or a therapist, and they say it's for mad people. I don't know if you've come across anybody like that in your practice. What are some of the challenges that you're faced to explain the essence of therapy in people's lives?
Okay, I see Nikem there, so I'll ask if I could do this. Hello? Hello? Just listening to what she just shared and she just shared, I'd like to do a little bit of therapy, and I'll answer your question in that. Is that okay?
Yes.
The first thing I would like to ask is, can we put our hands together for these two women again, please? And then I'm going to go ahead and stand, and I'm going to ask if you can stand with. We're going to do some therapy, so put your books and your papers and all of your studious things on the side. I won't take very long, I promise. Yes, you can. It takes a lot of courage to do what they just did, because every time you tell a story about something that caused you a lot of pain, you can actually relive that trauma. So I just want to be mindful of that atmosphere. So what you're going to do for me is you're going to take a deep breath in. You're going to breathe as if you're breathing in all of the air that's in this room, and you're going to breathe out as if you're breathing out all of the air within you. Can you assist me? Can you just hold this so I can demonstrate? So you're going to put your right hand on your tummy, and I would like you to put your left hand on your chest. I would like you to close your eyes, and I'm going to guide you in this breathing. Right? Breathe in, and then breathe out through your mouth. You're going to breathe in again. Breathe in, and then out. We're going to do one more. Breathe in, and then out. What you're gonna do next is you're gonna pay attention. Keep your eyes closed. The thought is gonna come to you and I want you to hold it. And maybe if we have time later, I could maybe help who I can. But you're gonna think about the top 5 thoughts that you think about yourself. The top 5 thoughts that you think about yourself. I don't know if they're gonna be positive. I don't know if they're gonna be negative. I don't know what they're gonna be. Right? And once you have those 5 thoughts, I would like you to open your eyes. I'm going as quick as I can. You can release your hand from your tummy and your chest at this moment. We're going to do one more thing so I could also answer her question within that. I want you to try and sit down. I would like you to try and sit down. So I see some people sitting. I didn't ask you to sit. I asked you to try and sit. Can you try and sit? It's not. I don't actually see somebody doing it, so I'll demonstrate it for you. If you're gonna try and sit down, this is the position where you are. If you're gonna, I said to, go ahead and sit down. I didn't say sit down, I said try and sit down. So trying is right here. Right here. How long can you stay in that position? Talk to me, how long? Somebody say an hour, 5 minutes, how long can you stay? Okay, do you know why? They said something that was extremely significant. She said, she said, I decided to live. The intentionality in that. She said, I used boundaries to define who I was gonna let into my life. Do you understand? Because I need to protect my peace. If you are not intentional about your life, right, it's either the brain does not know how to process modalities. The brain cannot process the word try. Your brain cannot physically process that word because your brain knows to do something or not to do something, right? So if I tell you now, go ahead and sit down. That's how quickly that you sit down. But if you say you're gonna try and get better, you're not gonna get better. You have to decide. Yeah, you have to go ahead and decide that you are gonna do what is necessary for your own life. If I tell you right now, don't think about an elephant. Do not think about an elephant. Do not think about an elephant. What are you thinking about? Because the brain does not know how to process nothing negative. If you are a believer in this room, you know anything about scripture, it doesn't say let the weak say I am no longer weak. It says let the weak say I am strong. Right? So you want to make sure that in processing whatever pain that you have gone through, you decide this thing will not break me. Right? I am going to choose to be intentional about my life and about the decisions that I make concerning my life. And I wanted to honor this moment that they shared by doing this little therapy exercise. So I'm going to retract. I'm going to retract now, but I hope that with that exercise you understand you have to choose, no matter what you've been through, you have to choose to live and you have to choose how you're going to live your life. And I applaud you both so much for doing that. Because a lot of people come and they say, oh, therapy is for somebody that is mad. No, it's not. Therapy is for anybody and everybody who says, I want to live a life of mental clarity, happiness, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And so, Tewa, I want to ask you a question, and I'm so excited that Queen did that because it's going to help me ask the question. And you know, when you were doing it, I was smiling because when I hypnotize people and I say, try to open your eyes, they can't. Because really, your mind doesn't understand what try means. And when people say, I'm trying to do better, you will never do better. It's the senior brother of failure. So it's either you do it or you don't do it, period. And then, like she also said, the mind doesn't also understand the word not. Not. It doesn't understand it. So, rather, and we're all queens and kings of saying the things we do not want. What do you want in a man? I don't want a man that cheats. I didn't ask you what you didn't want. I said, what do you want? And most people, if I've asked 1,000 people, 999 people have no clue what they want because they're masters at what they don't want, and that's why they keep getting it. So that's going to lead me to this question. What does it mean? What does the law of attraction mean?
First thing, Queen, we're drinking from the same well. I got so excited when you started that. So the law of attraction is plain and simple. Whatever it is you're thinking of is what you're going to attract. If you're thinking of if they're thinking of bad, they will attract bad. If they're thinking of good, we will attract good. So whatever it is, and like they've rightly said, the mind or the world doesn't understand I don't want something or I do want something. And I'm going to cite a classic example. When you go to your hairstylist, you get there and you see that your regular hairstylist is not there. And you're sitting on the chair, this guy or lady comes and say, let me go do your hair today. And you're like, oh, Jesus wept. She's going to ruin it. She's going to ruin it. She's going to ruin it. You're sitting there pretending to smile. What happens at the end of the day? Exactly. You thought about it, you brought it into your life. So I always say this to people, and I remind myself of that as well. If you don't want it in your life, once you become aware, push it away. Distract yourself with a better feeling thought. Because whatever it is you're thinking of, whatever you're imagining, you're going to bring it to life. The Bible says, cast down wrongful imagination. Wrongful imagination is you thinking of things that you do not want. And we all have a PhD in that. Thinking of the things we don't want. Oh, do you want to eat rice or do you want, I don't want to eat rice, but I would like to eat. No, what exactly do you want? And all of these things about knowing exactly what you want is about doing a self-audit of yourself. Some people call it self-awareness. I call it self-audit. And I do this to myself every quarter because the person I was about a month ago is different from the person I am now. The person that you were a few years ago is different from the person that you are now. So you must do a self-audit as often as possible. What am I now? What do I want? Who do I want to be? What do I want to look like whenever I go out there? What do I see myself as? The law of attraction will give you exactly what you see yourself as and what you truly believe. And I say this as well, that in life, we don't get what we want, we get what we believe. Because if you believe you're not strong enough, then you've already lost the battle in your head. You are not strong enough. But if you believe you are strong, if you believe that you are the best at being you, if you believe that you are enough, if you believe like the board outside says, I can, or I will, I can't remember, but there's a border. If you believe, I'm sorry? I can and I will. If you believe that you can and you will go out there to do it, you will be able to. The battle is won and lost in the head first, in the mind first. So the law of attraction, I've flogged it, is giving you exactly what you're thinking. And you will know by your fruits. You will know by your fruits. What is your life experience currently like? Are you creating more of the things that you want to see in your life or more of the things that you don't want to see? If that's the case, do a self-audit of yourself and retune your mind. I call it restyle your mind. I actually have a book called Rule Your Mind. I call it restyling your mind. Rule your mind to intentionally think thoughts of what you want to see more of in your life. Because the law of attraction is no respecter of person. If you're a good person thinking bad thoughts, bad things will happen. If you're a bad person thinking good thoughts, good things will happen.
Thank you for that. I'm going to add something little to that as well. So it's not just the thoughts that you're thinking, it's also the questions that you're asking. Why is my life useless? Why is it only me? Why is auntie so better than myself? Why not change them to why is life so beautiful for me? Because it's the same questions that you're asking. And the more questions that you ask, the more answers that you get. So you get answers to why your life is not beautiful. So change them to why do I go to places and people just admire me? Rather than saying, why do I go to places and people hate me? Change your questions as well. Yes? Yes.
Sorry, I need to add something. Another thing, because a lot of people say, oh, but, why are bad things happening quicker than the good things? Another thing to add is, yes, it's about your thoughts, and it's also about how you feel about it. So if you're thinking about something negative, and you're so scared, your heart is pounding, you're anxious, you're creating more of it because you've put that emotion into it. I call the emotion like a baking soda. So imagine if you want to do bread or puff puff, and you put the is it baking soda or rising yeast? Thank you very much. You put the yeast into it, and then it rises. The emotion is the yeast you put into your thoughts. If you're thinking something negative and you're anxious about it, and you've created all sorts of things in your mind why it will not work, it will not work. It's not a curse. It's the way life is.
Thank you. So I'm going to come back to you, Chinon. So if there was any advice that you could give your younger self, what would that advice be?
Advice. This is like
I'm sorry, I changed all the questions.
No, it's not even the question. You know, what advice will I give my younger self?
Tough, eh?
It's an entire lecture. But I'll begin with saying everything is going to work out just fine. You know, everything will work out just fine. And it's one of those things that I have carried with me, that all things work together for my good. And so it doesn't matter what is going on, because half the time you can't necessarily control the things around you, or how people will treat you, or the scenario, or, you know, what is going to happen. But what I control is how I react to it. So or having respond. That, yes, or respond to it. So respond, not react. Thank you. So having that at the back of my mind, that all things are working together for my good, the universe conspires on my behalf, knowing that helps me operate from a place of peace and calm. I'm not agitated. I'm not reacting. I'm not, like she said, I do not become the yeast that will spoil my own bread. When I'm aware that everything is working together for my good, I won't react in fear, because when you respond in fear, you lose your power. I'm not going to be erratic. You know, the trauma that we experience, where sometimes somebody just comes and they want to say, oh, you're already reacting. So it might even be a good thing that is coming to you, but you're like, don't come near me, or don't try me today. You don't even know who that person is. So knowing that all things work together for my good, that is the one thing I would tell my younger self. And I think I have adopted it, and my older self is using it now.
Thank you. And Yolanda, I'm going to ask you that same question as well.
I will answer that question with a story. What would I tell my younger self? Just like Chinonso said, I think I'm already leaving it. Okay, let me tell you a story. I've never taken a professional photo in my life before until 2019. How did that happen? Every time I have an interview, they're like, oh, we need a picture of you. Nothing. So they always go on Bella Naija, all these websites, and when I see the pictures, I'm like, this is horrible. So in 2019, I was like, you know, I'm going to get a professional photo of myself. So I went to a studio. They took a picture, like, girl, you look good. I looked so nice. Then in 2020, I was like, let's just do this whole thing again. We did another, this was before COVID. I did 2. I had money. I said 2 sessions. So we did it. I thought, this girl, you're fine. Oh. That's also my WhatsApp, this thing right now. Then I said, I should be doing this every year. So when I went the 3rd time in 2021, the photographer sat me down. She was like, I see you did it in 2019, you did it in 2020, now you want to do it again. Why do you want me to photograph you? That was like a PhD question. I said, can you give me 2 minutes to think about that? And I said, I don't know, I just want to see myself. She said, see yourself as how? I said, I just want to see what I look like every year. I didn't know I was talking prophetically. I didn't know I was talking about what was going to come in the future. So I said, I want to see what I look like every year, just to see myself, how I've grown, how I've changed, and all of that. And we did that session. That was in 2021. Then that was 2021. That was this picture, this one right here. I was like, I saw myself and I was like, oh, you look like an angel.
I looked at myself, I was like, at this point, we're going through the whole cancer journey. So I looked at it and I said, I really don't look like what I'm actually going through. That's the power, that's the thing about the picture you have in your head of yourself. Then in 2022, right after the funeral, I called, I said, I want to do another picture again. She was like, so soon? I said, yeah, I told you we're going to do this journey, we're going to do this thing every year. Then I took another one. And when I saw that picture, I looked better than I looked here. I had just put somebody in the ground, but I looked better than I looked here. And I realized that it was a decision that I made to be who I saw myself to be. So I had a picture of what I wanted to look like, and I held onto that picture. And I said no situation was going to change it for me. No matter the breaking point, this is who I want to see every time I look into the mirror, because I'm my only competition and my only motivation. We don't really get a lot of people that actually encourage you in the most positive way. So I encourage myself, because I look at myself and I'm like, you're not the only person. You're not the only person going through any kind of grief. You're not the only person going through any kind of loss or any kind of pain. So when I look around my environment, I go back and I tell myself, I can be better. I can be this, that. I can be that. And then you're not sure who you're speaking to when you're posting on Instagram. When you go outside, you're not sure who is following your life. I'm not a role model to anybody. I just live my life freely, how I deem fit. Tomorrow you guys might just see me in a bikini and I post it on Instagram when I have the guts to do that. I know, we're getting close to 40, so let's start showing the small good genes that we have. Yeah. So, to wrap it up, when I did that session in 2022, it was just about Easter. So that was the first time I was going to Port Harcourt to go and visit the grave. I hadn't gone to visit the grave. Sorry, I'm actually just trying to be as open as possible, because I'm not sure who I'm speaking to.
Thank you for that.
Those things are very necessary for you to do. And it was Easter Sunday. I think we saw the grave on a Saturday. The next day was Easter Sunday. So on Easter Monday, I said, what am I going to post about? I said, that hot picture that the photographer took of me, let me post that. When it comes to captions, it can take me 1 week to write the caption. So I'm thinking, what am I going to write? And what came to my spirit was a portrait of hope. Because I wanted everybody to look at me and say, if she can, then I can. If she can walk this journey, then I can walk this journey. And I posted, and I titled it A Portrait of Hope. I was about to sleep and something said, just check your phone. I usually don't check that part of the DM. You know, there's primary, the general, then there's another part. And I went there, oh boy, all my students were inside there. Like, hello, hi, can I talk to you? I just lost somebody. I was like, hey, that was not the intention. But then maybe that was an assignment for me to actually speak to somebody. And I've singled out one particular girl, and her story was so compelling. And I will say till tomorrow, we still talk. She went through a really hard time. That made me realize I had it easy. Because when you're dealing with this kind of loss, you're going to face families. You think it's the man you're married to. It's a lie. You're married to the family. If that family decides to show you shege, premium shege, you will experience it. She went through hell. So I now went back, I looked, I was like, girl, you're enjoying, no?
At least I have trouser.
They're even asking me, is the 2 meat, is it okay? Do you want the third one? So sometimes your situation is better than the next person, but then it's also gracious when you extend your arm to the next person. It might be voluntarily or involuntarily. You might not even know you're doing it, but then you're doing it. So if I had to tell my younger self anything, it will be what I've always lived all my life. I've always lived like nobody was going to catch me if I fall. I've always lived like I'm the only person that's going to save myself apart from Jesus Christ. Because like I said to you guys, I never wanted anybody to pity me. So I would say, be hopeful for tomorrow. Because we walk into everything. Everything you do is a risk, really. Your business is a risk. Having kids is a risk. People have died from having children, from complications and stuff. So everything you've done is a risk. So what I would tell my younger self is to still stay hopeful, because I was always very hopeful. When I didn't get my 9 to 5, I knew I was not going to be hungry. I knew my passion would carry me somewhere. Then passion was not carrying me. So I said, this passion will carry me somewhere. So it's to stay in that hopeful place. I know that as long as I wake up tomorrow, as long as I can open my eye today, I go to bed, open my eyes, it's a new day, I'm alive, I'm awake, I can breathe, I can eat, I can move.
it's possible.
Thank you for that. So can we get 1 or 2 questions before we wrap up this session? Yes, 1 or 2 questions. Your hands can go up and then we'll call you and you can ask our panelists a question or 2. Anyone? Anybody?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a lady. Oh, yes, there's a lady with her hands up. Can we please give her a microphone? Anyone with a microphone over there?
I have one. Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay. Amazing session. My name is Miriam. So I have a question.
1 question, please, and quick.
Yes, please. Just one question. So I understand the importance of affirmations. You want to, in your head, believe you can do this, you can do that. So one important question is, something I've been battling with, and I feel some of us in this room are battling with it. At what point do you distinguish between you can do something and you can't do it? So for example, now I'm a real estate consultant. I believe I can become a property developer, yeah. But there are skills, hard skills and soft skills needed for it. So it's one thing to believe I can do it. At what point do you actually sit down with yourself and be realistic that, okay, for me to do this, I need to build this skill, I need to get this
I get your question. I get your, first of all, I'll give you a quick answer, then I'll give it to Tewa. If you believe you can, you can. If you believe you can't, you can't. It's all you, okay? Because the soft skills and the hard skills, you can learn them if you choose to. Ask yourself, am I interested about something, or is this thing something that I really, really want to do no matter what? Is it optional or is it non-negotiable? If it's optional, you're just going to dance around and not do it. If it's non-negotiable, you're not even going to have a conversation around it. You'll get up and you will do it.
You definitely get up and do it. Listen, everybody that became a big deal didn't wake up a big deal. They had to make a decision. So you have to make a decision. And every single day, we're at a point where we have to choose something. So what are you choosing for yourself? And the reason I jumped at taking this was because you started with affirmation, saying, I can do it, I can do it. There's a way you can say an affirmation and your mind will tell you that, you're lying to yourself. So I want to say to you today that you shouldn't let your mind take you out of the game. If you really want to do it, then you need to make that decision to say, I want to do it. This is what I want to do. And then begin to now do things that will take you to that place. When we wanted to do all the different brands that we run, I'm sure when Nkem wanted to do her network, she saw it as this huge thing that she wasn't sure how she's going to go ahead with it. But if you really want something, then you don't let your mind take you out of the game and you say it to yourself. I call it convincing yourself first. Because if you don't believe in yourself, nobody will. So you have to say it to yourself. Convince yourself that you can do it. Because God already said, let the weak say, I am strong. Now it's up to the weak to realize that they are strong already and then embody that. Do you understand what I mean?
Sorry, I just want to add something to what she said from a different angle. She mentioned that sometimes, right? And I agree with, what you guys shared. But sometimes, does she still have the mic?
They can give her. She's behind the camera.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's your name?
Miriam.
Okay, I wanted to address you. Miriam, sometimes it's very important to understand, even with affirmations. So affirmations always come after you have a plan. So you don't build affirmations from thin air or the sky, just speaking. It's when you have a plan that okay, I can actually do this. I have the skill set for this. I understand the terrain and the field that I'm in. Okay, I'm going to make affirmations to build me up, because when I go out and I meet different challenges and I meet different obstacles, my affirmations are going to remind me that I'm called for this and I'm born for this and I can do this. But sometimes, let's say for example, if you want to be an investment banker and you know nothing about investment banking, you can say all of the affirmations from now until the rest of the world turns, and you may not be successful in that particular field. Because when I was listening to you, you said, I believe in affirmations, but at what point can I or will it not work? So sometimes you need to find as well, am I in the right path for me? So I just wanted to put that angle in there, because I believe in affirmations as well, but there's also an angle of understanding, am I in the right journey, right?
So one more question, and so we've got, yes. Okay, one of our...
Praise the Lord.
Okay, quickly. All right.
I'm Damilola Jani, and what I want to ask has more to do with career. July 30th, I clocked 34. And whenever I see any application and I want to put in my application, I see some stumbling blocks, so to speak. For example, applicant must not be more than 26 years or years of experience. I finished my master's some years back in Unilag 2014, and since then I lost my job.
Ask the question, darling. Ask the question.
The question is, how do I plunge into the career path when there seems to always be something stopping me from qualifying?
Do you want to take that? You want to take that? Okay, so yeah, basically if every opportunity you knock on does not give you a pass, start it yourself. You know, like create your own table is what I would say. But be very, very mindful that even if somebody has a criteria of what they want for you to be able to get that job, I think somebody was up here before, Alvina. She said that she was the youngest, you know, in that particular department, and they were saying that because she's too young, she should not have that position. And she literally presented a presentation of why she is the best person for that job. So be able to explain as well when you speak to these different people as, okay, why am I the best person as well for the job? Present yourself in such a way that you are the best, that they must hire you to be able to, you know, get whatever they want to do running. And I hope this helps.
Thank you. It did.
Okay, I'd like to add something to what you just said. And it was something that happened, it's really funny, in the restroom. I was meant to come up, and for some reason I was pressed. I just had call of nature. So I went in, and there was a lady standing in front of the door, and the other one wasn't vacant. I just assumed that there was someone in the other vacant cubicle. And so I was panting. I was like, oh, are they calling my name? You know, all of that. I waited. I tried to use the other one. It was kind of messy. I kept dancing around in circles, and eventually the other lady came up for me, and then I went in. And someone just came in, and she went straight to the door. She opened the door, and that is what happens half the time. The strongholds are in your mind. Sometimes you're not even prepared. Sometimes you are not even ready. You are doubting yourself. They've put their criteria, and you've told yourself that you don't qualify. So before you walk into the door, you're even stuttering. You can't present yourself properly to get that job. Sometimes all we need is even, some of us are asking just 1 foot. If I can just get one, my shoe can just enter the door. And you said you were 34, and you saw that it was 36. Is that what you said? 26. You have experience. You have bragging rights. If you go prepared, you will steal the job. All die in a die. Show up. You know, like her summit. There was a dinner last night, and for some reason, I was on set. I was filming. I couldn't get in to be part of. I couldn't indicate that I was going to be part of the dinner. I was going to be here I was going to be here today. I had an accident on Tuesday. But my plan was, even though they did not invite me and, I was going to show up. The worst they can do is bounce me. But I had an accident yesterday, and that's why I did not get crashed. But my dear, you have to have a can-do attitude. You have to believe in yourself. Prepare, and just go in. Thank you.
And I'm going to add something to that very quickly. Like I said earlier, don't let your mind take you out of the game. We all have this thing where we're either too short, too tall, too learned, didn't go to XYZ school. So many limiting beliefs holding us back. But if you want something, believe in yourself enough to just go for it. Fair enough, the belief will not come immediately, but you train yourself. When you keep training yourself and speaking affirmatively to you, speaking nicely to yourself, not saying, oh, I'm too old, I can't do this. You've already taken yourself out of the game. And no matter what you do, they won't accept you because you've already thought to yourself that you're too old. But retrain your mind. Make sure that what you're thinking of, I'm a big junkie on this. And I've trained my children to do that as well. I'm going to cite a quick example. When my son was very young, yes, very quick, because I believe it's important that people get this. When my son was very young, he's 16 now, he would come to me and say, Mommy, oh, you're going to say no. I said to him then that if you think I'm going to say no, then I'm going to say no. It's not on me, it's on you. You made that decision that I'm going to say no. So we have to make that decision for ourselves, showing ourselves love every time to make a decision that is in line with where we're going to and what we want.
So please, a round of applause for all the panelists, my passionate sisters who have refused to leave the stage today. Thank you very much for joining us. Oh, yes. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, DJ. If we shut down the summit after this panel, I think we have done well, but we're not shutting it down. Please, one more time, please give them a round of applause. All our panelists and, of course, our able moderator. That was a session. Thank you all so much for sharing very vulnerably with us. It's not every time you get to hear people share vulnerably about their pain, about grief. Thank you so much for pouring into us and for encouraging us that indeed we can move past any and everything once we choose to do so. All right, just a quick affirmation, because I love affirmations a lot. We're going to do this together. Can we do this, ladies? I am moving forward. Now use your name. Mojibade is moving forward. Mojibade is reclaiming her power. You're going to say like you believe it and you will do it. Mojibade is reclaiming her power. Awesome. Thank you very much. We're moving very quickly. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll move on to our fourth panel, but just before then, we have a spotlight session. Now the world has changed and continues to change drastically, especially when you consider technology and digital transformation. Now we have a session that we have titled Spotlight on AI. I mean, artificial intelligence has taken over the world, or is gradually taking over. So we have a spotlight session, and this is a sponsored session. One of our sponsors is IE University in Spain, and I will be introducing the Director of Global Markets at IE University to coordinate this session. Please let's make welcome Onyekachi Eke, the Director of Global Markets at IE University, to officially coordinate this session on artificial intelligence. Remember that, DJ, thank you. Remember that if you are thirsty, you can go to our booth by Nestle Pure Life. We have free bottles of water if you want to eat. That is the only thing that has not been paid for. You can walk to any of the restaurants within the building to snack or eat on anything at affordable rates. I mean, if I say so. All right, thank you very much. I'll be handing over to Onyekachi now to coordinate this session. And after that, we'll move on to the next panel conversation, which I love because it speaks on leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. So this is a very critical conversation. So don't go anywhere so that you don't miss out on this interesting conversation that will come up after this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Hi, everybody. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I know that we had such a very heavy session just now, full of reflection and all, but, let's get into the mood for something slightly different. I like that before this, we have had people talk about digital transformation and AI and things like that. And so this afternoon, we want to give you an opportunity to do a practical session on tools that can actually help you with your productivity at work and also with your personal life. But before I go into that, I want to talk a bit about our institution. So IE is a leading university based in Spain. We provide undergraduate, master's, and postgraduate programs, which are focused on different areas. So you have in tech, you have in communications, you have finance, economics. Whatever background you're looking at, you can look at IE, and we will be able to provide you with education on that. Now, personally, I am very, very big on personal development. I think it's an important tool for taking people forward in life, in career, but not only in career, but also in your personal life. And that's why, as an institution, we are very happy to sponsor this session. Now, I will not be leading this session on my own. We actually have a very phenomenal woman who will be facilitating this session. This afternoon, we have Dr. Angelica Partida. She's an IE professor, an adjunct professor at the IE School for Technology and Sciences. She's also a PhD holder in biochemistry, molecular biology, biomedicine, and is currently doing her second PhD in data science. She's a data scientist at Santander Corporate and Investment Banking, and she's the co-founder of Santander Enable Network. Now, Santander is one of the biggest banks in Spain. As an IE adjunct professor at IE, she's also the head of strategy for COVID pandemic at the Santander Group. Angelica is going to be leading us in the session on practical AI tools for productivity. Now, this is a practical session, so we're going to need you to listen, to engage. Part of the ways you're going to need to engage is by bringing out your phones. Do we have our mobile phones? I know we've had it. I know we've looked at messages and stuff. So can you bring out your mobile phone and just wave it for a bit? Let's see that you have it. So you're going to actually use it in this session. Some QR codes will come up, and then you can also follow her practically throughout this. So, Angelica, are you ready? Hi.
Hi, thank you.
Fantastic. So over to you. You can go ahead.
Perfect. So, first time, thank you, Kachi. Thank you to the Health Summit for inviting me. I wanted to express my sincere apologies for not being able to join you in person today. Well, unfortunately, I had to change my plans. Actually,
Angelica,
I had to undergo.
just hold on for a bit. Just hold on for a bit. Okay, so continue.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me properly? Can you hear me? Is everything okay? Hello? Can you see my screen? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay, so unfortunately, there seems to be a bit of a challenge with sound. So thankfully, she has already sent in a recorded version of this. So we're going to play that now. If anything, if you have questions after, we can connect back with her and maybe get answers to those questions. But for now, let's just watch the recording that she has sent in.
Hello.
That's the challenge with technology, right? When you need it the most, sometimes it can just fail you. So please just bear with us for a few more minutes while we try to resolve the sound issue or get the recording up.
All right, thank you. I'm going to be walking into the room to engage us. I have a game I like to play. It's a tongue twister. And anyone who can get this 5 times, you have a special gift from me. Okay, is this, I can't walk past here. Is that the problem? Okay. I'm moving this microphone forward in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, so here's the tongue twister. Just listen carefully. I need someone who can beat it 5 times. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. 5 times. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. Very fast. So this one I'm doing is slow-mo. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. 5 times. Anyone? A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. You have to go faster. This one I'm giving you slow-mo. You want to try? All right, very fast, 5 times. Tell us your name and then go ahead.
I'm Bola. Okay. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer.
Sorry, Bala, do you work in a manufacturing company? Because it's like you gave the biscuits a name. So it's Biz Biscuits, Biz. All right, but for A for, no, B for effort. Who wants to try? Okay. A box of mixed biscuits so it's plural, a box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer, 5 times.
I'm Precious. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer, a box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer, a box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer, a box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer, a box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer.
Is it war? Is it fight? Are we fighting? A 9 over 10? Or a 10 over 10? You brought your delegate here. Thank you very much, Precious. A round of applause for her. All right, thank you very much, Queens. Are we having a great time? Awesome. We're moving on to the 4th panel conversation today at Her Summit 2023. And like I said before I introduced the AI session, this is a very critical topic because John Maxwell already said it. Every single thing falls and rises on leadership. So this conversation will focus on leveraging leadership, sharing leadership journeys and styles, career hurdles faced on the journey to success, and how female leaders should be shaping the workplace for future generations, beg your pardon. You know, growing up, or in the early stages of my career, I'm still in the early stages of my career, but when I was in paid employment, I was a banker. If someone says to you, my boss is female, the immediate reaction is run. Because we just assume that female leaders are not great people to work with. But the story is changing, and I dare say that I have met fantastic women that have helped to shape my career. Just yesterday when we had, a round of applause please, a round of applause. And I'm really happy I get to share this particular story. You know, yesterday when we had, I'll allow the moderator to do the honors of introducing, but yesterday when we had the pre-event dinner with the speakers, I walked into the room a little late, and then I sat. The person to my right, apparently, is such a big person, accomplished, has everything on her CV. But before I could even catch, just understand what's going on, she started engaging me, and I'm like, okay, such a nice person. And when I found out, I went to Google her later. I was like, this is such an example. She inspired me in a way that I didn't think was possible, just by being herself and by being humble, calm, warm, loving. You don't have to be a Margaret Thatcher. I mean, like we call it here, you don't have to be so nasty. You can be a female accomplished leader and still be a great example to people by being warm, kind, hospitable, and just leaving a great mark and a good taste on their tongues. However, to do the honors of doing the introductions today, I will bring up the moderator who would invite members of this conversation for the panel conversation that speaks to leadership. Now, our moderator is a versatile media entrepreneur supporting the telling of authentic African stories to a global audience. With almost a decade of multifunctional experience across the media industry, she has garnered vital exposure and skills to drive media-related and experiential projects, as well as creating communication strategies for personal and corporate brands. A lot of us know her. I mean, I know her and I love her. She has served as the global director of content for the most influential people of African descent and the publishing editor of the CNN Powerfolio.ng. She's the founder and chief executive officer at That Good Media. Beautiful queens in the house. Please let's make welcome the one and the only Toyosi Etim Effiong to do the honors of moderating this power-packed conversation. Just give her a round of applause. She's walking up stage. Make her feel welcome. She'll be inviting members of this conversation very shortly. But just before she comes up, make sure you don't snooze on this panel. We brought you 2 distinguished leaders and, of course, a moderator who is a leader herself to steer this conversation. Over to you, Toyosi.
Thank you so much. Are we having a good time? Good afternoon, queens.
let me tell you that this is one of the best decisions you've made in your life. Being in rooms like this, you don't leave here remaining the same. Who believes that? What has the highlight for us been so far before we step into this beautiful panel that I'm looking forward to? Anyone highlight so far? Come on. Okay, the last panel session. The ones before that, Uncle. Keynote speech. Who gave the keynote speech? Come on, see us passing our exam. Clap for yourself, please. So I am going to be moderating the Leveraging Leadership panel. Now, this is a panel where I will be speaking to women who are aspirational. You know, they've gotten to the places that we're all looking up to like this, that Lord, am I on track? Lord. Yeah, we're going to be speaking to two fabulous, fascinating, aspirational women. I'm going to introduce them. I'll start off with Odiri Erewa Megasin. Come on. Wait, now let me even read her bio for those who don't know her. Can I read her bio? Thank you, let me read her bio. So Odiri is a dynamic and accomplished professional renowned for her comprehensive expertise in external relations, corporate communications, and stakeholder engagement. She currently serves as the External Affairs Director at British American Tobacco, West and Central Africa. Odiri, did you pay these people? Did you? Is it elections? Okay, but she is responsible for driving BAT's external affairs and communication strategy in the West and Central African region. With a background in law and as a chartered secretary, Odiri joined BAT Nigeria in July 2006 and quickly rose through the ranks, holding various positions in the legal unit. Following the merger of Legal and External Affairs, she served as the head of Government Affairs West Africa area from 2015 to 2017, and subsequently as the head of Legal from 2017 to 2018. Her career has taken her to different parts of the world, including an expatriate assignment. Who likes expatriate jobs? Expatriate, it's a sweet thing. I've never done it, but I desire it. Yes, including an expatriate assignment to Indonesia in the Asia-Pacific region, where she served as head of marketing, legal, and later as senior regulatory special projects manager. She was also seconded to the Americas and Sub-Saharan region as a senior regional external engagement and campaign manager before returning to Nigeria to assume her current leadership position in West and Central Africa. Championing gender equality, Odiri has overcome barriers to female leadership and advancement with her self-assurance, clarity of purpose, and forthrightness. Her catchphrase is, "Speak up, the world is your oyster, and what you have to say is worth listening to." Let me say that again. Her catchphrase is, "Speak up, the world is your oyster, and what you have to say is worth listening to." Odiri holds a master's degree with honors in international relations from the University of Kent at Canterbury, England, and a Bachelor of Laws LLB from the University of Buckingham. She's a member of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators and an associate in the Nigeria Institute of Directors, and currently serves as the acting chairman of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Export Promotion Group. Please, I think we will give her, no, let me finish. With her extensive experience, expertise in external affairs, and commitment to the growth of the manufacturing industry, Odiri Erewa Megasin is a driving force and brings immense value to organizations seeking to optimize operations, drive growth, and forge impactful partnerships. Let's give it up for Odiri again. And the next high flyer, high achiever, who I actually really, really respect and look up to simply because we're in similar spaces, is Stephanie Busari. Come on. Now, hang on. Stephanie is a journalist with 20 years plus, or 20 plus years of experience in global newsrooms. She is the pioneer and head of CNN's, did you hear the company I called? I did not call, let me not mention the name, but CNN's first digital and multi-platform bureau in Nigeria. She is a two-time, oh, you people are not listening, people listening. She is a two-time Emmy-nominated journalist and editor. Stephanie is a skilled and experienced newsroom leader who reports on air for CNN International and has a strong track record of delivering impactful journalism in multiple formats. She began her career as a news reporter in the early 2000s, swiftly building her reputation as a storyteller. Living in Belfast during the Northern Ireland Troubles, she interviewed a crucifixion victim and paramilitaries. She also edited a lifestyle magazine that chronicled the lives of young people in Northern Ireland and their attempts to build a life beyond the conflict. Okay, after a short stint at BBC News, Stephanie joined CNN International in 2008. Her excellence in journalism was rewarded by the organization, resulting in a swift career progression to senior editor for Africa. Stephanie is recognized for her commitment to justice and speaking up for the voiceless. In April 2016, she exclusively obtained the proof of life video, which showed that the kidnapped Nigerian Chibok schoolgirls were still alive. The evidence kick-started crucial negotiations, resulting in the release of over 100 schoolgirls from the terrorist group Boko Haram. That deserves a round of applause. Stephanie earned a Gracie Award in 2017 for her fearless contribution to this story, alongside a Peabody Award in 2015 as a field producer for CNN's coverage of the Chibok girls. Stephanie has also received an Outstanding Woman in Media accolade. The United Nations celebrated Stephanie as one of the 100 most influential people of African descent in 2017, and she is recognized as one of the 25 most powerful female journalists in Africa. In 2020, all deserving of applause, honestly. In 2020, she was selected for the prestigious Maurice Greenberg Fellowship at Yale University. A passionate and adept public speaker, Stephanie is regularly invited to moderate panels and share her profound insights. She is the founder of TEDx Brixton and has been a speaker at several organizations, including TED Global, United Nations Women, and Side Business School, University of Oxford. Let's give Stephanie Busari a round of applause. Okay, and we're just going to move swiftly to the conversational session. Like I said to them, these are women that I like to have tea with, because by the time you're leaving their homes, you just feel inspired and you feel like you can do everything. Reading and listening to their bios, how do we feel so far? Do we feel inspired? Yeah, absolutely. I feel inspired as well. Okay, nice to be talking to you. Yes, right. I mean, let's just jump right into it. The journey to leadership. What was the beginning for you? I'll start with you, Odiri.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen in the house. First, I'd like to thank the organizers of her network. I think they've done a phenomenal job. It's great when you try to elevate women and use that platform, to make sure sustainably women are shown the pathway to success. It shouldn't be a few at the top. Everybody can be at the top. So to the question, in terms of what has been my journey, let me first start with who I am. My name is Odiri, as she mentioned. I'd always been the only girl amongst three boys, so I've always had to fight my way, make sure my voice is heard. being a no-nonsense person, being a go-getter. No is not in my vocabulary. When I want something, I go for it. I set my targets and I accomplish it, no matter what it takes. In doing that, I'm also very big on working with people. So in my career, I started out, I'm a lawyer by profession. I worked with MTN for 3 years, and my plan was to rise up to the top. The best way is to move out quickly. So I had a 3-year strategy, 3 years and I'm out. Then I got to BAT. BAT is a multinational. BAT is, we're in the UK, we're the top 10 on the stock exchange. We're a global company. We have over 200 countries, in 200 countries globally. We're the biggest tobacco manufacturer globally. To be able to work in a multinational like a BAT, they give you a platform where you can grow. You determine how fast you want to grow. So I came into BAT as a mid-career recruit in 2006, as she said, and I did all the different roles. So being the kind of person I wasn't scared to take on new roles. I was very eager to learn new things because I realized that the quicker I learned, the more I understood the business and the more prepared I was to grow. So I started as a mid-career in legal, did all the roles in legal. Then there was a merger with corporate affairs at the time. And they said, Odiri, let's put you in government affairs. The first time when they told me about it, my response to my boss then was, are you joking? Because I was like, why would you think you want to take me from legal into external affairs? But obviously they saw something in me. I got into there, I nailed the job. And then they took me back to legal, to head legal, and changed legal again because we needed to, from a compliance point of view, as a corporate multinational, compliance is front and center of everything we do. Anything you do impacts the stock of the shareholders. We're under strict rules, strict guidelines, globally, UK, and we're also on the stock exchange in America. So from there, I was now given the opportunity again to go to Indonesia. We were looking for where should they send Odiri to, because to become in a multinational, before you can break that ceiling and become a director, you cannot only know one market or one region, you must see the other side. So we were then looking within Africa. Asia was never in the scope of things. However, Indonesia was thrown into the mix, and I was asked to go there for 12 months. Normally when they send you out to develop you, but they sent me out to develop the team, to train the team in Indonesia. So I went in there as a marketing counsel, and when I was going, I had to understand the culture of Indonesia as well, so that I could blend in. I went in there, it was supposed to be 12 months, they kept me there for 3 years. And then whilst I was there, they moved me to the Americas and Sub-Saharan region of our company. I spent 8 months there, and then I came back. I was pulled back into West and Central Africa as the External Affairs Director. So in a nutshell, that has been my journey. Now this journey has taken me 18 years in July. Remember I said my goal was 3 years and I'm out. But what kept me in BAT is the fact that they invested in me as a person. I kept putting myself out there to try new things, and they saw that in me, and they kept opening the doors and giving me. So the more you excel, the more they give you new challenges to see how far can you go, maybe if you will break. So far I haven't broken, and I'm still there 18 years. Thank you.
That is fantastic. And from what I hear, not only did they invest in you, you were also rewarded for your excellence. Because you were so good, they kept you somewhere that you were supposed to be for 1 year. They kept you there for 3 years. It's a testament to you also doing what you were called to do very well. So well done. Okay, we'll move to Stephanie. Hello. Hi, okay, so we'll pass this to you. But your journey so far, how has it been? Now you are senior editor at CNN, head of CNN Nigeria, how we see you, and Africa, please correct us, West Africa. But yes, how's your journey been?
Hello everyone, it's lovely to be here. And sorry, I have a really croaky voice. I'm not feeling 100%, but I had to come and support this amazing event. Give it up for Nkem, she's just such a powerhouse, always celebrating, always empowering women, and I really doff my hat to you. So my journey in journalism has been quite linear. You know, I'm one of those annoying people or driven people. I knew I wanted to be a journalist when I was 12 years old. And from that moment, everything that I did was focused on becoming a journalist. So I was born in Nigeria, I was born in Lagos, but when I was 12, we moved to the UK with my family. I think that was the first wave of Japa that some people might remember. And there was even a advert at the time, Andrew, don't check out. So, you know, we checked out at that time with my family. And it was a different environment. I came from an environment where I was really enabled and empowered. But we moved to inner city London, where there were such low aspirations for black people, frankly. And I remember one of my careers teachers telling me, oh, are you sure you want to be a journalist? There's not many black journalists. You know, she was really, she thought she was helping, but it really made me determined to become a journalist, because I was just like, well, I come from a country where there are hundreds of thousands of journalists, of professionals. So having that grounding in Nigeria really gave me the confidence to achieve my goals, to know that I come from a place where you're empowered to succeed and where failure, quite frankly, is not an option. So I did the internship and all of that, but I've always worked in print and newspaper. My first job was on a daily newspaper in the UK, and I did that for many years, but I wasn't fulfilled. And I always say that it's at CNN that I've grown up as a journalist, that I've started to do the kind of impact stories and the impact journalism that I would like, that I was called to do. I really believe journalism is my calling, it's my purpose, telling stories that empower and uplift. So when I got to CNN in 2018, so I've been with CNN, no, sorry, not 2018, 2008. So I've been with CNN for 15 years. And one of my colleagues celebrated 40 years at CNN this week. You all know of Christiane Amanpour. Hands up if you've heard of Christiane. So Christiane has been with CNN for 40 years, and it's incredible. And it's the kind of place where people stay. People don't leave CNN very easily, because you get to practice journalism at the highest level. You get to practice journalism with people who are passionate, who are at the top of their game, and they push each other to be the very best. And you know, every award season we sweep the board, and that's not to brag, it's just to say that we are so dedicated and committed to impactful journalism. So I got to CNN at 2008. I was a freelancer. I just went in, I was like, okay, you know, I left my job and I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. Someone told me they're looking for freelance writers. I turned up, I was like, okay. So they would call me for shifts every other day, twice a week, whatever. But I just stayed. And then 6 months later, they gave me a job. 2 years after that, they promoted me to another department. But what was the turning point for me was becoming an expatriate to Nigeria. Other people go on expatriate journeys to US and other exotic parts of the world, but I was expatriated to Nigeria. But that was a turning point in my journey, because I got to really have wings to fly, to practice the kind of journalism that will be impactful. And Chibok Girls is one of them that was mentioned earlier. And I came to set up CNN's first digital bureau in Nigeria. And you know, we had a team of people. We created the first internship in this region, the first internship program. All our former interns are like working with places like Financial Times, DW, BBC, you know, so it's a program I'm very proud of. And we also got to tell really great stories. Apart from the Chibok Girls, you know, we also covered a story of a young lady who recorded her lecture. I don't know if you remember this story. In 2018, Yes, Sex for Grades. She recorded her lecturer, and he was asking her to sleep with him so that she could improve her grades. And she was so outraged that she recorded him secretly. She gave us the only interview that she ever did. And soon after that, this man was arrested and convicted. It was a rare conviction for a lecturer in this kind of story in the country. So we're really proud of that. And, you know, women have always been a pivotal part of my journey, of my storytelling. I believe that African women are some of the most dynamic and resilient people that I've ever encountered. We make so much out of so little. And when I sometimes compare my colleagues back in the UK with my colleagues here, there's such a vast difference. It's not because they are not capable, but they have enabling environments. And sometimes when you have an enabling environment, you're complacent. You're not as driven. And I always say that when I came to Nigeria, I became even more ambitious. You know, I was working at CNN. I was in a really good job, but I was like, I talking to people and they're like, oh yeah, I'm doing my 3rd master's, I'm doing my PhD. And I'm like, oh my God, like you've done nothing. And so I really became very driven, and I would never have applied for a fellowship to Yale when I was living in London, actually. But here, it was a possibility for me. People all around me were doing fellowships. And I was like, wow, why not? I applied, and I was chosen, thankfully. So, you know, I love the can-do spirit that Nigerians in particular embody. The sky is the limit. And unfortunately, our environment, because of various things, limits us. And that is why when we go to other climes, we excel, because there are no limits in terms of what we face here sometimes. But, you know, I say that to say that Nigeria has shaped a large part of my journey. So I'm really thankful that I was expatriated back home.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. So I know that in this room we have 9-to-5ers, and we also have entrepreneurs. Listening to you, because I've set up a business, I'm hearing that somebody has stayed with the business for 40 years. It's doing something to me, okay? And I want to make sure that you are all receiving that as well for the entrepreneurs here. Make sure your mind is focused on building a business that can stand the test of time. Please take that away from what Stephanie has said. But one common factor between both of you is the exposure. International exposure. Now they are pro-Japa. I was about to say Japa, like I've already Japped, but I haven't Japped yet, still here. But they're the pro-Japas and the anti-Japas, yes. But from what I'm hearing now, it is important to gain international exposure to hit spaces of leadership. Can you speak on that, please?
That's very true, you know, and the essence of gaining that international exposure is to see how things are done differently, best practices, to also meet with different cultures, right? Because when you blend with other people, you appreciate the way they are, and you have to blend. So I'll give you an example. When they sent me to Indonesia, when I did my research about Indonesia, Indonesia seems to be the opposite of Nigeria from a behavioral point of view. We are very aggressive, as they say, or go-getters. We are no nonsense. Any small thing, we tell people off if you get in our space. Indonesians are the opposite. You know, they don't like noise. They are very calm. They don't like to be told off. If you put too much pressure on them, they'll resign. So when I found this out, I told my mom, hey, they sent me there to punish me. Because this is the total opposite of who I am, you know. But going in there, I spoke to a number of people who were in Indonesia to first understand what is it about, understand the culture, understand the people, understand the issues that they had, and know what I could bring to help them. Now, when I got to Indonesia and I assessed, what I found very quickly was that with Indonesia, you have to find your chief. Meaning that you have to find, they always have galvanized around one person who is the leader. And once that leader breaks you in, everybody accepts you. But if they don't break you in, you are locked out. And Indonesians don't speak English. Just the elite speak English. So it was quite tough. And I'm going there to train. And again, Indonesians don't like people who are proud. They don't like people coming to tell them what they don't know. And they are opposed to everything Western. They want to, so they eat with spoon and fork. They don't use a knife. Because they say, why do we need a knife? So you can imagine their mindset. So when I went in there, I found out that I needed to rebrand myself. I needed to blend into their culture. I found out that I couldn't come and, yes, I was coming to teach them and upskill them, but I couldn't go with that attitude that I know it all, but, right? So I've come to teach you. I had to make it seem like I want to learn from you. I want to see how you can do things. Help me, and then maybe I might be able to give you one thing or the other. So that humility helped me to break into the culture. Now, the Indonesia has over 250 million population, so it's huge potential like Nigeria. But we had very small market share. And then we always had our regional leaders come in every 3 months. So every 3 months, because Indonesians don't like confrontation, so when the our regional bosses come in, we, the experts, are the ones on the fire line. They was like, okay, you go and present, because they don't want to be told off. So it was a boiler seat. You always had to bring your A game. Being an expert there, they made me work for my money. Yes, they took me there with my whole family, even my mom as well, my daughters, my husband. BAT takes care of you when they send you out, but you will work for that money. What is the lesson from Indonesia and when I went to the sub-Saharan Africa is being adaptable, opening yourself up, being able to learn. When I got into Indonesia, they asked me to we usually do like a yearly business meeting where we bring everybody together and we tell them this is the plan for the year, this is the vision, everybody had to key in. The managing director said, Odiri, you are going to drive. I'm like, what? I don't even understand the business. How am I going to drive this, But I had to bring my A game. I had to see how I work with different departments. How could I understand where the business vision is and deliver? Because nobody's going to listen to, I don't know, no excuses. I left Indonesia, I went to work with Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa, I had Canada, I had Mexico, I had Africa. So you had a different blend of people. You had to understand the different dynamics of the countries, the persons, to be able to work with them and deliver results. You couldn't, I was in a regional role then. I couldn't deliver without relationships and building a network with the people on the ground in the market in the different countries. When I was in Indonesia, I was the only black face. I was the only black person. So whatever I did, they would see me. I could not blend. so I couldn't blend, visually, but I blended from a behavioral point of view. That at the end of the day, they saw me as one of them. So change is inevitable. So you have to be able to learn to adapt, to be able to change to whatever circumstance you find yourself, and make sure you bring your A game. If I didn't do my best and perform in Indonesia, I wouldn't have been kept for 3 years, and they pay my daughter's schools in international schools there. All fees paid and all of that. They wouldn't have done that because it's very expensive to send you all the way to Asia. And I wouldn't have gotten the role to Asia, in the Americas as well. Now, all of that groomed me for when I came back here to be a director. So every role that you go into, you have to try to see how can I grow? If you are in a role and you're not growing, you have to assess and you have to be honest with yourself. If you're not growing, you need to rethink, you need to replan, and you need to come up with a plan to take yourself forward. That has helped me coming back here and to be able to blend and build a phenomenal team. And BAT is a fantastic training ground. I have my head of HR here. We're looking for women. We have opportunities.
Head of HR, please stand up for recognition. Stand up, please. How many of you have your resumes here? You form a queue. We'll tell you where to form the queue outside. But it's great that you're here. Thank you for being here. And what I hear you say is going to these different places allowed you to bring back the best practices from those places and apply to Nigeria. Fantastic. Okay, Stephanie, I'd like you to also speak on the importance of international exposure to attaining roles of leadership.
Yeah, so international exposure is very important because, you know, migration is actually a story as old as time. You know, people have always migrated. It's the ebb and flow of human movement. So we intermingle, we interact, we learn about different cultures. You know, so I'm saying that because there's a lot of angst about, oh, people are leaving, Jackma, this and that. You know, there was an ebb and flow. As people are leaving, people are coming back. So if you have aspirations to go and expose yourself, to get educated in a different environment, in an environment where you might get better skills, where you might get better kind of like education, do it. It's very important. But if you're not in a position to do it right now, we are in the information age. There is nothing that you cannot find out about. There's so much information at our fingertips right now. So, you know, when I was starting out as a journalist, for example, we used to have to phone from these red telephone boxes in the UK to the office and say, okay, I've just left the court and this is the verdict. And you would have to read the phone, the verdict and the story. You would have to form the story in your mind and tell it to someone who we call a copy taker, who's typing as you're telling them this. I mean, the world has moved on. Now I just send it via WhatsApp, like this is my story, whatever. So take advantage of the technological advances to expose your mind, because not everybody, let's face it, will have the opportunity to go and travel and get international exposure. You know, these universities, these countries are very savvy. They know that we are desperate to be there. The UK has, for example, just increased student visa fees. You know, they know that it's a lucrative area for them. So the price is just going to keep rising. So don't be discouraged. Do what the research you can until you can afford to go out there and be exposed internationally. It's important. It's important to travel beyond your country, beyond your state. Nigerians, I'm calling you out. Travel to other parts of the country. Travel that it builds understanding of who we are, even as a nation. I've been to many parts of northeast Nigeria, to Borno, to Yola, to Kano, and places like this. And I'm astonished how many Nigerians don't go beyond their ancestral villages and Lagos or wherever they live. So let's endeavor to, even just in that small way, travel and expand our mind about our other cultures. But in terms of leadership, as a leader, you have to lead teams with different personalities, with different cultures. So if you're not exposed, if you're just quite kind of narrow in your frame of reference, it's going to be hard to lead teams successfully. And so as a leader, that quest for knowledge, the quest for, like she said, she had to adapt. And when I came here, I'm quite a direct, no-nonsense person, but that doesn't work here, particularly if you're leading teams with men, and older men, let's face it. So you can't be no-nonsense and kind of like quite bullish like I was in the beginning, and you suffer because then they close ranks around you. And so you have to be culturally aware, you have to be smart, and that international exposure, and any exposure actually does help you do that.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. It's interesting because this morning I read Genesis 12:1. Just going to quote scriptures. It says, and God said to Abraham, leave your father's house, leave your country, to a land that I will show you. Do you understand? And so this is not to encourage everybody leaving, but this is for those who in your heart you are sensing this pull to
go somewhere else to learn something, and then there are probably people around you who are telling you, you better don't go, you want to join those who are jackpying, all of that. No, I strongly believe that a lot of people who have left are going to come back years from now and develop this country, okay? And like you've said, thank you for actually pointing that out, that technology is available to everyone now, okay? So you can immerse yourself in other lands, spaces that you have never been to. And this is a call to also monitor what you listen to and who is around you, and to actually travel Nigeria. I think there should be a campaign for that. I served in Bauchi. To be very honest, I was going to stay, and then I got there and I was like, this place is actually nice. And so I stayed there 9 to 10 months in Bauchi. How many of you served in the north and stayed in the north? I like how excited you are, waving your hand. I see you. Do you understand? And these places are beautiful. I do understand the security risks right now. So take that into consideration, but see Nigeria, see the world, and it just helps you have a global outlook to life. Now, speaking about mindset, is there a certain mindset women should have as they aspire to positions of leadership? That's it. Both of you are going to answer all the questions.
Okay, hello, can you hear me? So one of the things that one of the mistakes I made, and I think a lot of women do this, is that we believe that the work that we do will speak for itself. And then we will be plucked from obscurity. Someone will go, oh, you're working really hard, well done, have a promotion. That never happens. You have to play the game. Actually, corporate culture is a game. It can be a jungle. And so you need to know that you need to survive, like learn the survival tactics to survive in that jungle. And self-promotion is actually one of the biggest ones. Men are never shy about tooting their horn and blowing their trumpet and saying, oh yes, I did this and my team achieved X, Y, Z. And, you know, you need to, as a woman coming up in the corporate world, have your elevator pitch ready about what you achieved that week, that month, that quarter, and always be ready to speak up in meetings and talk about what you've done. Because to be honest, your manager is like in charge of maybe 10, 15, 20, 30 other people. It's the ones that speak up she's going to remember or he's going to remember. So if you don't speak up, if you got your head down and you're doing work, and which is great work, but you're not speaking about it and you're not promoting it, it's not really going to get you noticed. So that's a mindset change that I would like a lot of women to have. You know, so I mean, I think that's a key one that I think women should consider.
Odiri, please.
For me, I would say you have to network. You have to expand your sphere of network. And what do I mean? When I manage my team, I tell them that if you don't have exposure to where I think 9 directors in the management team on BAT, I used to be the only one. I have another woman joining me, thankfully. But what I used to tell my guys is that if I'm only your voice, you have 8 people that don't know you, right? And those 8 people, they'll defer to what Odiri thinks about you. But if you expand your sphere of networking and you have an interaction with all the other directors, Odiri can come and bullshit during your talent review and say, this person is rubbish, rubbish. Or another person, no, but she did this, she did this, she did this, she did that. You understand? So by doing that, you have more voices that can speak up for you. So I think, apart from what she said, that is very important. I also think that you should come with presence. You know, when I look at guys, right, men, and I think I've said this on Her Network before, a man is never 100% fully ready for a job. He might be 50%, but he will beat out his chest. I can do it. He'll pump himself up. I can do it. I can do it. He'll go and get other people to support him, and he will get the job. But we women, we want to dot all our T's and cross all our, all our I's dot all our I's and cross all our T's before we go for the role, right? We have to be picture perfect. And I always say that if you are fully ready for a role, that role is not yours. Why do I say that? Because to give yourself 6 to 12 months, you'll be bored.
going into a role, there must be room to grow. There must be things that you need to step into. When I came into this role as a director, I was a bit worried that, can I do this job? I've been out of Africa for 3 years. Can I do this? Nigeria is quite a tough market. But they saw something in me, and I stepped up to the place, and I said, okay, I don't have all the ready skills, but I will grow in that job. I will make sure that I make my difference. I will make sure my voice is heard. And whilst you're doing that, I think for women, I try to advocate this in BAT and other platforms where I speak. You're an ambassador for other women. The way you behave, the way you come, your presence, if you are late for a meeting, if you are prepared, have you read your minute notes? Are you speaking intelligently? Have you understood? Are you coming with commercial acumen beyond your sphere of influence? Sometimes my MD calls me Deputy Marketing Director because I talk about the marketing aspects of things. I don't just focus on my scope alone. You have to come prepared. It's a given that in any role you must be ready. You must be, in terms of, you must have experience. When you have that experience, you have to network. You have to have people who can also be at the back of you. So in terms of mentors or coaches that can guide you and help you, prepare you for where you want to go. And you must be visible. You can't be hiding behind your desk and be doing a fantastic work and nobody is seeing you. You are just wasting your time, right? The person who is very visible, office is politics, right? The politician always wins. It's not the smartest person that wins. So you must make sure that you do a blend. But I say to everybody that play smart politics. Earn your seat on the merit. Don't play the politics of, I wear the shortest skirt. I want to see I'm pretty. I want to win favors to get on the seat. You will get that seat. But you know what? You might have a boss that really doesn't care about politics like I do. I'm about the job. If you are the best person for the job, I will be behind you 110%. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please, a round of applause. From Stephanie to Odiri, solid points. Really like tooting your own horn. And there's a way to do it with finesse, you know. It doesn't have to be crass. How many of you use your social media to actually talk about what you're doing, you know? Good. Actually, can I see your hands up? It wasn't a rhetorical question. Great. For others, sometimes it's just, oh, this is what I wore. What's that hashtag? GRWM. Get ready with me. And it's like, Auntie, beyond your makeup, what are you doing? Can we know what you're doing, you know? And social media is such an interesting place now. People find you on social media. You don't even know who's watching. So yes, that's very important. Just showing up correct. And then networking as well. Did we have a networking session? I apologize, I came slightly late. Have we had a networking session? No, but who is sitting beside someone they didn't come with? Do we know the name of the person beside us? Not the people in front. These front row people are answering. We all had dinner together last night. Do we know the names of the people beside us? And what they do? Really? Okay, but let's take time. Let's take time to network. I'm very conscious of time, but honestly, we're going to take 30 seconds. Nkem, do I have your permission? Please, thank you. 30 seconds, look beside the person, to your left and to your right, like we do in church. What is your name? What do you do? This is my name. Go, 30 seconds. Some people are just looking at me like, what's this one? 30 seconds. Find out something interesting. Find out a common point. Okay, move to the next person. Move to the next person beside you. Oluwatosin, you are not asking anybody. You should be asking her. Money Africa. She used to work with me when I was with us in VAT. Yes, I remember that.
because I met her at that point when she was working at BAT. She was working on another business.
Okay, time up, time up, time up. After this session, I'll ask one or two people what they know about the person beside them. But let's give ourselves a round of applause. Awesome, thank you. Okay, it's okay, oh, you did not do it since. It's okay, it's me that said you should do it. I say you should stop. We have closed. Thank you. All right, so thank you. Thank you for obliging. Now, it's one thing to get to the top. It's another thing to stay at the top. How do you maintain staying power? How do you stay relevant, important, sought after in that role of leadership?
Okay, for me, like I said, you have to always bring your A game. You have to be commercially clued on. And I keep singing this like a broken record to my team. You must understand what is your role in this bigger scheme of things. You can't work as in silo mentality. You have to see how does what I do, how would it impact you? How would it impact you? How can we work together for the common good, right? And then you have to make sure that you have emotional intelligence. You can't come into a room and you start fighting with the other directors. You can't do that. Being in a multinational is also important that you have relationships all the way to the headquarters, because at my level, it's there they decide who goes where and who goes what. But it's also adapting to change, because another thing with BAT is that change is inevitable. My bosses always change. My boss just changed again. And with a change, the new boss comes, you have to learn how to work with your new boss and adapt as well. You have to keep updating yourself. And this use of social media is very important. BAT has given me the opportunity to go beyond BAT, that I'm now chairing the Exporters Group for Nigeria, whereby I'm now helping to chart the course for export in Nigeria beyond non-oil exports. So it is because of the competence that they see in me that even that group has said, okay, we want a woman to come and chair this group and to help take Nigeria to the next level. So it's also promoting your brand. So you, like now I've gone out, so every time, even my MD says, wow, you've become a celebrity, right? Because you're everywhere, you're doing so many things. But you have to be deliberate. You won't find me on social media just posting a nice picture of myself. It has to be deliberate. What am I saying? How am I impacting? How am I creating value? We leave a footprint. Digital footprint. So you must make sure that you are leaving the right digital footprint, because every company, like a multinational, we check you up. We have a brand, an image we have to protect, so we don't want anyone coming to tarnish that. So bringing that back into the boardroom, you have to understand the board dynamics, how things play. You have to people always need to listen to what you have to say. And most importantly, you have to deliver results. To stay at the top, if you don't deliver results, then you're not earning your seat. You become a bench warmer. So I have to keep telling the business, this is what I'm doing to the bottom line. So when I ask for things, because also of my attitude of being a go-getter and being the woman so long alone in that boardroom, I've earned enough brownie points from giving the business a lot of value that nobody challenges me really, because they know that Odiri will always deliver. So you must always deliver. Don't take it for granted that when they put you on that boardroom, it's just nice to have. You have to work for it.
Thank you. Stephanie?
I mean, Odiri's really said it all, but what I will say is that being intentional is so critical. So you have to look at your goals. What do you want to achieve? And there's a level where you're not going to be able to do that yourself. You need to find the best coaches and the best mentors. Pay them if you have to. That will get you to the next level and keep you at the top of your game. You have to be at the top of your game. So when I came to Lagos 7 years ago, 2016, I'd never done one live report on air. I'd never been on air and saying, this is Stephanie Bissau, this is the news. I had to invest in voice coaching. I had to invest in public speaking training, so many things I had to. They just said to me, oh, we know you can do it. They gave me 2 days training, like very functionary. It was not adequate at all. And I arrived and they were like, breaking news, we want you to go on air. When I watched those first live reports, I'm like, oh my God. But I had to push through, I had to watch them, no matter how painful they were. And I had to now say, you know what? I need to find this person to get me to this level. I need to speak to this person. Even tracking, there's something they call tracking, when you put together a documentary and you have to do the voiceover. My first voiceovers were so horrible that they actually did not use those documentaries. I mean, it was that bad. But over time, I had to become the best. And now I'm actually known as Queen of Africa in CNN. So it's like nothing happens about Africa without coming to me. I have built that solid reputation. And then they know that they have to come to me to ask for my insights, for my analysis, for my advice. Should we do this? Who should we call? And then they hear feedback like, oh, you know, the people before at CNN never used to be like this. You know, and so they hear feedback that, oh, Stephanie's really changed XYZ about CNN in Nigeria, but CNN's reporting XY. So they hear all of these things because I have been extremely intentional about building those relationships, about looking at the landscape and saying, what do I want to be known for when I leave this role? It's inevitable, I will leave. Who am I grooming to be successors? What is the story they're going to tell about me when I leave? So all of these things are always at the back of my mind, in my daily role, even in everything that I do. That is how intentional I am about the work that I do and how I do it.
Amazing, thank you. Let's give both of them a round of applause. We're rounding up soon. And thank you for answering that question, because I was going to ask about the importance of mentorship and coaching as well, but I think you've done a good job. It's safe to say it is important to have mentors. It is important to have coaches. And I'll just say, I get DMs a lot of times of people asking me to be their mentor. And it's not possible to mentor people, and I know we probably do get those all the time. What I would say is follow the footsteps of the person first, you know. Access what is already available about the person. If the person is doing like a group thing, join the group. Some people want one-on-ones, and those one-on-ones are tough. Please, it's tough to schedule a one-on-one with 100 young women who want to talk to you when these things are already available, okay? And over time, I truly believe that you would attract your mentor, and you would attract well, for the coaches, you reach out to them and you pay the price. You know, you pay a premium for their attention and for their knowledge. So please keep in mind that it is extremely important to have some sort of mentorship and coaching as you advance and as you go on this journey towards leadership. And final question, I see them giving me the eye, but I'm still going to ask this question. And it really is, I want it to sink in every woman's mind here why it is important for women to be in roles of leadership. Now, I know that you both can talk about this for maybe like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, all of that. Can we give it to like 1 minute? Why is it important for us to have women in government? Shout out to Electa, you know, for the kind of work that they do. Let's give Electa a round of applause. And also because they sponsored the dinner we had last night, very yummy, 5-course, you know. You have to get to places of leadership so that you'll be eating, just joking. But, you know, Electa is doing great work. But why is it important to have women in positions of leadership across board, across industries, government, media, business, and education, and across board?
For me, I think that women bring a different dynamic to the play, right? We can multitask. You can do so many things. You can drive for results without letting it be so painful. I believe that having women in leadership position would help the business actually attain higher ground in terms of deliverables And it's important, being in that leadership position, you lead by example so that you bring other women up, you open doors. So remember that you're only there for a time, but what has been your impact? How have you helped other women come up? And it's easier for women. If we want to work together, we can actually work together and break boundaries, right? And barriers. So when you are in a leadership position, how do you open the door? How do you make sure that you help and you train other women to come up into that in your footsteps so that they can actually attain the height of their career as they can? And I'm also a sticker of work-life balance. I think women will do it better. Yes. You must be able to balance. I'm married with 2 beautiful daughters. When I leave the office, I go home and I shut down. I want to spend time with my family, right? I don't take work home. A man, it will be difficult to do that, you know. With women, I have a fantastic lady who works with me who has jackpot to Canada. But I understand her family needs. And because she needs to do it for a time, I've struck a deal that, okay, work with me, provided you do your job. You know, so I'm very flexible. I don't care whether you're working in the moon. Just give me your deliverables. It might not be so easy for a man to do that. Because a woman understands that you need to balance your home. A happy home is a happy employee. Happy employee, productivity, right? So it's important to strike that balance. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. So, I mean, I'll just say that during the pandemic, right, the countries that succeeded in really effectively controlling the pandemic were all led by women. And that was not a coincidence. Women bring a different dynamic to leadership. We bring empathy, we bring intuition, we bring collaboration. We're not driven by our ego. Unfortunately, that's just the way we're made up. You know, that's a contrast that we have to men. So, and then you looked at other countries like Brazil, US, and all those places. They suffered because they had authoritarian leaders who were not so big on collaboration, who were not so big on the things that, and you know, even in the UK, Boris Johnson was saying, well, you know what, your grandparents are gonna die, just get over it. You know, he was saying that. I mean, it was pretty awful. Like, a woman leader would never say that. Yeah. We have so much more empathy, maybe because we are naturalists, we bring life. So lean in to your natural feminine instincts in your leadership role, because that is actually our superpower. We're creators. We're creators of life. And in our leadership roles, we can help build people if we only lean in to our natural feminine instincts.
Thank you. A round of applause. Yeah, so please, we need women in positions of power. It would be great to get up there, look to my left, see a woman, look to my right, see a woman. I know that you understand what I'm saying. You don't think I'm saying what I am not saying. It's really, really important that we believe that we can be leaders and then get to these positions of leadership. If I ask one more question, they will carry me off this stage. So I'm just going to throw it open to the, can I throw it open to the, I can't, who has a question? Let's permit them. Okay, one question. Someone is waving 2 hands. No, I'm really sorry. The person waving 2 hands. Someone is waving 2 hands. Stand, please.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so I have a problem.
You have a problem?
Yes, I do. And I really want to believe it's not just me. It's almost like women. So, before now, my unit was male-driven, like male-focused. I was the only female in the unit. But someone joined, a female joined. She's actually my boss. But I think I should just like disclose that I'm actually a nice person. Yes. All right.
What's the question?
Okay, so the question is, I found myself being envious, which sometimes I call myself out of this and like, oh, you should not be doing this. So I'm wondering, how do I really change this mindset? Because the theme of the program here is moving women forward. Yes. So how do I change this? And
so
be
you're
more
struggling
inclusive?
with envy towards an older woman? Is she older?
Not really. I don't really know her age.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is she in a higher position?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Dealing with envy.
Yeah.
I know we have therapists here. So But, okay, let's take one more. There was someone who was really raising their hand. Yes, please come quickly. Yeah. Envy. Afterwards, okay. So just one, then we'll answer the questions and, yes.
Thank you.
No, not you, my darling. I'm really sorry. Her, please quickly give it to her. She was really, really raising both hands. Sorry.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Kemi.
Hi, Kemi.
So I want to ask my question basically like for both of you. So you both had like scenarios or scenarios in your life where you had to transition from a somewhat lukewarm environment or an environment where you didn't really, like your first job, and then
Kemi,
you
I
had
stuck my neck out for you. Ask this question.
Sorry, and you're at M10. So how do you transition from a lukewarm environment to doing something that you really love? Is it that easy to just hit the ground running?
Okay, so we have someone dealing with envy and doesn't want to envy. Can we answer that in one sentence? Or
Okay.
I will recommend Queen Muriel. Please raise your hand. Queen Muriel, thank you. So, yes.
Envy is a natural emotion. It's when you act on the envy to do something bad that it becomes negative. So really address the root cause of your envy. What is it about that person or those people? It's something that's lacking in yourself that you see in them that you want for yourself. I've been envious, but I've never reacted negatively. I've actually gone to find that person to find out how they've done the thing that I'm envious about. So turn it around.
Thank you, yes. And then the question of a lukewarm environment to a passionate environment. I hope I got that right.
I think you have to have goals and you set targets for yourself. Nothing is going to be easy, right? So when you are transiting, you have to prepare. Don't be scared for change, and because challenge would always come, change will always come, but how do you prepare for that? You have to take baby steps. You have to understand the terrain, do your homework, your background check. You can't jump from a baby, can't start walking without crawling. So you have to take it in little steps, but make sure that you do it deliberately. You learn along the way. You find people who can help you to gain the insights and the knowledge, deepen the knowledge that you need to prepare you. Remember I said when I was in Indonesia, I spoke to people to understand the culture before I adapted. So you must do all that work to prepare you so that you'll be successful.
Fantastic. Ms. Odiri, Ms. Stephanie, thank you very much for such an enlightening panel. We're just going to take pictures now. We apologize for running over time.
Thank you so much. Can we please give them another round of applause as they exit the stage? I think this was a very powerful and critical conversation to have. Thank you very much for shining your light. You know, as I was speaking, I remembered a quote, which is my favorite quote actually. It says, "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, outstanding, exceptional? When the actual question should be, who are you not to be?" And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. Every time I see, that's the end of the quote. Every time I see women who are successful, and I really love the question that you asked. I can't remember your name, I'm sorry. And I think it's a very valid one. But for me, when I see women who are successful, who are, great achievers, I'm inspired deeply by them. it keeps reminding me that I can do any and everything I put my mind to doing. So thank you very much, Ms. Odiri and Toyosi and Stephanie, for shining your light and for sharing from your wealth of knowledge and experience. Thank you. I'm getting very emotional because we are approaching the penultimate panel. But just before we take that panel, we will have the spotlight session on artificial intelligence by one of our sponsors, IE University. So to do the honors, please let's make her welcome again, Onyekachi Eke, the Director of Global Markets at IE University. A round of applause for her. She comes up stage. Thank you. Then we'll take our penultimate panel and the very final panel for the day. We save the best for the last, so don't go anywhere. We'd like to thank all our sponsors for making today possible. It's a free summit, but I said it wasn't really free because some people made it happen. So thank you to all our sponsors as I now hand over to one of them.
So, thank you so much. I think it's been wonderful so far, and I'm back again. And I'm trusting that this time around everything is fine. So just to do introductions all over again, my name is Kachi Eke. I'm the Director for Business Development at IE University and Business School. For emphasis, IE is based in Spain. We offer programs in undergraduate, masters, postgraduates, and all our programs are taught in English. As a proud sponsor of her summit and a proud supporter of women, we're happy to sponsor this session that focuses on practical AI tools for productivity. And our speaker is Dr. Angelica Partida. She is a professor, an adjunct professor of data sciences at IE, out of the IE School of Science and Technology. She's a PhD holder in biochemistry, molecular biology, biomedicine. She's currently doing her second PhD in data science. I haven't gotten past my master's. She's also a data scientist at Santander Corporate and Investment Banking, which is one of the leading banks in Spain. And she was the head of data strategy for the COVID pandemic at Santander Group. So please, a round of applause for Angelica. Hi, Angelica. I see that you're already on standby. Hi. So we are ready. We can hear you clearly. Just a reminder, this is a practical session, so please get your phones out. You're going to need it to do your QR code, and then you can follow the steps that she shows you. So over to you, Angelica.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now? Is everything okay? Perfect. Fantastic. Well, I want to say thank you, and also I wanted to express apologies for not being able to join you in person today. Unfortunately, I had to change my plans. Actually, I had to undergo surgery 3 days ago, so joining you by Zoom today gives me an extra energy for my recovery. Thank you. I'm excited to share with you the potential of artificial intelligence to increase your productivity by selecting 3 tools based on generative artificial intelligence. Generative artificial intelligence is a type of artificial intelligence that can create various types of contents such as text, images, audio, and synthetic data. One popular example is ChatGPT, which is a model designed for a human-like language processing with applications like machine translation, text summarization, questions answering, and text generation. You know, we can recall the old-fashioned chatbots that made us sick. We had to keep saying, please, I want to talk with a human. However, with modern chatbots like ChatGPT, sometimes we cannot even differentiate if there's a machine or a human behind the screen. Today, we are going to present you 3 interesting tools. One is to create a website and administer your online business in seconds, called Durable AI. The second one is Firefly's AI, which will transcribe, summarize, and extract the key points of meetings, videos, or audio recordings. And finally, scholars say will assist you to read and summarize any kind of reports, such as companies' annual reports or long documents, or even scientific papers if you need them. It is worth highlighting that confidentiality is key, as anything that you will upload will be processed into the systems, which means that can be leaked out without additional consent. Therefore, I advise you to use these tools with already published data or non-secret information. Also keep in mind the critical thinking part, as these systems might give you an unexpected output, and you should be aware to check the information that makes sense. For example, there's one man that went to the emergency room because his smartwatch told him that he had no pulse. So he said, oh my God, the watch says that I'm dead, but I'm alive. So this is part of the critical thinking, what I'm talking about. And finally, due to the importance these systems are gaining and the maintaining costs, there might be subscription limits. In this case, I'll share you tools that can be either tested for free, and you might apply for a full subscription if it is worth the investment for you. So prepare your phones for QR reading, and let's go to our first tool. Durable AI will build a website and might be able to administer your business within seconds. I'm going to show you an example with a botanical art business, in this case called a botanic art. Let's see. This is the general look of the tool from the point of view from a mobile phone. You can see that you can get analytics on your website, even can help you to generate some marketing strategies. So by clicking on generate your website, this is going to prompt you to some questions. For example, the kind of business you are trying to create, the location. In this case, we are going to use Lagos in Nigeria. And then the name of your business, of course. In this case, we called it Botanic Art. And then when you click on Generate Website, you have to wait about 15 seconds. And then you are going to have like a general overview of that kind of website. After that, you are going to be able to customize it. And given that you have a set of images that you can choose from, you have basically unlimited options to customize that website. Let's wait a little bit and see the result. Okay, so look at it. It's really professional look. It seems that you have been working on it for hours, but as you could see, barely 30 seconds. This part of the About Us helps you to overcome the white paper syndrome, in which you don't have what to write. You can change it, of course, with the customized part. And even there are several illustrations and generated illustrations that can help you to add that touch, a professional look to your website. You can also include, for example, the comments, and you get also a generated map on your location that you can afterwards try to fine tune. And a contact part, and very important, the buttons that can send you to different social networks. About the dashboard behind this part, you can see that you have several different options. For example, managing your website, or generating marketing strategies, or even the CRM, the part that to manage the data. From the website part, you can see the analytics, how many pages are being visited, the most busy hours, so you can then try to give some marketing strategies based on the activity of your target audience. Then you can optimize the domain name, and also you can create a web domain with a specific name and create it by not using the durable AI web domain. Let's go to our next tool, which is Fireflies, which is a meeting transcription and summarizer. And it's not only for meetings. What you can do, and what in the example I'm going to show you, is that I already downloaded a video, in this case a video tutorial from YouTube. I downloaded into my phone, and then I uploaded it. So this is the general view of this tool from the phone. And when you click and get started for free, you are going to see that you can actually invite the system into your meeting. Otherwise, you can also choose to upload already created files, for example, MP3, MP4, and so on. In this case, we're going to upload an MP4 video tutorial that we downloaded from YouTube. This is very useful in case you are a professor, for example, or if you want to share new insights. And then once this file is uploaded, you are going to receive an email confirmation that looks this way. By this email confirmation, you can share it to other people or see the results of the meeting, in this case, video recap. So once you click on it, it redirects you to the website, and you have to wait a little bit, about like 30 seconds. And voila. You have a complete transcript.
When programming, you will often encounter calculations and logical operations.
And if you click over the part of the transcript, you are going to be able to listen that part of the transcript. You are going to be able to identify different speakers. And based on where you are clicking on, you are going to be redirected to different parts of the transcript of the recording of the video. And in this part of the view, you get the whole transcript of the whole video or meeting. But you are going to be able to access to the key points when you click on the thread. For example, you get a series of keywords, in this case, for example, programming calculations, that's about the meeting or the video. And then also you get a summary that, as it says, it summarizes everything. Also, you can, in the case of the videos, if you click specifically in one part of the transcription, is going to be redirected to what part of the video, which is highly useful if you want to take screenshots for your summaries or even additional PowerPoint presentations. And once you get everything, you get also an action item, which is based on the kind of the content. For example, if anybody says, for the next weekend, we have to finish this report, that is going to be put into the action items. In this case, being a video about a tutorial, it says there are no action items because this is a video tutorial. Then also you are going to have an outline of every single part of the section, in this case in the video, and in the exact part of the timing. And finally, you get some bullet points that might help you to create some PowerPoint presentations of the whole transcript. And also it is very important to rate the summary quality because these systems are constantly calibrated. So in this case, for example, I gave it 5 stars, and the system is going to let you download the whole transcript as well. Once you click on it, you can download the audio, the video, or the whole transcript. If you choose the whole transcript, you are going to be able to select different kind of files, for example, from Word document, PDF. SRT are for especially designed when you have to add subtitles for movies or other kind of videos. This is highly important for people, for example, with hearing aids, and might help you for that as well. Finally, we are going to switch to the last tool, which is Scholarly. You can use Scholarly with the previous one, with the whole transcript and include it in the Scholarly as well. So this one is going to help you summarize different kind of reports. In this case, I downloaded an annual report from the Nasdaq, and well, this is the general view of this of this tool. You can also include a add-on for your navigator, such as Chrome, and you can use it seamlessly in your desktop computer. You can as well try it for free, and in this case you can already upload a document, or even include a URL from a Wikipedia article. In this case, we are going to upload the annual report of the Nasdaq. And once it's already submitted, you have to wait a little bit to get processed. It's actually very, very quick when doing that, because this particular file was about hundreds of pages long. And done. Like the previous one, you are going to have like a small brief introduction that you can also use for Twitter and copy it. You are going to get a key concepts that are like in the previous one, like the keywords, or in this case of the annual report. You'll get an abstract, synopsis, and the whole summary. Regarding the key concepts, it's not worth it to say much more, but you can see that this report talks about mortgages and so on. If you click on the abstract section, you get like a brief summary with also links that are going to send you to the whole part of that report and give you the citations. You can see that basically this kind of information is quite accurate. And the synopsis part, you have to wait sometimes a little bit. It can be a little bit tricky if you click on it 2 times. I think that they have to don't take into consideration that they'll sorry that, but you can see that it is quite good. And finally, the next part in the Scholarly highlights, you will get different bullet points that as well you can use it for PowerPoint presentations, or even if you want to send an email with that information, which really, really, really helps you save so much time that I use it on my everyday life. And finally, you get the scholarship summary, which has like a little bit summary for each part or section of the report in this case. In my opinion, is a fantastic tool, and I really, really recommend you this. I actually paid for the whole subscription because the time that it saves me is so much that it's worth the money, at least for me. And well, I just want to finish this with a quote from Ginny Rometty, which was the CEO of IBM. She says that some people call this artificial intelligence, but the reality is this technology would enhance us. So instead of artificial intelligence, I think we'll augment our intelligence. And with these examples, I guess that she's right. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Angelica. Thank you very much. I think I completely agree with you. It helps us to augment our intelligence. Just a key point that she raised, no matter what AI tool you're using, please, common sense always has to follow what you're doing before you go to the hospital to find out whether you're alive or not. So thank you very much. Thank you to the HEAR Network and the HEAR Summit organizers, everyone. You've been wonderful. Thank you very much, and I wish you a pleasant evening.
Technical. Good evening, Queens. Good evening. All right. Good evening, Queens. Nah, that's a 1/10 energy. Give me a 10/10 energy. Good evening, Queens. I love this side of the hall. My right side, what's going on? Good evening, Queens. All right, that's more like it. Thank you so much. We're gradually, getting closer to the end of the summit. When you came in the morning and did you get a headshot? If you got a headshot, let me see you wave your hand. Free headshot, by the way. All right, so to listen to the creative director of Prixa Studio, he'll tell us more about the brand and how you can get your headshot. Please make him welcome with a warm round of applause. Thank you. A gentleman in our midst, we're happy to have you. Are you married, sir? Okay, he's not. I'm asking for those who want to know. I know some people want to know.
Hello, and good evening to you all. It's a big privilege to be among you today. My names are Dawodu Olasoji, the creative director of Praxis Digital Studios. Praxis Digital Studios is a digital branding firm, and we offer various services, which include digital marketing, videography services, photography services, all around media and branding services, including training. And we, in conjunction with our summit, and we love our women, we support women, we brought up the idea of the free headshot. The free headshot itself is a shoot for basically your professional profiles, like your LinkedIn, opportunity, and meetup. So you need to use those headshots to promote yourself. And furthermore, we would like to support, or in the spirit of empowerment, we would like to support the HEAR Summit by offering the first 50 people a 20% training on our training services, which is on photography, cinematography, and digital marketing, a 20% discount. And we would like to also, from this place, once you do the training, I would like to come here next time with a crew of women that will be doing the shooting, the videography, we're doing everything, all done by women in the spirit of empowerment. So just to call this short, I want to say a big, very thank you to the Our Summit Network, the management, for this opportunity to speak to you and to enlighten you more a bit about what the Headshot is done and what we could do for you. Thank you very much. Okay, our Instagram handle is the Praxis NG. Just Praxis, P-R-A-X-I-S, then N-G. P-R-A-X-I-S-N-G. That's our handle. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Creative Director, Brixa Studio, for taking us very clean, crisp, beautiful headshots. Now we're moving to the penultimate panel, and I will be introducing the moderator for this panel conversation. I'm really excited about this conversation because our moderator is a woman with a sterling reputation of excellence, a distinguished public speaker, a woman of class and panache. Please make welcome Mojibade Shosonya as she moderates this panel. That's me, it's okay. I mean, I have to hype myself. If I don't, who will? All right, I'm moderating this panel conversation, and we'll be focusing on, two particular areas that we have termed male-dominated. I'm sure you were wondering, who is this moderator? It's me. I'm the one. All right, so let's move on very quickly, right? This panel conversation will share stories about women in sports and politics, as well as educate, inspire, and celebrate many more women to participate and be an encourager to those participating currently in that area. So very quickly, I'll introduce the eminent members of my panel conversation. I'm delighted to moderate. I'm delighted to serve as the moderator for this conversation, and very quickly, I'll introduce my two distinguished panelists in no particular order. First, we have a tri-sector leader with over a decade of experience spanning gender relations, research and public policy advisory, election and governance, high-level government relations, development program management, civic innovation, advertising, and media relations. She was one of 2 Nigerian women to be named in BBC's top 100 influential and aspiring women of 2022. In addition, she also featured among Global Citizen's 18 global activists to look out for in 2023. She's a member of the Democracy and Culture Foundation's Global Leadership Council and has previously served in various capacities locally and globally on key engagements across public policy, gender governance, democracy, and civic innovation. Please let us make welcome with a warm round of applause Ibijoke Faborode. A round of applause for her as she comes up stage. An award-winning woman, excelling, exceptional, delectable woman. Such an honor to have you on this panel conversation. Oh, by the way, who's that girl on the screen? All right, my second panelist, very quickly, is the current Chief Operating Officer of Brilliant Media, a sports media powerhouse that is continuously at the forefront of spontainment in Africa. She's a Harvard-certified charismatic leader who successfully oversaw the rebranding of Nigeria's first sports radio station, Brilla FM, into Brilliant Media, and is passionately focused on sustaining and improving the company's legacy. Please let us make welcome the one and the only Debbie Larry Izamoje. Miss Debbie, did you bring some delegates in here? I suspect that you did. All right, such an yes, please. Please give my panelists a round of applause. We will do this very quickly, and it is such an honor for me to moderate this conversation, and we'll get right into it because of time. So I'm going to ask you first, Debbie, what sparked your interest in sports? Can you please tell us a bit about your journey? And then the part B of that question will be, did you get the support of your family when you decided to do this as a career?
Hi everyone, so great to be here. Thank you Inkem for having me and to the team and for giving sportswomen a voice because this is so special to my heart. We never really get our own section in anything.
Some noise, Summit, make some noise.
So my journey is very, very interesting. My father actually founded Brilla Media, or at the time it was Brilla FM. And I think as I was in school, coming back, I had started my own digital agency. We're working with different brands. I really wasn't trying to work with him, to be honest. And at the time when I was moving back to Nigeria after my master's degree, and probably looking for a job, a friend of mine had asked me what I was going to do next, you know, and he said, it was so random. He was like, why won't you work with your dad? I was like, me? With that guy? Never, like not happening. I moved back, started my agency, but I saw that Brilla was at a point where we needed to connect with a young generation. Brilla is a 20-year-old company, so you can imagine. Long story short is there was also the part of my spiritual journey in all this where I was literally running from the Holy Spirit telling me, this is what you need to do next. And I guess I just found myself inside Brilla somehow, you know, and that's where we are today. So in terms of if my parents supported me, I think from the jump, my father always wanted, so I'm a daddy's girl growing up, and because my dad is a sports journalist, growing up, I always used to watch football with him, watch boxing with him, and I think he just believed that because I was spending so much time watching sports with him, I was going to take over the business, which was not the case. But I think that I got to a point where I knew that this was my calling, and this is my calling, and I guess that's where we are today, yeah.
But what were the major convictions that you had?
So it's very hard for me to talk about this because it was more spiritual than anything. It was a spiritual conviction, like almost like it was chasing after me. Even when I had my digital agency, for some reason, our biggest paying clients were sports companies. So I was like, why are sports people looking for me? Why are these sports people following me everywhere? And then at the time, I started working with Brilla. So I was one leg in, one leg out. I think also because of my pride. I never wanted to be the girl that people would look at and say, it was your dad that gave you this, you know. And I think for me, that was like the biggest thing that was holding me back. But when I killed that pride, when I dealt with it in the secret place, I was just like, you know what, let's do this. Let's turn this business around, and yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. A round of applause for her. Thank you. So I'm now coming to you, Ibijoke. Same question. What sparked your, interest in politics? I mean, that's interesting because I know that sometimes, even right now, maybe not anymore, when I sit in a room where men are talking, I just leave. I'm like, I don't want to hear. I'm not interested. So for you, what was that, what sparked the interest, and did you get the support of your family when you decided to do this?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I need your energy. I think the first thing I would say is to appreciate every present father. She said something about, she's a daddy's girl. I am such a daddy's girl. Like, if anything happens to me today, I will call my father. And so, even though I'm all about empowering women and, creating access, capacity building, male allyship is so important to me. And that's, because of my lived experience. I have a powerful father, a present father, a supportive father, one that never made my vulnerability seem like a weakness. And I think that that's so important. And for me, that's part of, what has really formed me today. So background, what led me into politics? No one really ever plans to go into politics. I recall yesterday I was speaking to Dr. Tewa, and she said, I wanted to run for office, but not my space. And I told her, I said, look, politics is your politics, because even as business people, as entrepreneurs, the business environment is driven by politics. So if you do not like politics, you're doing yourself a huge dissatisfaction. My father used to be a vice chancellor of one of the most radical universities in Nigeria, OAU. Shout out to all the OAU students here.
Great testify.
Great testify. So if you know OAU, you understand. And I think at that point in time, I didn't really understand that it was all politics. I mean, you have students, Saluta. At night, I see them prostrating to my dad. I see them negotiating. I just, picked interest there. Fast forward to, working with the British government, trade and investment, high-level government relations, going to Paris, studying, and then, working with media. I started dealing with a lot of government officials, businesses, telling the African story, managing advertising. I was so young then. And I think one of the things I want to say is that it's okay for you not to understand your path at this time. I'm not the aspire to perspire kind of person because I never had that, that conventional pathway. I was never the smartest, but I knew I had presence and I was very inquisitive. I wanted to see the world. I never really made sense of it. And I will tell you something, not until recently that I started figuring it out. And I think that it is okay for you not to figure it out early. And I think it's very important to say that because there's a lot of pressure on women to be perfect. There's a lot of pressure. You have to, you need to have a clear career path. Explore while you're young. But while exploring is put your best foot forward. Now, with politics, I never knew I was going to go into politics. But we talked about politics of the workplace, right? Politics exists everywhere. So for me, I see myself as a kingmaker and a catalyst. And I think everything I've done all through my career really led me to this moment. So I wouldn't really say I plan to be in politics. I'm not a politician, by the way. I just create an enabling environment for women to really succeed in politics and public life. And I think that, every single person is, as you're joining towards your person, is put your best foot forward, be exposed as much as possible. I think a bit of everything I've done led me to this pathway. And honestly, I'm still figuring it out. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that because I think it's really critical to let women know that it's okay to keep figuring yourself out because even, the people that you think have figured it all out are still figuring themselves out. And I like that Auntie Betsy, when she was delivering her keynote address, said she founded Genevieve Magazine in her 40s. I didn't even know that. I thought, she had it for, maybe in her 20s. In her 40s, when you think, oh, you should have found yourself and known everything, it's okay to, keep figuring yourself out. But you must put your best foot forward and remain inquisitive. Thank you so much for sharing that. I didn't mention when I was introducing her because she has such a long profile, I couldn't read it all. She's the founder and CEO of Elect Her. So I'm going to talk to you about that. So I'm coming back to you, Ibijoke. So we're coming out of an election year, and we've basically not really come out of it. And we saw how important it is to have organizing work for women in politics. Can you please talk to us about Elect Her and what inspired you to establish it?
Well, I think for me, okay, so all my siblings do not live in the country. And sometimes people think I'm crazy. I could earn a lot of money just being out of the country. And I told someone yesterday that when I decided to move back, so I lived in Paris for a number of years after my master's, I had a good job. At a very young age, I was managing Africa operations for my company then, so I was exposed pretty early. And I think for me, because I know that my existence is not ordinary. I'm not made to be ordinary. So at every point in time, I know there's something I can reach and aim higher for. And there were two things. I get a functional life. I stay in Paris. I get my, my citizen. It's part way. But there was the other part of me is I'm a very passionate person. And at every point in time, I ask myself, can you do this for the long time? Are you inspired enough? Do you have that fire burning inside of you? And I'm impact driven. If it's not impactful, I have no business doing it. That's my number one role, right? Now, at the time I left Paris, my company just started filing for me. And I think it was until 2 days. I just told I was like, by the way, Dad, I'm going to be in Nigeria in 2 days. And then I had all the aunties and uncles saying, why are you having a midlife crisis? What's going on with you? There was a lot happening then. At the peak of COVID, I left my job at the High Commission. I used to work with the British High Commission, so led trade and investment, the trade and investment desk for non-oil and gas sectors, for agriculture, healthcare, and all that. And I think when COVID started, I left my job as well. And I remember my mom called me, and she was very worried. She was like, how do you make such a, I know you're not an unintentional person, but what's going on with you? Do you want to talk to someone? And I told myself, I told my mom, I said, if there's one thing you know about me, right? I don't like to suffer. So if that's the only comfort you need, just know that I'm not going to dip without thinking, but I need to do this for myself. Now, after the 2019 elections, honestly, I was really tired. I thought, I need to move out of the country, nothing is working. The numbers of women also retrogressed as well. There was just a whole lot going on. When you're exposed to a lot of information, when you're dealing with government, sometimes you ask yourself, you really want to have access to that information.
I know,
because
I know.
you're essentially, trying to help, but also you're shouldering a whole lot. And honestly, I give it to all the therapists. I think everyone should have a therapist. I would say that when you're working with Nigerian government, you need to have a therapist. I will tell you that.
Queen Muriel, please sign up.
No, but jokes apart, after 2019, I was already at my job. I think I just got tired. The pathway would be, let me stay on my job, let me earn, let me have a good life. But again, there was that thing. And because I know myself, I knew that I was at that point when if I don't leave, I'm going to get very irritated. I wanted to build, I wanted to nurture. I'm a creative. I was also an entrepreneur when I was in my organization. Innovation, always creating. You give me a zero budget, I'm coming back with 100 million. So that's the kind of person I am. Anyway, after the elections, I asked myself, do I really want to join the Nigerians that complain, or do I want to do something? And that's why so many times when you're complaining, you see me, I'm very quiet, because I'm like, what exactly are you doing? Right? Is if you can't do something to fix the issue, because governance is not about the people governing, it's about everyone. And so for me, it was as a citizen and as a woman with a certain lived experience, when I look at the people that are essentially formulating our policies, they don't mirror my lived experiences as a woman. They don't prioritize education, healthcare, all those. So what can I do differently? And I know I like fundraising, I like networking, I did like crazy. So at that point in time, I was, okay, let me do something for women. So I started understudying the likes of Emily's List in the US. She should run a lot of them. I'm very data and research focused as well. And I think over time, I started having the niche. So I was like, what is missing in the market? How can we get women to get into politics? What can we do? And I think that was just the beginning of the journey. We turned 4 in December. And I'm very glad that, I actually took that walk. But it's not easy. And really, I think politics is something that everyone should try, either in an appointed capacity, you can be on the board of director, but politics is not only about elective media. You have no excuse for ignorance, I'm going to tell you. A lot of you in this room cannot even say who is your legislator, and I think it is wrong. So if you know you want to stay in this country, you need to be engaged, in politics one way or the other, and that's why we are elected and we're here. So feel free to, come to me if you want to know about politics or if you have interest in governance in any way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. I really love listening to accomplished women because both of you are so inspiring, and I'm so honored to speak with both of you. So I'm going to come back to Debbie. We'll come into the room in about 20 minutes to take questions. If there's anyone here who is interested in sports or politics, please, this is your time. We'll allow you to ask your question. So Debbie, this is for you. Now, both in sports and politics, there are many barriers for women. One of them being representation and another being visibility. Your work was crucial in rebranding Nigeria's Women Football League in 2020. Can you talk to us about the process of that rebranding and what strategies women in sports can employ to enhance their visibility? So my question is, please talk to us about the process of the rebranding and what strategies women in sports or aspiring women in sports can deploy to enhance their visibility.
Okay, so I'm going to start from the rebranding in 2020. So we're in a room filled with women, and I understand that a lot of women don't even understand or don't even know how sports or even football in Nigeria works. So maybe I should start from there.
Yes, please.
So we have the international, World Cup. You guys watch the World Cup, right? I believe, okay. So we have the World Cup, right? We have the national teams. And then we have the local leagues where we find talent that potentially represents Nigeria on the international scale. Are you guys with me? Okay, are you ladies with me? Okay.
Do you get it?
Because I think this is part of my job, educating women on even how sports works in Nigeria. And so how we started the rebranding process was what I'm doing now, educating girls, educating ladies, educating different sectors on how the league works, you know, where to even start from, because we have brand managers that don't watch football. We have women that sit on big positions that leave men to make decisions on the budgets for sports. And why this is crucial, ladies, especially those of you that are decision makers, please give me 1 minute. This is very important. What happens is you leave, when women don't make these decisions, it's like a cycle, it goes round, and at the end of the day, the industry does not develop. So we saw what was happening with the ladies Super Falcons, with the payments, right? And that happened because decision makers that are ladies are not even interested in what is happening in the sector. And the men will look out for themselves, unfortunately. The Women's League, the Super Falcons, the local league, were the most successful African team in Africa. In Nigeria, the most successful sports team is women. If you talk about wrestling, it's women. If you talk about basketball, it's women. If you talk about football, it's women. But the problem is there's no funding, because the women that I sit down with on the opposite side of the table do not even know that these things are happening. And then the men obviously look out, like now the AFCON is happening. Sorry, I know you asked me a question. But AFCON is happening in January. We already have men that are calling me that are saying, give me the budgets for AFCON that's happening in January. But for the Super Falcons, when we went to play the World Cup, female decision makers, women decision makers, almost nowhere to be found. And so this is why I have been involved even in the local league, because that's where you get talents from. A big part of football is not, even football sport, is not what happens 90 minutes on. Sports business is behind the scenes. It's in decisions, it's in rooms like this. There's entertainment, but you people also know that there's like a bit of, there are lots of cameras here, but there's like corruption in football, so let me whisper that part, right? There's corruption. So the truth is, a lot of what happens in front has been decided behind. And if we don't have more women behind the scenes that are making decisions and are advocating for ladies to push football forward, to push sports forward, it will never get better. 4 years down the line, what happened with this World Cup will happen again, because we don't have more women that are sitting down in these rooms saying, sign off, we need more sports directors. When we have, the NFF currently has, I hope I'm answering your question. The NFF currently has 7 people on the board. Out of the 7, we have 2. One which is I love you, but one which is a politician. So the only person that has really worked in sports business that is a woman that is making decisions for Nigerian football right now is one woman. And this is why I hold my seat. I'm an introvert to the core. I would rather just be behind the scenes signing off things. But I realized that my power is in my voice, and I need to advocate for my industry. If not, it wouldn't get better. And I think this is also part of what, so to round it up and go back to your question, but this is part of what we did with the local league, advocating for it, getting marketers to see what we're doing. You know, the Super Falcons will go and play a match. They would even provide jerseys. Like, it's crazy, but there's a whole budget for the guys. And this is why we need women. Like, my passion is like through the roof when I start talking about it. I feel like it's standing, you know, because it's a shame what's happening behind the scenes. But if more women don't step up at every level, from marketing to journalism to everything, it's going to keep going right like this, no progress.
Thank you. I mean, the passion is palpable. We can almost touch it. I think the part B of the question which you haven't answered is, you know, what strategies can or should women in sport deploy to enhance their visibility?
Okay.
In case there's anyone here who maybe gave up at some point and they were not encouraged.
So the sports sector is very big. I think the first thing is to even know where you want to play, right? Because we have sports photographers, we have sports journalists, we have sports marketers. The industry is very massive, right? We have coaches. We have coaches, female coaches. So I think the thing is first knowing where you want to play in the sector. Once you're sure of that, I think mentorship is very important. Unfortunately, I'm in a sector where you can't necessarily pick a book and read about sports business. You know, I wish that maybe I would write a book someday, you know, but you need to connect with other women, and we're not many. So when we see ourselves, we're always very happy, you know, and I think also making use of your voice, making use of your platform, connecting with people outside Nigeria. I cannot emphasize this enough. I've realized that so much of the journey and progress actually happens when you're communicating with people on a global stage. I hope I answered that.
Thank you very much, Debbie. A round of applause for her. So I'm going to hold you to this. You're going to write a book, the business of sports. I'll anchor the book launch for 50% discount. It's okay. All right, thank you. So for both of you, and I'll start with you, Debbie. If there's anyone in this room who is interested in, sports, how do they begin their journey? Like, what are the first steps to take? And I'm going to ask you too for politics. So let me start with Debbie.
I started by saying that I kind of stumbled into this, and I'm grateful that I stumbled into it, because perhaps if I saw the full picture, I would have maybe been in fashion or just like been something else, you know. But I think that I lost my train of thought.
What are the first steps that anyone interested in sports should take?
Okay, so the first thing, like what I said before, is mentorship, right? It's very important in sports. I have connected, and I think also like being humble enough to ask for help when you know that you need help. When I joined the sports industry about 8 years ago, we didn't even have, there was a lot of gatekeeping, because I think for the women that had also made it far were afraid of, I don't know what they were afraid of, because I can't relate, but there was a certain fear. And I think that that's very important, being humble enough to ask for help, being humble enough to meet other women to say, hey, I don't understand what I'm doing. I don't know what I should do next. I think confidence is also key. I've also learned recently to tap into like my feminine energy. I realized that my power is that I am a woman, and being a woman is so powerful, because the men love to own the room, and half the time it's just like, you don't really know what you're saying, but they talk loudly and like, okay, but they don't really know. And I realized that I'm blessed, and I think also knowing your I don't want to say spiritual blessing, but knowing what your gift, what you're blessed with. I'm blessed with the spirit of discernment. You can be talking to me, quoting things, right, doing percentage, your graph, and I've already heard that it's a no-go. And I think understanding that gift that is placed inside of you is the key thing, especially in leadership, especially in sports, because like I said, there's a lot of behind the scenes that we don't see up front, right? So I think those are the key things. Mentorship, leveraging your feminine energy, and using your gifts, your natural gifts that you've been blessed with. My gift is that I'm an introvert. I used to hate it, but I realized that just being like quiet and like observing before I speak is actually my strength, because I get to read the room before I come alive, and then when I come alive, it's like, okay, she had it in her, But some people, their gift is that they own the room, So I think, everybody cannot be the same. Don't try to be like anybody, like, it will not work for you, trust me. I run a business that my father ran for about 15 years before I took over. And when he gave me those shoes, I took his shoes and I moved it to the left. And I bought my own shoes and I said, these are my shoes. I'm going to wear my shoes as a young woman under 30. I'm under 30 and I'm running a business that has over 100 employees in 4 cities in Nigeria. I couldn't have done that if I was trying to be like him. And that's the honest truth.
Thank you so much. Your shoes are pretty, by the way. Just joking. All right. Okay, so Ibijoke, when I was younger, my aspiration was to become the first female president of Nigeria. It was. Right now, it's no longer. But what would you say to anyone in the room, any woman in the room who is interested in politics? What should they start out with? I mean, what should they do? What are the first steps to take to actualize that dream? As we start to wrap up, thank you.
I think on behalf of everyone in this room, I'll ask you, why not? Why will you stop dreaming?
Nigeria happened to me.
Okay. So jokes apart. I think the first thing I would say is just to care enough. If you care enough, you want things to change. You can't sit down on the sidelines and expect the country to fix itself. And I think it's from that depth of care, right, that you will actually determine where you fit in. And like I said, you might not, so another thing I try to discourage is, don't just come and say, oh, I'm running for Senate. You have to learn. Just like business, you need to grow your agency. You need to understand the space. How many people in this room actually watch the news? And this is a very honest question. How many people watch or listen to the news? Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I'm a late bloomer, don't worry. Okay, so we have a lot of, our leaders on this side. I'm obsessed with the news. And a lot of my friends are like, oh, just so boring. You'll come to y'all, there's CNN, there's Arise, there's this one. And there's something that feels like, Jojo, what's up? And so what happened? I'm like, why can't you watch it yourself? And then I'm the interpreter. But let me tell you what that does. When I step into any room, I know that I can engage in any conversation. Exposure of the mind, you being curious, you ensuring that you are aware of your surroundings, right? And I wouldn't really say, oh, go and study politics. I studied international relations, and I said my path is not really conventional. But for me I'm not an average Nigerian. I actually care. Even if you care for the selfish reasons, even if you care because you want to have a softer life, that's okay, right? I know that I want my lived experience as a woman to be one, where I can actually look back and say that, this nation actually cared for me, cared about, my mental health, my hygiene, a lot of things. I'm sure you know what you call period poverty. In the North, some young girls don't go to school because they can't even afford a sanitary pad. So there's also the part of us staying here in Lagos and we really do not understand what's going on in other parts of the country. What I would say is just start by caring. When you care, you actually, you're curious enough to understand what happens to you. What happens when people do not make decisions? Debbie said something very profound, that, she's in this space and there's only one woman trying to make the decisions. What do you think happens? Lived experiences. The men in the room are shaped by the lived experiences. Last year, on the first month of the International Women's Month, 5 gender-centric bills were thrown out of the House of the National Assembly. The right for a woman's spouse to take up her name, the right to land ownership. But people don't know this. So the truth is that it's all connected. I think everyone, so I won't say, oh, you need to be intentional about, getting a career in politics. Everyone should be a politician. Because democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. You are the largest stakeholder in a democracy. So don't let any leader come here to tell you, no. Bad leadership in Nigeria is a function of the people. You're essentially looking at yourself. Because the level of apathy, the leaders weaponize the level of apathy against you. Ignorance is not an excuse. And I'm saying this because how many of us, where we live, know who our councillor is, or what level leaders are, or our local government leaders are? Politics is around you. So as a woman, even if it's 10 years, 20 years, all you need to do is care. Okay, I care about education. Can I sit on a school board? I care about education. Can I ensure that, my kids' school, I actually genuinely care about the issues? So I think the politics is everywhere. You don't necessarily need to say, until I run for office. That's the layer that is visible. But you can be appointed. I'll tell you something that happened recently. So aside from, the role I play at Electa as the leader or the visionary, recently I made a very bold move. So the National Assembly just established a National Assembly Library, which is the largest knowledge and research bank for any parliament in Africa. And knowledge is power, information is wealth. And I remember I made the executive director, as he was speaking, I'm like, Jojo, go for it, there's so much you can do. And I told him, I said, so I can help you, let me fix this for you. Because I understood that, there were so many layers. But for me, I also thought that if I get into that space where research, policy, I can do so much more. And I said, okay, I'm going to help you pro bono, but I want two things. First of all is I want a lecturer to actually coordinate your gender technical unit. And I'm going to serve as a senior technical advisor on strategy, fundraising, and global partnerships. Women, you must be bold. Ask for it. What's the worst that can happen? Last week I was in Abuja. You know, we actually brought together a lot of the DFIs, World Bank, AFDB, everything, in a room to go on a tour to see the library. And then, you know, we then pitch to them and help them understand what the future holds. So what I'm saying is that you just need to care enough. And it might sound very fickle, but I think that is where it starts. When you care enough, trust me, you are at war with your conscience every time. So if you're not at war with your conscience, then, you know, there's a problem somewhere. I'm sure you're inspired by what you do because you know that there is a problem and you have a role to play there. And you know that it's not just in saying, oh, I want to build the capacity of the women. You're not just treating the symptoms, you're treating the root cause. And so for what I would say is, please, everyone, before you leave here today, commit to doing something political. Is it your school board? Is it your local government chairman? Go, just know who is governing, understand the issues. And if you're in the private sector, you know, see how you can volunteer, just do something. Eventually, when service calls, you will be there. And that's my answer. There's no clear pathway to politics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So she said, be involved enough to be a part of the change. Thank you. I think one thing that is visible with both of you is the passion you both have. I'm sure everyone in the room can feel it. We have now run out of time, and I really want to ask further questions, but because we still have another panel and a bonus session, we'll take one question from the audience, just one, if there's any. One, if there's any. If not, I'll take passing shots from my panelists and then invite the next moderator. Okay, great. We don't have any. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so is someone? All right, can you come up quickly, very quickly? Thank you. Very quickly, thank you, as we prepare to wrap this all up. One question, please, in 15 seconds, your name and what the Lord has done. Very sharp. Is there a microphone, please? Or, okay, sure, you can use mine if there is no. Can you collaborate and ask the question together? But let's have it quickly. We don't have time. Thank you. If that's not working, you can come forward if you're not too shy.
Hello. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Obianuju. And hi, what's your name again?
Hi.
Hi, Ibijoke. Nice to meet you. First of all, I would love to say that I'm just so inspired and I'm grateful to be here. So I started something because you said something about you have to care so much to do something. And I have siblings, I have aunties that have suffered from breast cancer. So I had to see like what cancer can do to people like straight up in your family. So I started caring and I started building an organization everywhere, and we donate bras and also educate women in, mostly we are targeted at going to disabled children, you know, starting from when they are young to start educating them on breast cancer. And I had to like push back from a lot of people because I was like, okay, let's start by giving out bras. Then it's kind of, you have to give things for free. Then, you know, start informing them. And I would say, when your family, like, did you have to ever go through like people telling you, oh no, you can't do that? And, you know, saying that, you know, that's too much. Why would you want to like give out things and you're not getting anything in return? But I would say that the thing you said about conscience was very good because I was like feeling so bad that I couldn't like cut off what was happening to my family members with breast cancer. But how did you go through that, like trying to find your voice when people are telling you to like, oh, just hold on with that thought? Did you ever ask for something and hear no, and how did you like navigate that?
Very well done. Thank you for your question. I will just allow the second person 15 seconds, please. Your name and the question.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Basharon Luwatoyin. So my question is for
Bijoke. I'm into transport, and I am passionate for what I do. And I joined unions in our Papa because of the situation, the environment in terms of the way they manage the truck and everything. Then joining the union, I go for meetings, advocating and everything concerning the port management and all. But despite everything that we are trying to do to ensure that the transportation works well and everything, you know, going to Lagos State government, you know, the essay and all. On top of it, we are not given the chance to express ourselves. And this discouraged me and made me to back out. In a situation like that, what should I do? Should you still continue advocating, or we should let it be? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. A round of applause for them.
So let me start from the second speaker. The American suffrage movement took 100 years before women had the right to vote. You need to be resilient. And if they don't give you a seat at the table, take your freaking chairs to the table and get your army along with you. That's what I would say. But you need to be consistent. Nigeria is a very complex country. There's something you call mindset poverty, and you need to undo a lot of sociocultural stereotypes. So even as a young woman, I can imagine most of the unionists are men. You would need to earn your place. And I say that because when they see you long enough and you're resilient enough, eventually they will listen to you. So you just need to keep going. And I appreciate you for doing that. At least you're not just sitting on the sidelines. So please, let's give her a round of applause. You just need to keep going. Then find other people that have shared passion with you. Leverage the power of social media as well. Everyone, you know, there's that rising growing consciousness about the issues around us. After NSAS, after COVID, people are asking questions after the last election. So I would say, when you're aware of the issues, when you're also aware of, you know, how people are leveraging these platforms, I would say plug into it as well. If you also notice, when this new government came in, there was a lot, there is a lot of media. Social media, this is what I've done the past week, everything. So people are actually listening. What I would say is leverage the power of media and just keep going at it. It's not easy, trust me. Policy is not a day's job. Sometimes you might even be building for other people. You might not reap the immediate benefit, but I would say you're in for the long haul. So I hope that answers your question. For the first person, I think at some point you need to turn your passion into a sustainable effort. It is normal that family members will ask you, what exactly are you doing? Why are you raising funds or giving money and not getting anything back? Electa is going to be 4 years in December, and I'm proud to say that we've raised over $5 billion. Now, I'm not a private sector person, but if you know me, I'm constantly thinking about value. I'm playing in a space that is not a niche space, which means that I need to double up, I need to research, I need to chase people. But one thing I do is value. So if you're looking for people in the space, you will think about Electa. There are donors that, last year something happened. We applied for a grant and we didn't get it. All of a sudden this year, they just, oh, hi, you know, can you send us something very brief? We have about $300,000. I'm like, okay. And 1 week, 2 weeks, we signed the contract. Why? Value. So you also need to understand that in Nigeria, you know, running a non-profit organization has been bastardized. Sometimes I don't even want to tell people that I run a non-profit. I'm like, I run a social impact organization. The way you position it as well, you need to understand why you're doing this, how you're doing it, you understand, and what can make it valuable and attractive to funders, to partners, to people as well. It's not just saying I want to give part to people, or I want to help people with, you know, cancer. It's also saying, you know, how can I connect with other issues, but how can I start building a sustainable model? So if you know you want to take it on as a career, you need to think about it as a business. I run Electa like a business, and my staff know that as well. I tell them I'm not in the business of charity. If I'm going to fix things, people need to, you know, draw inspiration from my organization to understand that you can play in this space and still be profitable, or I would say impact-driven, and be sustainable. I won't use profitable because we don't mean it's not a profit-driven company. So I would say that it's normal to have the pushback, but you then need to start generating revenue for, by yourself. Eventually, everyone will fall in line when they see that you're taking it as a serious entity. Now, I don't know the skill, and it's okay for you to start small. It's okay for you to start with passion, but after a while, you need to also grow your passion into a sustainable effort. And that means that you need to understand the industry, you need to map your stakeholders, you need to understand the issues, you need to measure impacts. It's actually a lot of hard work, and it is a thankless job. And that's what I'm going to, so I'm not going to bullshit you and tell you it's going to be easy. You're going to have to wear your top girls at, you're going to have to pitch and pitch and pitch. It's almost like going to the market to raise money, right? You essentially need to ensure that you can show that impact. So if you go to a donor and you're like, oh yes, we've empowered 3,000 women, they will say, okay, so what next? So build a model, and you must be able to measure impact. It's an impact-driven space, and when you're playing in this space, that's one thing you need to constantly do so that you can also inspire more women as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just like yourself and Debbie have inspired us today, please give them a befitting round of applause. This was well worth it. As we now take a group photograph, thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your stories as we continue to move everyone forward in the room. Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. All right, round of applause for Debbie and Ibijoke as they exit the stage. Thank you so much. I thoroughly enjoyed the panel, even as the moderator. We're moving on to our final panel for today, but we have a bonus session after this panel conversation, and this is for TikTokers. So don't go anywhere if you're a content creator, and I'm sure that there are lots in the room, so don't go anywhere. To moderate our final conversation, you saw her before and now you're going to see her again. Let's make welcome the multifaceted, distinguished lawyer, Mercy Familusi, to moderate this conversation on monetizing and investing in her future. She will be upstage to bring up the distinguished members of her panel. A round of applause for Mercy.
Hello ladies, good afternoon once again. May I request that everyone behind kindly moves forward? And I say to you for a fact, we're going to have a very brief session, but a power-packed one, and I don't want you to miss out. So if you're at the back, I crave your indulgence to kindly move forward as I bring up my panelists. Thank you very much. Okay, so, yeah. It's my pleasure to introduce my panelists this time around. Please join me in welcoming Sandra to Boberini. So, do I need to introduce Sandra again? It seems like the audience is here for you. And then it's my pleasure to introduce Victoria Ajayi. Please, a round of applause for Victoria. And finally, it's my pleasure to also introduce Oluwatosin Olasende. There's clearly some politics going on in this room right now. So thank you so much, ladies. Thank you for joining me up here. And I'm strongly convinced, and I think everyone here is strongly convinced that we're going to have a power-packed session. Be it as it may that we have a very, very limited time, but I will just go straight into it and start with Tosin. So Tosin, I'm very familiar with your story, especially that about your spending habits when you just started your career, how young you were, and somewhat clueless about personal finance, and you were moving from like paycheck to paycheck. And you shared very pertinent lessons with, you know, everybody that follows you or has come across your story. But I would like you to also say one or two very, very specific things that nobody really talks about in your experience, or that you may have not really dwelt on in the past, but has, you know, it's an obstacle and is impeding people from making progress in their personal finance, especially at that stage when they're just starting out their careers or their businesses.
Hello, house. First thing first, for you guys to still be here at 5:30, please can you give yourself a round of applause? All right, thank you for that question. I'm just going to jump right into it. I think the two things that we should be speaking more about to young people, and even this is why we're going on a tour. Money Africa is currently on a university tour. We've already touched 20 universities, and we're going to do 35 before the year ends. There are two key things. Number one, it is time. People always procrastinate. They always think about the future. And if you look at Nigerians, they say that we're very hopeful people. So that optimism, we don't want it to be a curse, we want it to be an asset. So that asset that is optimism can also become a curse because you're always expecting a better tomorrow. So people are going to tell themselves, oh, I'm going to blow tomorrow, I'm going to get $1 million tomorrow, things are going to get better for me tomorrow. While I'm in support of that, what is the cost of that? Let's do a quick math. Let's say you finished NYSC at the age of 25 and you started working, right? With your employer and NYSC together, let's say you're bringing home an income of about 100K. If you were investing 20,000 naira every month and earning 10% per annum every month, by the time you hit retirement, can anybody guess how much you would have by the time you hit retirement? There's a right answer, but wrong answers are welcome. How much do you think you're going to have? 10 million, 12 million? Guess how much the answer is? By that it is compounding. It's the whooping 211 million naira. And that is the power of compounding. If you wait for 10 years and you only started doing that in your mid-30s, guess how much it's going to be? It's going to be 76 million naira. So you've actually left 135 million naira on the table because you did what? Because you waited for 10 years. And that's why we want to catch them young and we're going after them early. Now, the second thing, you asked for two things. The second one is called lifestyle inflation. Now, there's a mixed bag here. Some people might have come from money. Some people might have come from a middle-class family. Some people might have come from not a lot, like a humble background. What happens is, once people start earning more, all of a sudden, their taste changes. The thrift store they used to buy dresses from 5K, it's not good enough for them. Now they want to start buying more. They want to upgrade. So the person using MK wants to move up to the next level. The person using YSL wants to go to Chanel. You understand? And it starts climbing. And there's not a problem if that happens because you can't take money to heaven anyways. We want you to spend it. So if your income is doing this, we want your expense to do this. So I'm not saying don't let it grow. Simply don't let it do what? Don't let it catch up with what? With your revenue. So those are the two things.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tosin. So moving on quickly to Victoria. I skipped the introduction because we're pressed for time. But Victoria is currently the Deputy Chief Financial Officer at TVC, and she's also an entrepreneur. Now, I made that introduction as a background because most of the time when you have conversations with people, you find that a lot of people don't think that they can combine entrepreneurship and 9 to 5. So some people are predominantly ladies and they just think, oh, entrepreneurship is not for me. Rightly so, whereas some will run away from corporates and focus on entrepreneurship. So Victoria, being the poster girl for having, the best of both worlds, literally thriving as a career woman and an entrepreneur with other passion projects, which we didn't mention. Many women pursuing a career believe they cannot venture into entrepreneurship, and vice versa, like I had mentioned. What do you think is the obstacle people often overlook that can really change the game for ladies when it comes to specifically monetization?
Thank you very much.
You can all hear me, right? And thanks for the celebrity introduction. Okay, I'll start by saying, first of all, money and sex are like 5 and 6. And why did I say that? People expect you to know what to do, to enjoy it, but they don't teach you what to do. Has anybody here been taught? The real what you do in the bedroom, your mom or your dad sat you down and said, this is how you do it. Did they do that? It's the same thing. You know, money is like that. Same thing, this same money we talk about and monetizing our future and investing in our future. Money is so powerful to the extent that it can bring so much joy, just as sex can bring so much pleasure. Money and sex can also cause divorce. In fact, it's rated to be one of the highest causes of divorce, money in particular. And that's why I'm very passionate about this, because we talk about money a lot and monetizing our future and all these things, but there's a gap with education. And so I'm glad to be here. I only said that so that I'll draw your attention. It was just a hook, right? I'm going to go to the question that she asked. Now, there's a misconception about the fact that you're a career woman, and therefore you need to just focus on your career. I'm a very busy career woman. I can't do any other thing. Like she mentioned, I don't just have a business, or I'm not just an entrepreneur. I have a women's network in finance, and I have other passion projects. And I remember there was a time I was called to the board of my professional qualification. I went from the AGM where I was appointed to the maternity room. I literally told them, thank you, that's my submission. My water just broke. I'm off to the boardroom. I'm off to the labor room. So I remember I did an article called From Boardroom to Labor Room, something like that. There's a misconception that you cannot do many things, but it's all in our mind. You will always make time for what you are passionate about, for what you care about. You will make time for it, right? So when people say, you don't call me, or you don't do this, it's because you don't care enough about the person. That's the fact. When you are very passionate about something, you make time for it, which is, and I want to draw on something very quickly. So if you're a career woman and you say, I don't have the time, my work takes all my time and all of that, okay, that's fine, especially if you're mid-career level. If you're just starting, you also say, look, I don't want them to say I am doing other things. I don't want to tarnish my company's brand. Let me just remain a career woman and not do any other thing, right? It's a big mistake. It's a big mistake because just here you have been told that there's a job and there's a career. You need to ensure that you are balancing it very well. You cannot be a one-trick pony. One-trick ponies, if you've ever gone to a circus, people get bored. If a pony comes up here and does just this, everybody's bored. But if you have different skills, it's like X Factor. If you go on X Factor, a lot of you have seen those game shows. At the audition, what happens? You show them something to show your skills. The next stage, they put you through. You show them the same thing. They'll throw you out. But you keep improving on that skill so that when you get to the finals, you show your baddest self, right? And that's the way we need to act when it comes to our skills, and that's the way we and ourselves. So you can't say that I'm just a career woman and that's all, that I'm going to do. And I'm just going to do one quick exercise to help you begin to reframe your way of thinking that you cannot do any other thing. I just want to focus on my career. I would like all of us to calculate our hourly worth because we're talking about money here. That will help you begin to think twice about, I just want to focus on one, I don't want to focus on another thing. Because the biggest disservice you can ever do to yourself and your family and generations to come, right, is to have one stream of income. It's the biggest disservice you can do to yourself. So bring out your calculators. Let's do something quickly. And you'll see why you shouldn't be a one-trick pony. I would like you to quickly note down what you earn. Take home. This is after taxes, everything you earn right now, after taxes, whether it's from different sources, everything, monthly, just note it. Now, are you ready with that figure? Now divide that figure by the number of hours you spend working in a month. I'll give you a quick example. If you're a 9-to-5 person, right? Let's say you work 8 hours in a week so that you know what to do. 8 hours, 5 days a week, that's 40, right? Now take that and remove Saturday and Sunday times 20 days. Sorry, no, that's not right. So do 8 hours, 5 days a week, right? And then 4 weeks times 4 weeks. What's that? 160, right? So take whatever it is that you earn monthly now, divide it by 160. Let's just use 8 hours. Everyone, divide it by 160. What does it give you? The reason I ask you to do this, for you to calculate your hour, how much are you worth per hour? Did anybody get to like 5,000 naira? 6,000 naira? Very dastardly figures like that. The fact is, no single job, and I'll end here, no single job can ever pay you what you're worth, or pay you enough for what you're worth. And I'll end on that note.
Thank you so much, Victoria. I don't know about you, but I'm inspired. Okay, so moving on to Sandra. Might I mention at this point that we have a very dynamic panel. So if you've noticed, we have someone that is a career person and also runs a business. We have an entrepreneur in finance, and we have a fashion entrepreneur. So it's a really, really dynamic panel. And moving on to Sandra, you know, I followed you for a couple of years, and there was a particular incident or situation that happened, and you spoke up on, and I think that it was very, very interesting. You were at an IWD event earlier in the year, and there was a comment that was made that was quite offensive, to be honest, to everybody in the creative industry, and I really, really liked your take on the subject matter. But most importantly, you'd agree with me that a lot of things happen in the creative industry that may intentionally or unintentionally feed into the mindset of people that incorporate and will think of people in the creative industry as resulting to low-hanging fruits. So, you know, what would you say is the major challenge for people in creative industry when it comes to monetization and putting financial structures in their businesses?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think that in the moment I was offended, but just like you said, when I got back home and I reflected on it, I could see exactly why someone would say, so the statement, just for context, was at the IWD event, the lady had said something in the lines of, women should aspire to be more instead of going for low-hanging fruits like becoming makeup artists, fashion designers, and event planners. But I guess it's probably the way that the people in my industry have also handled their businesses, or she probably was not coming from a negative perspective. I don't know that she wanted to actually just stand there and insult the entire creative industry. I don't think that that's what it is. Maybe she just didn't put it right. But just coming back to the kind of challenges that people, or the kind of challenges that people will face, because I think what I did was break it down to explain that there's a reason why people go into certain industries. Not everybody, but you need to understand that first, there's education deprivation in Nigeria, and there's also a very high level of unemployment. A lot of people started out thinking, I thought I was going to be a lawyer. My parents probably wanted me to be a doctor, blah, 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 because I'm an only child. So I had a lot of careers that I could have chosen from, right? I went ahead and had 2 degrees, a BSc in economics, and an MBA in finance. And I'm a first-class student. So it's not as if I just decided I'm not doing well, or it's not, I did not choose to be a fashion entrepreneur just because it was just, you know, I put it this way, companies were rushing me in London and in Nigeria, but there was also passion. So the thing is, when you start out to say, I want to be a doctor, you probably have like a very clear vision of the kind of doctor you want, or you already know, or it's solution or problem solving driven. So you want to solve a particular problem, and you say, I'm going to go into, it's very clear vision, right? But with some people in the creative industry, it's almost, especially in Nigeria, it comes from a place of, I can't really get a job, or I've been doing this as a side hustle from when I was in school or something, and then they just land into it. And so because of that, there's no clear vision. There's no actual problem that they want to solve. And then when you now check it with not having a job, with all the resources that I have available, I'm going to just choose the industries that have the least entry-level expectations. And the first thing people think about when they think about fashion, for example, is there's already a demand to sew ashwebis because people will go for parties every weekend, right? So if I buy a sewing machine, it will cost me this amount of money. If I sew this, and then there's also Instagram or there's social media. And so that's pretty much one of the first type of businesses that they will pick up. Or there'll always be somebody for me to do makeup for. So there's really never structure around the business. And there's also like the lack of clarity on exactly what it is. So even with the fashion industry, as big as it is or as big as it's supposed to be, you find that people are doing the same thing in the same segments, right? I tell you for free, there's a lot of things that you can do even in fashion. There are so many people from my experience with designing clothes, people who are very top heavy, so heavily breasted women, are desperately looking for somebody that can actually make bespoke bras for them. But the people are not actually looking at things that can actually add value. They're just going to things that are a little easier, or things that are just quick, or things that they can easily market, and things that they can easily make money from. But the thing is, because you do not go out to school to actually study this, create a vision, and map out exactly what strategy, when you come out, sometimes you're starting the business from a place of frustration or from a place of lack, and so you're just going for what is easiest. So I think that that's exactly what she was probably trying to talk about. So that lack of clarity is usually a problem. Now, so I think one of the challenges that you would even say would face somebody like that who's even coming out, right? There are no smaller institutions that would now even cater to second school people who have already now found themselves in this type of position. So you find that even when I now come out and I say, okay, I want to just be a fashion designer, right? I've known how to make dresses, or my mom was a designer, or my mom was a tailor, and this is when you now say, okay, this is what I want to do, and you go to a fashion school, what they really teach them how to do is how to sew. They don't necessarily teach the business of fashion, the steps to take, and so that's already a challenge, right? And so you're repeating the same mistakes, and I feel like some of the veterans in my industry are also not very open enough, because I don't think that I got as much help as I would have had to actually break down certain things so that people see things from a different perspective. There's also the problems with setting up the business itself. When I try to set up my own business, my own challenges, for example, I use this as an example, just even setting up the business with CAC. I opened a limited company, right? Instead of having a business name for starters, and that's one common thing that we all, so you want to start a business, you register the business, and nobody actually tells you of the tax implications of just going straight to go and do a limited liability company. I opened the business while I was doing my NYSC, and I went to England to do a master's. And the whole time, I was supposed to be paying pre-tax levies, right? And by the time I got back and then actually now started running the business, I already had taxes accrued with penalties. But there's actually, we don't have like a very straightforward legal system or business ethics, or nothing is actually very clear. I mean, you can't even it's not even straightforward to get a driver's license. How much more? Just straightforward, log onto the internet and see step by step things that you can actually do. So just lack of clarity, even setting up the business, taxes, and you would just keep learning very expensive mistakes that would actually just be chopping your money, because I know what I had to go through to clear out my tax debts, right? Now, there's also the problem with untapped tourism, even in the sectors that you have now chosen in the creative industry. Abroad, in the UK, for example, without even the numbers, if you go to the mall, for example, 80% of the people, whether you go to Paris, the entire Europe, or in the US, most of the people that you see actually shopping are foreigners. Tourism is what is supposed to bring in funds. So you're constantly recycling the same customers. Even in the economy that is already dwindling, there's only about less than 20% of Nigerians that are living above poverty line. Their first priority is not to be shopping or trying to afford arts or, the kind of things that we're talking about. So you're just recycling the same type of customers. There's no inflow. And that doesn't really help creativity. So if you wanted to set up a business if you wanted to set up my type of business, fashion, for example, in another state or in another country, for example, you would have a particular aesthetic that you wanted to stick to. So let's just say you just wanted to do linen, right? And people just know they're coming to you because they just want to cater to like linen dresses or resort-looking dresses. You can't do that here because it's the same customers. Your customers are going to get bored. So you find a brand, and it's almost like the brand looks like they're confused, but their customers are bored, so they just keep changing their aesthetics, or and so the lack of tourism would also still it affects almost all the industries apart from the creative industry. It affects food. It affects hotels. It affects hospitality. And all those are things that's supposed to, keep the money going around. And then you now come to finance. People struggle with getting finance into their businesses. Their businesses are poorly funded. They can't really scale up. So those, and I feel like they're all intertwined, but those are some of the challenges that anybody would have.
Thank you very much. That was so insightful. So just as a follow-up to your question as we round up, because unfortunately, we're behind schedule. What is one specific thing that you think, if it's deployed as a strategy, can be a game changer in helping people within the creative industry put financial structures such that they can monetize and truly thrive? Just one key strategy. It could be, policy-wise. It could be by the business owners taking matters into their hands, associations, unionism. But what's one key strategy that you think deeply would be a game changer?
I think that I'm possibly not talking, there's no bank here to refer to, so I'm talking to the people that actually own the businesses.
But they're also stakeholders in corporates. Yeah.
So before we even get to the stakeholders, the business owner themselves, the business owner first has to have a very clear vision. Every other thing in your business starts from having a vision, knowing exactly what it is that you want to do with the business. The vision has to be, your vision cannot be selfish. Your vision has to go beyond yourself. Your vision has to be customer inclusive, so the audience that you're trying to reach out to. It also has to be able to attract the talents that you want to be able to take your business to the next level. It is from your vision that you would have a clear marketing strategy. It is from your strategy that you already now know what your marketing strategy, or your vision already tells you what your target audience is going to be. That vision and that target audience helps you to strategize in terms of marketing. Marketing helps you to now get a budget. And then that helps you with planning. It is the planning that now helps to now source for finance. But it has to first start with having a very clear vision with what you want to use your business to do, and then going ahead to now lay out a plan, and then having a structure that helps you achieve that marketing plan, so which is like having a proper standard operating procedure. Because I don't want to invest into a business that I cannot see that can actually scale up, or the person who has the business is not really telling me about the longevity of the business or the sustainability of the business, but from just the paperwork. But one thing that has also helped me personally with like my business, apart from having all of this, is also like proper bookkeeping skills. Because before I'm able to give you 2 naira to invest into your business, I need to be sure that the 0.5 kobo that you had, you can actually account for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Victoria, one question, very, very briefly, please, in 2 minutes maximum. You've already established that one job cannot, pay you your worth. What's the one key thing that you think can be a next step, especially for those that are career inclined and think that they cannot have any other stream of income? What's the one key thing you think they need to start looking at to help them, find other streams of income?
All right, so very quickly, it's your skills. I will say monetize your skills. It's an underestimated area. There's so much of secondary skills that we have other than our primary skills that we use to do our jobs. A lot of us are very creative. A lot of us have other skills, emotional intelligence, communication skills, etc. Therefore, you need to start taking steps towards doing that, especially if you're professional, career person. I already set the tone by saying there's no one job. And the only way to fix that is to become an MSI queen. MSI means multiple streams of income, right? I already said it's a disservice to you if you don't have more than one. So you need to start monetizing your skills. And to do that, begin to identify those things that you can do very, very easily, very quickly, that would not be these 4 things. It has to be flexible. I use the acronym FESI to remember. It has to be something that will not take away from your core or your primary role. It has to be expandable, something that can grow, has room for or potential for growth. It has to be sustainable, right? And lastly, it has to be inexpensive. It should not be something that you have to break the bank for or use all of your current primary income, money, or savings for. So if you walk through those things and you find something you can do, for example, and when I say monetize your skills, I use this example quite a lot because the day I read this somewhere, it stuck to me. Everything in life, everything you learn can be sold. You must live here with that in mind. If you don't take anything away, everything you learn in life can be sold. Therefore, every one of you in here can have more than one stream of income. You can have 2, you can have 3, if only you know how to monetize it. I'm sure a lot of you can write ebooks very quickly. They just showed us the power of AI here. You can get onto Canva and put some of the knowledge and things that you have, put it on an ebook, publish it on Amazon, and the monies will begin to come in. That's just a simple one. Some of you are very good talking. You can teach what you already know and put it to Udemy, Coursera, any of the, even LinkedIn takes courses. They prefer these days rather than you writing. It seems the algorithm in digitization likes videos, right? Sit and describe and educate someone else and turn it into a course for which you can earn money. There are just some simple things that we can begin to do. If you already have a business, for instance, how can you provide a service in multiplicity of ways? The same service. How can you do that in several ways? Rather than let me use a chef, for example. You are a chef, right? And you currently just cater to parties. You can write a recipe book. You can write a recipe book specifically on Nkwabi. You make it different. Look at Tubo. She's in a red ocean industry. Red ocean is, unlike blue ocean, is flooded with lots of people. It's bloody in there. Everybody is in fashion, right? But she has to do something to distinguish herself. You all know her for a reason because she's done something very, very differently from what every other person in the fashion industry is doing. Do that as well with whatever it is that you're doing right now, whether it's in your career or in your business. You can offer a multiplicity of services. You can do other things that you don't. I know time will not permit us, but I think some of us really need to spend time. Financial education is critical, which is why I started off with the hook. I said we don't learn enough. That's why we don't know that multiple streams of income is possible. It is absolutely possible. So monetize your skills. You said one, and I'll stop there.
So Tosin, please bear with me, but in 1 minute, what do you think has been the game changer so far in your experience, especially with and this is because we started off talking about people who are young. So with the tour and trying to catch them young, what have you seen so far? Just one thing in 1 minute has been a game changer.
All right, I'd rather go with a strategy of what are we telling them is going to be a game changer, and it's compounding, right? A lot of people, and I think it's Warren Buffett that said this, people overestimate what can happen in 1 year, but they underestimate what can happen in 10 years. And we need more people to start thinking in decades. So for instance, people say, oh my gosh, Tosin, I have a 5 to 9. It's the only, I want to become an entrepreneur. I'm like, no, the data is actually telling you that, in actual fact, if you have a 9 to 5, your chances are higher because you have a steady stream of income. You can actually invest it, right? But compounding needs to be talked about. I know everybody romanticizes entrepreneurship, but there's a kind of stability that a 9 to 5 can actually give you if you compound. I love to use this example. If you had invested in Netflix about 12 years ago with just 100,000 naira, do you know what it is worth now? Can you guess? 14.5 million naira. So imagine you had multiples of that. So my message to anybody here, stop thinking about 1 year, start thinking 10 years. When we started Money Africa, people offered us crazy deals. Forex companies, come and speak about us. But I wasn't thinking about that 1 year. I'm thinking about 5 years. I'm thinking about 10 years. Now we have 2 tech companies and we have 22 employees. If I had given into Forex, maybe they were giving us maybe 3 million naira 5 years ago, I would have lost my brand, right? So just start thinking. I'm thinking in decades, and I'm challenging everybody here. After today, go and write. What is your next 10 years? What do you want it to look like? What do you want the next 20 years to look like? And put more attention towards that. Thank you.
So thank you very much, ladies. With this, we've come to an end of this panel session. If you have any questions, please do feel free to network with and engage with our panelists. Thank you so much. Let's take pictures.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Tosi, Sandra, and Victoria. And of course, thank you, Mercy, for moderating that panel conversation. Queens, it's been a very long day, and after a 7-course meal, courtesy her network, we have now brought you dessert. This dessert will be anchored by Adesola Ade Unuigbe, the Entertainment Content Partnership Lead for Sub-Saharan Africa at TikTok. And it's a masterclass for content creators. I'm going to bring her up very quickly, so she will coordinate this session. A round of applause for Adesola, please. Adesola Ade Unuigbe from TikTok. If you love TikTok, make some noise. Why are you people now for me like you don't know TikTok? We brought you someone all the way, Sub-Saharan Africa TikTok. Over to you. Make some noise if you love TikTok. We'd like to thank all our sponsors for supporting us and making this a reality. Over to you, Adesola.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I feel like it's so poetic that I had the first session as the moderator, and I'm also doing the last session as the moderator. So please, keep your energy up for me. Like, you guys, please give yourselves a round of applause for sticking it out, staying here, learning, networking, and all of that. This session is very, very important for aspiring creators or even anybody that just loves TikTok, which is fine, right? We're going to be having a conversation with 2 really, really exciting entertainment creators on TikTok. They've been growing their community. They've been giving us like really, really amazing content, and I want them to share some of their success stories with you. So I'm going to call them up. The first person that I have is Edna Francis. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up.
We would like to ask that we please settle in. This is the final session for today. It's a very important session. Please let's settle in. We'll be done in a few minutes and we can network, take pictures, connect, and of course have some fun. The DJ is ready for the after party. We're partying all night.
And the second person that we have is Titi Lokwe Kosoko. So please come up and give her a round of applause. Awesome. So we're going to dive right into it. I think everybody knows what TikTok is, what TikTok is about. You're probably like endlessly scrolling every other day. We love it. We love to see it. But I want us to dive a bit deeper into how TikTok works and how you can create a community on TikTok, how you can grow that community and be a success. That's why we're talking to this wonderful two ladies today. So I want you guys to first start with an introduction of yourselves, what you do, outside of being a content creator, like who are you?
Hi, everyone. So my name is Edna Francis. I'm a broadcaster, a content creator, and filmmaking is what I do for fun.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Titi Lokwe Felowa Kosoko. I am a teacher, a cinematographer, editor, drone pilot, and I manage projects part-time. So that's what I do. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. You know what I love? I love slashers. Like when you say something slash, something slash, something slash. But what I also want to point out for like the audience is these guys are some of the most amazing TikTok creators, but they're also 9-to-5ers. Like they're also like regular folks. So when you think of content creation and you think of TikTok, it's not something that you have to do in isolation, but you can also do while navigating other parts of your career. So don't be afraid to like dive into TikTok. I want to talk about your journey to content creation on TikTok. What got you started on this platform? What got you interested in TikTok? Titi.
Okay, so for me on TikTok, the major reason, I'm going to be very, very honest. So the major reason why I started TikTok is because I wanted a community, because at some point in my life, I'm going to dive into full-time filmmaking. So I felt like I needed leverage, I needed a platform, and if we're being honest, TikTok is like the leading social media platform that gives you that foundation to do what you want to do. I mean, you can literally go from nothing to be a world star by being consistent on TikTok. So I wanted that, and that was why I started TikTok. Thank you.
Awesome. Edna, you?
Okay, so I work with an independent production company where we produce content for TV stations on the terrestrial level, contents like AIT Music Plus and Hit List and Cruising. So I wanted to do something for myself, and in December 2022, I started reviewing movies on TikTok. I love watching movies, horror movies especially, and since then I have grown. And I realized that people really loved the kind of content I was putting out. People wanted movie recommendations. People also wanted to share their opinions on the movies they've seen. And with my background in broadcasting and production, I was able to bring more to the table. I was able to put out quality content and apply interviews and reports to my kind of content. So far, so good. It's been a jolly ride.
Interesting. So what would you say has been like one interesting highlight or pivotal moment for you as a content creator on TikTok?
Okay, I think a pivotal moment for me would be when people started reaching out to me for movie recommendations. People would be like, Edna, is that movie really worth watching? So I felt so happy that I could actually help people with something, and that kept me on my toes, because every chance I got, I wanted to see a new movie, I wanted to review and recommend to my community. It then dawned on me that I actually have a community and I am responsible for them. So that's one of the pivotal moments for me.
Okay, so it is also the same thing as she said, but I think the one that I am so, more focused on is the fact that the access I have on TikTok, the engagement I have on TikTok, it was taken outside of TikTok. So it's like a relationship between I and my audience, and we took it outside of TikTok, and so far so good. It's been going great. Thank you.
Awesome. And what would be your tips for like high quality content creation for entertainment?
Okay, so this one is actually dicey, because I think we can all agree that at this point, we are all content creators. Like, the whole world now wants to be into content creating, and it looks like the market is oversaturated, and it looks like everybody is basically doing the same thing. But if you want to do something that has to do with quality, there is one powerful tool that you can use, and that is the tool of storytelling. I mean, we're all here. If we were to give an account of how today went, I am willing to bet 99% that no two stories is going to be the same because of how we are going to narrate our story. So storytelling gives you that trust, that credibility, connects you with your audience. I mean, there was a time where it was just about people knowing your content. Oh, this is what I'm doing. This is what she does. She's a comedian. But right now, people want to know both the content and the creator. So one thing you can use is actually storytelling. So it's not just about telling story. No. How do you do a very good storytelling content? That is where structuring comes in. So if I were to tell a story today, if I were to tell a story about how today went, I'm going to use just these 5 things, and that is the hook, yes, the setup, the conflict, the resolution, and the call to action. So what you are basically doing is not like you are saying what people don't know. What you're actually doing is you are making it about them. So I don't really send you like that. I don't know if I'm permitted to say that. I don't really send you like that, but I want you to engage my content, and I'm going to tell you what you want to hear that makes you feel like you are a part of my content. Like, it was just because of you I woke up today and started doing content creation. You understand? So storytelling is actually important. It is here to stay. If it was before, I would have told you that, oh, you need great lighting, you need good sound, you need good mic, but you can have that and your content can amount to nothing. So it is very, very important to start putting in storytelling into high quality content creation. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I love that. Edna, what would you say are your tips for high quality content creation on TikTok? Okay. What would you say are some of like the best brand opportunities that you've gotten as a result of TikTok content creation? That's for both of you.
Okay, so when I started TikTok, it was not just about the money. I mean, there are people that make a lot of money on TikTok, but that was not it for me. What I wanted was access. So for me, I would say the best, I don't exactly work with brands, but I have gotten access that if I had had a lot of money, I wouldn't have had that access. You know, I've built relationship with people that have brands. For example, I'll give an example. I have a relationship with someone that owns cinemas. So if tomorrow I drop a movie, the kind of relationship I have with that person, I can just say, oh, see what is going on. No, I want to release my movie. And I just have a platform. So I might not necessarily have like this brand relationship or making like a lot of money from it now, but the kind of access I have, I don't think money would have given me that. So the access. Thank you.
Okay, for me, I've worked with brands like Prime Video, I've worked with Film One, and also Wild Detergent. So I love the fact that I am not limited to the brands that I work with, and trust me when I say working with these brands have actually brought me out of my comfort zone, and I'm sure there's more to come.
So, Edna, you are a corporate body. How would you say you balance being a 9-to-5er and also being a TikTok creator?
It is really challenging, I must say, if I'm being honest, but it's not something I can't handle. I mean, I block shoot on the weekends, and if a brand wants their content delivered immediately, I will burn my midnight candle. I will shoot at night. So, yes, it's not something I can handle, and through Christ who strengthens us, we can do all things.
Yes, I love that because diligence is like super important for anything you're doing, whether it's your 9-to-5 or whether it's, you know, also like content creation. My next question is for both of you. What would you say is your best TikTok feature?
Okay, I would say the green screen feature is my best because I can shoot on the go. If I'm out and I need to deliver a content, I just put on any background of my choice and voila, my content is ready. Also for movie reviews, I can actually have the thriller of my movie in my background, on my background while I review. So that has to be my favorite feature on the app.
Okay, so my favorite feature would be, I am an editor, so naturally I would gravitate towards the editing template in TikTok. I like that if I'm on set or if I am doing something else, I can just easily import my footage, cut, edit, subtitles. Like, it's literally editing like I'm on a system on a phone. There's no difference like that. So that would be my favorite TikTok feature, the editing template. Thank you.
And what would you say is, how are you using TikTok to scale up for like the near future? As a content creator, where do you see TikTok in your future story?
Okay, so where do I see TikTok in my future story and in relation to what I foresee, right? Okay, so I think I said it before. I am not even I want to be. I am a filmmaker and currently working on a docu-series, and the one platform on my mind, the one platform I'm going to be engaging and interacting with for my content is going to be TikTok. So in no distant future, I know I can put something out there, and even with little resources, I have chance of being seen and being heard. Thank you.
Okay, I would love to own a content factory in the nearest future. I also want to go to film school. There's a lot I want to do, but for now, I am in my growing stage. So what I'm doing now is putting in as much work as I can to be the voice of movie culture in Nigeria. So when I'm widely accepted, I can then start up my content factory and then create impactful content for my community.
I really love that. And what would be your tips for like anybody who wants to get started with like content creation on TikTok? What would be your tips?
I would say start, just like the Nike logo, just do it. And then make sure it's something you love so that when you're faced with challenges and there are moments where you feel less motivated, because you love it, you will find a way around it. Also, whatever is worth doing well. So make sure you're paying attention to details and you're putting out the best kind of content. And there is one that can never be overemphasized, which is being consistent. Because the people winning are the people that are consistent. The post you make today might not do well. The post you make tomorrow might do well. And you would never know if you're not consistent. So just stay consistent and yeah, you'll be fine.
Okay, so she has basically said everything I wanted to say, but I would like to add one very important one, and that is know what you're doing and why you're doing it. That is important because if you say you want to do this particular thing, this particular part of entertainment on TikTok, and you are giving it your best, you are being consistent, and you're not getting the results you are getting, and when you compare with someone that just coming and doing this, and you're getting like 1,000 views, million views, it feels like you're not doing anything. But it is best to just know why you are doing it. I'll use myself as an example. So I wanted access. Money was not the motivation for me. I mean, if money comes, no problem. But access was the motivation for me. So if I see a colleague getting more money, it doesn't move me because I'm working towards my goal because I know why I am here and why I am doing what I'm doing. So know why you are doing what you're doing. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much, ladies. Our goal was to keep it like really short and sweet. So I don't know if anyone has any questions or if you'd rather just like network after. I know it's been a very, very long day, and we appreciate everybody for still being here. So if there's any question, you can raise your hand. If not, we are still here for you to still come up and meet us. And I think that really concludes our short and sweet session.
And thank you again. Thank you to every single one of you in the room. Thank you to all our speakers, our panelists, moderators, our keynote speaker. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who has stayed up until this point. You are the real MVPs. And on behalf of the convener, Nkem Dilim Onwudiwe, we would like to say a huge thank you to you all for giving us your Saturday for us to inspire you and bless you richly. We can't say thank you enough. We do hope that you have been truly blessed and inspired, and that you would go out of here ready to take on the world and truly move other women forward, even as you move forward yourselves. Have a lovely evening. Please network, take pictures. The backdrop is still up for a few more minutes, hours, I guess. But make sure you go out here to network, take pictures, have fun, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. My name is Mujibade Shosonya. It has been an absolute pleasure being your host today. Have a good evening, everyone. The summit is now declared over. Good night.